Chapter 001. Well, friends, I seem to have really crossed over. Ye Chen touched his head helplessly, looked at himself with an explosive hairstyle in the mirror, and said to the void depressedly. Most importantly, behind Ye Chen, there was a tail that was constantly wagging. The golden tail is very flexible and long, and it can directly rotate twice above Ye Chen's waist. Alas, crossing is crossing, I just don't know who is crossing, the long tail is really uncomfortable, I already knew that I wouldn't choose a scion. Ye Chen looked a little idiotic when he was talking to himself alone, and if anyone around saw it, he would definitely think that Ye Chen was crazy. But in fact, above Ye Chen's eyeballs, countless barrages flew. On Earth, in front of thousands of people's computers, there are live pictures of betta fish, and inside the picture, it looks like it is flapping its tail. Or can something interesting happen when the anchor disappears? This is an old routine, okay? Anchor, the routine of playing cosplay pretending to cross is outdated. The anchor is pretending to be 666, anyway, I don't believe it. I just want to wait until the anchor's tail is stuffed there. It's dirty upstairs, but the anchor is fighting hard to deceive us. I feel sorry for my anchor sentence flower. There were many opinions, and no one believed Ye Chen at all. After all, crossing this kind of thing was too mysterious. Ye Chen could clearly receive these barrages, and seeing everyone's doubts, he smiled helplessly. That was what happened an hour ago, and Ye Chen was broadcasting League of Legends Live. As a small game anchor of Duyu, it is only the level of diamonds, and there is no popularity at all, only dangling around 300. Ye Chen was very anxious after watching the popularity after playing a game, such a low popularity, it was impossible to even sign a contract. Oh, is my life so dull all my life? At this moment, a system synthesis sound sounded in Ye Chen's ears, the strongest crossing pretense system has found the host and started to fuse. Groove, what? Ye Chen was startled and hurriedly looked around. Nothing, Ye Chenexen said that he was hallucinating. At this moment, another voice sounded, the strongest crossing pretense system is on, the anchor please choose the world to traverse. Ye Chen was sure that it was not an auditory hallucination this time, but there was no one around, so he thought about it and asked out loud, where are you? Host, I am in your mind, please choose the world you are traversing. The icy synth sound sounded again. Lying Groove, shouldn't you have encountered the system? Ye Chen was surprised for a moment, and hurriedly asked out loud, let me get in the car without saying anything, you are an old driver, always tell me what use you have first. I am the strongest through the pretend system, the anchor travels through any world to pretend, and there will be the most perfect camera lens to broadcast the anchor's affairs to the Duyu live broadcast room. The anchor must pretend, every time he pretends to be forced, the system and the audience will evaluate the perfection of the anchor's pretense, and if the total score is greater than 80, it is considered a successful pretense, and you can get pretending points and equipment, pills, and various rewards. So cool, Ye Chen's face was full of excitement when he heard this. What world can I go to? Any fantasy world, including but not limited to, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Hokage, Holy Grail Wars, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, Bleach Raymond, Gintama. In a word, as long as the protagonist wants to get the world in the book, we can all pass. Ye Chen was already excited when he heard this, if any world can be, then I will go to Ali Buddha Chronicles, otherwise the golden scale is not bad for Chizhongwu, well, young woman white. Ye Chen remembered the little yellow books he had read when he was a child, if he could enter it, it would be. Due to the unhealthy mind of the anchor, cancel the opportunity to select the world and directly enter the Dragon Ball world at random. For the punishment of the anchor's unhealthy thinking, choose the Dragon Ball race to make fun of it, and then enter it yourself, and determine, Scion. Enter the world. Ye Chen, who was in place, had not reacted, but suddenly disappeared in place. And originally only 300 spectators saw this scene, and suddenly exploded, and the audience who were originally diving suddenly jumped out to brush the barrage, shouting that there was a supernatural incident. Friends, I know you don't believe me crossing now, in fact, I don't believe it myself, just go out and take a look. Ye Chen said to the audience in the live broadcast room, and slowly walked towards the door. At Ye Chen's side, there is an invincible 360-degree camera, which can convert Ye Chen's image into the Douyi live broadcast room at any time in 3D. The letter in the live broadcast room was suspicious, because Ye Chen was in a room, and it was not easy to judge, so Ye Chen said that he wanted to go out, and he immediately agreed with Ye Chen. Opening the doorknob, Ye Chen looked at everything outside and was stunned. And there was silence in the live broadcast room, and those guys who originally mocked Ye Chen as a liar immediately shut up. Because outside the room, there was a big flat bottom, and on the flat floor, 3 or 4 children were fighting there. It's not surprising that a fight is a fight. But the effect of this fight is just too surprising. Frenza, slap me. A cute little girl with brown eyes, about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a white close-fitting combat suit, highlighting the delicate body with bumps, especially in front of the little girl's huns. The 2 pairs of bulges are even more terrifying. Lying Groove, where did the anchor find such a beautiful little girl as a supporter? The cosplay circle is really chaotic, such a beautiful little girl will not let go. Lori, and it's a real loli. The first time I've seen a real giant loli. Anchor, kneel and beg for Lori's contact information, send me a private message to tip the rocket. Seeing this girl, the entire live broadcast room suddenly shook. Ye Chen was also a little shocked when he looked at such a beautiful girl. Who is this girl? The girl rushed towards a rebellious teenager at this moment, stretching out her pink palm and slapped the other party's face fiercely. Ye Chen looked at this scene, and also felt that this girl was so violent, she actually wanted to beat someone. But the idea has not yet been converted, just stunned to see the scene in front of him is closed. That young man was actually slapped by the girl and directly thrown into the distant mid-air. Then it cut through an arc and hit the rock wall next to it hard. The rumbling sound of falling gravel made Ye Chen's whole person froze. And inside Ye Chen's live broadcast room, there was also silence. This is a violent loli. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive. Event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 002. The live broadcast room has exploded in minutes, and there are only 300 people in the Douyi live broadcast room, all of which have caused the effect of brushing the screen. Looking at this scene, everyone's faces were incredulous. Isn't this a special effect? Jura girl is so violent, and she also has a tail. I dare not think about it. If the Jura girl is also cosplay, it will be even more dirty. Anchor, go and tease the girl, what are you still standing here stupidly for? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and everyone who originally thought that Ye Chen was playing again was suspicious of the letter. Ye Chen looked at this scene, felt the powerful power of the boys and girls in front of him, and also smiled bitterly, and said to everyone in the live broadcast room in his heart, you believe it now, if it weren't for the scions, who would have been so powerful when they were children. Ye Chen's words instantly resonated, yes, they are all bare children. Come on Anchor, that giant cute girl can't let it go. Tip 100 fish balls. Tip 1,000 fish balls. The audience gave tips one after another. Ye Chen looked at this scene, a little helpless. What is the use of you rewarding now? I am in the 7 Dragon Pearl world, what is the use of asking for money? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind again, the tip obtained by the anchor will convert himself into a pretend point, and 10,000 fish balls can convert a little pretend point. When the pretense point reaches 1,000 points, you can open the exchange mall, please work hard for the host. When Ye Chen heard this, he felt a little comforted. Exchange the mall. That is the beginning of your real pretense in the world of Dragon Pearl. While Ye Chen was thinking, the young man who was sent flying had slowly walked back. Afwia, you are really getting more and more powerful, worthy of the bloodline of a high-level warrior. The boy's name is Frenza, a middle-level bloodline warrior, and his eyes are full of undisguised affection when he looks at Afia. Afja snorted lightly, not bothering to look at him, which made Frenza a little embarrassed. But immediately, Frenza saw Yechen walking out of the room. Suddenly, his face was full of ridicule. Raditz, did you wake up very quickly this time? Waste inferior bloodline warriors, you low-level bloodline trash are not worthy of being scions at all. Originally, Yechen still watched them talk with interest, but seeing Frenza mocking himself, he wondered, especially the name Raditz, how did it sound familiar? Friends, what kind of character is Raditz in Dragon Ball? It sounds so familiar. Yechen asked in his heart to the live broadcast room. Groove, Raditz, isn't Kakarot the brother of the Monkey King? Yes, it's that big dragon set. Raditz is the villain in the Dragon Pearl, go to Earth to pretend, and be killed after dozens of pages. It is said that he is a junior warrior of garbage, the anchor you actually crossed over to him, and you feel sorry for my anchor. Ask the anchor for the shadow area in his heart. After knowing Yechen's identity in the live broadcast room, he instantly felt sorry for Yechen. It is indeed a pity to cross over to this kind of dragon set. Yechen was also stunned, he actually crossed into such a war scum. And now, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. And after flipping through the memories in his mind, Yechen's face turned green. The combat effectiveness of lower-level bloodline warriors after birth is less than 100, while the intermediate warriors are 300, and the senior warriors are 500 when they are born. Raditz was born a low-class warrior, and his combat effectiveness was only 5, which is a real war scum. Even if he is 14 years old now, he is still only 100 combat strength, and in this age group, it is really low. For example, Frenza in front of him is a mid-level warrior, the same age as Raditz, but his combat power has reached 500. No wonder he mocked as soon as he saw Yechen, this is a 5-fold gap in strength. Yechen felt like he was about to cry. Haha, why don't you speak, are you scared and want to admit it? Seeing that Yechen did not speak, Frenza laughed even more happily. Frenza has not liked Raditz since he was a child, especially at this moment, the goddess Afja is on the side, which is suitable for Raditz to show her strength again. Yechenexen said that he would either run quickly, or he would be beaten up if he looked like this. And most of the live broadcast rooms are this tune. Anchor, you are a war scumbag now, let's run quickly. Yes, stay in the Green Mountains, not afraid of no firewood, shame is nothing. The distressed anchor will be beaten on the first day of crossing. The anchor must counterattack, don't lose the face of our earthlings. Yechen looked at these barrages and complained endlessly, I don't want to lose face, but the problem is to be able to fight. Just when Yechen was thinking about whether to turn around and run quickly, there was a sudden clanging in his mind. The host triggers the first pretend task, the beginning of pretending. When you first come to this world, don't you feel hungry and thirsty in the host, and you have a strong feeling of pretending. The facts tell you that you must pretend to be forced. People do not pretend to be a teenager. If you do not pretend to be forced, then what is the difference between life and salted fish? First mission starts, first pretending. Pretend requirements, you must establish your tall and majestic image in front of these bear children, of course, Juru Loli cannot be let go. After all, the protagonist is coming to this world for the first time, so give the protagonist invincible hegemony time 3 minutes, which can be used at any time. Pretend success reward. Intermediate bloodline quenching pill, after eating, the scion bloodline is instantly upgraded to the intermediate level. If the pretend evaluation reaches 90 points, an additional reward for the weak chicken version of the World King Boxing, the World King Fist it is the weak chicken version, that is, 1.5 times the increase, teenager, come on. Seeing these words in his mind, Ye Chen was messy. You have to let yourself this war scum pretend, I don't go, I won't die. I refuse the mission. Because it is the first mission, if the host refuses, the system will disappear directly, and the host can only exist permanently as a war scum, please consider it clearly. Lying groove, such a pit. This is forcing me to pretend. Ye Chen wanted to cry without tears, and the live broadcast room said that the anchor must be provoked, hurry up and run. Otherwise it will be too much of a loss to be killed just after crossing. Ye Chen also wanted to cry when he looked at these barrages, and I also wanted to run. But since you can't refuse, then you have to pretend to be forced, and said directly to the live broadcast room, Dear viewers, I have decided, I am going to pretend, a 500-strong Flenka scum, also dare to pretend in front of my earth anchor, really seek their own death. The most hateful thing is that they dare to hit the idea of Jura girl, don't smoke who he smokes. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 003. Radits, why, no face to speak, then hurry up and get out of the way, you are not welcome in our world of geniuses. Frenza taunted Raditz uselessly, wanting to get Afya's idea. But it's a pity that Afya didn't look at Flenka at all, which made Frenza very sad. But Frenza's rampant words made the entire live broadcast room talk and hate the enemy. What's special, this kid is so rampant that labor and management can't bear it. Anchor, I have to hit her in the face, hit her in the face. Anchor, don't say anything about the success of hitting the face, a big plane will be given to you. I also send the plane, the anchor must hit him in the face. Ye Chen is also hairy, labor and management came to this world and did nothing, this is ridiculed, how is this acceptable? No, you have to start pretending. Frenza was laughing at the moment, because Ye Chen's combat power was only 100, so he usually cowered, and did not dare to speak more after being scolded and ridiculed. He was waiting for Ye Chen to run away in ashes. However, Ye Chen did not flee this time, but directly thought of Frenza. Waste Raditz, are you upset and want to beat me up as a genius? Come on, I just stand still, and I can poke you to death with one finger. Frenza taunted even happily. When Ye Chen heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face, and said lightly, Genius, with you also worthy of being called a genius, it's really funny, the universe is big, vast, and people with outstanding abilities emerge one after another, you are just an intermediate bloodline warrior, and you are embarrassed to call yourself a genius, it's really funny, if it's a Fwia, it's almost the same, if it's you, don't come out and embarrass yourself. As soon as Ye Chen's words came out, many smiling bear children were instantly stunned. The cowardly and wasteful Raditz actually resisted and actually cursed? And when Fwia heard Ye Chen's words mention her, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and a look of doubt appeared on her cute little face. Frenza, on the other hand, instantly had a bruised face and was angry. Although the intermediate scion bloodline is not bad, it is not worth talking about at all in front of the superior bloodline, and Ye Chen, a lower-level warrior, despises himself so much, it instantly ignites Frenza's anger. You are a waste, you dare to despise me, see if I don't beat you to death. Frenza was finally a child, and he was instantly enraged and wanted to make a move on Ye Chen. Ye Chen doesn't care, 3 minutes of invincible time, as long as he activates, even if the universe explodes himself, there is nothing to do, let alone just a scion with 500 combat power. Therefore, just when Frenza angrily rushed over and punched Ye Chen's face, Ye Chen activated the invincible time. Seeing that Frenza actually made a move, the surrounding crowd showed an excited look, scions are a warlike race, and it is simply the norm to fight without saying a word. Everyone is silently mourning for Ye Chen, did he take the wrong medicine today, and he dared to mock Frenza, it was really death. And Fwia's face also showed a look of disappointment, as if she was disappointed in Ye Chen's self-determination. In the live broadcast room, there was an uproar. The anchor is estimated to be killed, this is the shortest life crosser. Anchor, I'm wrong, I shouldn't lure you with a tipping plane, even if you die. I will tip you on the plane. Anchor, I will burn paper for you, I hope you can receive it in the Dragon Ball world. I feel sorry for my anchor, the whole earth is so crossed by you, why die? Everyone thought that Ye Chen was dead, but Ye Chen smiled calmly, slowly leaned out a finger, and pointed at the huge fist in front of him. Raditz, is this crazy, not running and using his fingers to resist? Yes, it is estimated that Flenka can break his arm with one punch. Raditz is just crazy, anyway, it's nothing for a mid-level warrior to kill a lower-level fighter. Frenza, kill this madman. The onlookers all yelled one after another, asking Frenza to kill Ye Chen. And Frenza was even more angry, Ye Chen dared to despise himself so much, kill him, must kill him. Frenza's fist had already hit Ye Chen's finger viciously, but at this moment, Frenza was stunned. Because above Ye Chen's fingers, there seemed to be infinite power, which actually made his fist unable to penetrate. How is that possible? Frenza couldn't believe it, and increased his strength again, but found that he really couldn't shake even one of Ye Chen's fingers. Child, Low-Ki is the most awesome show-off, born to be a person, Low-Ki is king, why should you be aggressive, stop here. I don't want to hurt you. Ye Chen slowly retracted his fingers and looked at Frenza lightly, with an inscrutable smile. The friends at the scene were all stunned when they saw this scene. What is this situation? Frenza has 500 combat strength, why can't even one of Raditz's fingers resist, what the hell is going on? And Fuia's cute little face showed a surprised look. Looking at the girl looking at herself with surprise on her face, Ye Chen suddenly felt crooked in her heart. The system prompts, this forest is good, keep up the good work. The mission is about to be completed. Ye Chen knew that he had already embarked on the road of no return. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 004. In the live broadcast room, all the audience looked at this scene as if crazy. It's not scientific. Did the streamer instantly transform into a Super Saiyan? One finger can pretend, the anchor is really 666. Although I don't know how the anchor did it, I gave full marks to the anchor in this wave of forced pretense. The audience in the live broadcast room originally thought that Ye Chen was going to hang up, who knew that Ye Chen actually gave them a surprise and pretended to be unfathomable. The bear children in Dragon Ball are all frightened. Yuki, anchor, you are too bad. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, it turned out that this was pretending, this feeling was really cool. The bear child was stunned, while Frenza was even more sluggish, and finally Afia's face was also full of surprise. Impossible, how is it possible, you Raditz only have 100 combat power, how can you resist my attack with one finger, I don't believe it. Frenza shouted frantically and took out a green detector from his arms. The detector is a curved plastic glass that hangs from the ear on one side and above the eye on the other, which can detect the opponent's combat effectiveness. And Frenza immediately checked Ye Chen's combat effectiveness. When Ye Chen was at the moment, the numbers above his eyes jumped wildly, 100, 1000, 10,000. Snap, in another instant, the probe shattered to the ground. How could it be, all the Scions, including the high-level bloodline of Fuia, could no longer suppress their shocked looks, and looked at Ye Chen dumbfounded. How is this possible, at this moment, in everyone's hearts, there is such a sentence. The detector was shattered, and although Frenza's detector was only the lowest level green detector, it could also detect the strength of 10,000 combat power. Unless it is said that Ye Chen's combat power has exceeded 10,000. How can your combat power be so strong? Frenza looked at Ye Chen with trembling hands. Ye Chen was also a little puzzled at first. How did the detector break? At this time, the system voice in his mind sounded, because the host is now in an invincible state, the qi exuded by the body belongs to the qi beyond the strength of this world, the damage of the detector is a normal phenomenon, after the invincible time has passed, the protagonist's qi returns to a normal level. When Ye Chen heard this, he suddenly realized, it turned out to be like this. However, this is when the real pretense begins. I saw that at this moment, Ye Chen took a step lightly, and the frightened Flenka suddenly ran towards the back. Ye Chen smiled, the reason why my combat power is strong is because I have a strong heart, although I am only a low-level warrior bloodline, but in my heart, what is hidden is the endless universe and void. If a person wants to be strong, he must have a strong heart. Ye Chen has never pretended to be forced, but because of the shattering of the detector just now, the effect of this pretense left a profound impression in the hearts of those frightened teenagers, especially Flensa, who was almost crying. I was lucky that I had ridiculed such a strong man for so long, and I hadn't been killed until now. Then why do you usually only have 100 combat power? Afwia, who had never spoken, finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked Ye Chen. The beautiful little face looked at Ye Chen with a curious look. Ye Chen chuckled, came to Afwia's side, and immediately smelled the fragrance on Afwia's body. It was the faint smell of a girl. Afria, do you know how lonely invincibility is? I used to always look at the universe alone in the middle of the night, trying to find an opponent, but the rare idea, this loneliness made me lose the power to go up. So, I sealed my strength, let myself only show 100 combat strength, want to feel the weakness. I found that their weakness cannot be changed, but you, Afwia, you are different from them, your heart can also contain an infinite sea of stars, so, I show my true strength in front of you, let you not be complacent at this small level, your future should be with me to enjoy in the infinite strong. Ye Chen's words carved a tall and majestic figure on himself in the pure heart of Afwianalaliban. And in the hearts of Frenksa and the others, Ye Chen's figure is simply a demon-like existence. You must know that even King Vegeta does not have the ability to make the detector explode. Invincible time disappears in 5 seconds, anchor please be ready, 5.4.3.2.1. Ye Chen knew that his pretense was coming to an end. Sure enough, at this moment, the system spoke, the first time to pretend the character is completed. Because the host pretends to be forced for the first time, there is some feeling of strong pretending, bad reviews, but thinking that the anchor is just a newcomer in the pretending world, give the host a little encouragement, add 10 points, get 85 points for systematic evaluation, plus 10 points, a total score of 95 points. Next, it's time for the audience to score the score, and finally decide the anchor's score, this time according to the average score. Ye Chen is really unable to complain, are you really good like this, pretend to be forced to score, you are forcing me to go farther and farther on the road of pretending. And in the live broadcast room, seeing that Ye Chen actually deceived those bear children, especially Juru Loliafea, he was stunned, that superior demeanor, it was really enough. It's so shameful to kneel to the anchor. Yes, in addition to pretending, you even soak the girl, how about fucking? The anchor is going further and further on the road of no return in pretending. Anchor, hurry up and provoke the girl, what to pretend to be forced? At the moment when the audience was talking about it, a window popped up on the interface of their Douyu live broadcast room. Please rate the level of pretense of this anchor. Chapter 005. Below is an input box where you can enter the score you want to score. Groove, anchor, what is this? The first time I saw this, the live broadcast room was full of discussions asking Ye Chen with a barrage. Ye Chen explained this thing in his heart, this is my golden finger, the higher your score, the better reward I can get. Everyone, you have to give me a high score, I can be stronger after getting a good reward, so that you can definitely watch more cool, I hope you support me. Don't worry, support you, 100 points. I'll give you 100 points too. This wave forced me to be satisfied, 100 points to send. The anchor pretends to be a little bad, but think about it for the first time, 100 points. Soon, the scoring session reached the time limit, which was only 3 minutes. The system spoke again in Ye Chen's expectation. The system scores 95 points, the audience points an average of 100 points, and the average score of the two is 97 points and 5 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the task at a super level, obtaining an intermediate bloodline quenching pill, a weak chicken version of the King Fist cheats, 97 points of pretending value. Host, please continue to work hard to reach the realm of pretending as soon as possible, that is, everything in the world can be pretended, one flower and one world, one leaf and one Bodhi. Ye Chen was extremely excited, and inside the storage space, a white transparent jade bottle appeared, and inside, a round elixir was placed. This is the intermediate bloodline quenching pill. Eating this thing can raise the Scion bloodline to the intermediate level. Ye Chen can't wait. After all, the pretense just now was not capable of pretending, and it always seemed a little deliberate. When you are strong enough, strength is the best pretense. And the weak chicken version of the realm King Fist, this is also a divine skill for Ye Chen. You must know that when Sun Wukong was dealing with Vegeta, whose strength was several grades higher than his own, he used the divine skill of the realm King Fist. Of course, the multiples of people are not comparable to Ye Chen's weak chicken version of the King Fist, but for Ye Chen, 1.5 times is already terrifying. Hurry up and cultivate and improve your strength. Although he didn't know anything else, Ye Chen knew that the planet he was on must be planet Vegeta, and since this was the case, then planet Vegeta would always be destroyed by Frenza. Although he didn't know the specific time, Ye Chen didn't dare to take his little life wrong, so he took the lead in improving his strength. At that time, even if you can't beat Frenza, you will have a little self-preservation power, and it is good to run away with your sister. Ye Chen opened his character panel and looked at his character attributes. Ye Chen. Combat Power, 100, this value is just a street in the brutal world of Dragon Ball, so please work hard to pretend and go further and further on the road to becoming a strong person. Loading value, 97 points, reaching 1000 points can open the exchange mall. Martial arts spells, none, nothing. Even 100 combat power can't be brought into play. Scum, hurry up and cultivate. Ye Chen looked at the attribute panel and really knelt. You a system, keep saying that I am scum, is it really good to fight the street? Anchor. Hurry up and provoke the girl. Yes, pretend not to provoke the girl. The sky strikes 5 thunders, the anchor is famous at this moment, and he should start flirting with the girl. Sister Juru, anchor, can't let it go. Are there all pen strokes upstairs? The anchor is Raditz, although I don't know how to rise just now, but the combat power must be a scum, or go to cultivation quickly. I remember that in the original book, Raditz will do Qigong waves, just release it for us to see. For this group of undisciplined audiences, Ye Chen was really drunk. However, pretending to force left a good impression in the girl's heart. If you don't grasp it, you will be really stupid. Therefore, the corners of Ye Chen's mouth slightly hooked, and said to the little beauty Afwia next to him who was still stunned, Afwia, do you want to become stronger? Raditz, can I also become as powerful as you? A look of excitement appeared on Afwia's little face. Ye Chen smiled, Scions are warlike, and it is true that they want to become stronger all the time, even if they are sisters. They are also battle maniacs. Originally, you didn't have a chance, but I see that you have a good talent, and I plan to suppress my strength to a lower level than you to cultivate together. Wait a minute, I will suppress the strength first. Ye Chen, this is completely nonsense, but just pretended to be a little too much. In case someone looks at his level later, he can explain it himself. Then, Ye Chen slid his arms back, pouted, and posed for a while with a constipated look, which was completed. Well, okay, I suppressed my combat power to 100, and then you can cultivate with me, I will teach you. Ye Chen pulled the calf in a big way. Anyway, you don't know. Afia's face was full of surprise. Raditz, you are so good to me. After speaking, he happily threw himself into Ye Chen's arms. Oh hey, this wave is rough. Ye Chen only feels that his mouth is soft and cute. I don't dare to think about it, I'm afraid I can't bear it. Raditz, come home with you. Afia was also a little embarrassed, and hurriedly jumped off Ye Chen's body, but still insisted. Ye Chen laughed and looked back at Flence's face as if he was constipated, and he was even more happy in his heart. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 006. Frenza looked at the Afia she liked, and she was actually going to be taken away by Ye Chen like this, and she was depressed in her heart. If other scions dare to rob the girl with themselves, then there is nothing to say, standing up is beating. However, Ye Chen's strength could not even withstand the detector, and his 500 combat power was simply scum. It is estimated that in the entire planet Vegeta, only the most powerful King Vegeta has the ability to make a move in front of Ye Chen. Frenza's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And watching this scene in the live broadcast room, laughter exploded. The anchor is 666, and he will snatch the girl away without moving. Police, someone is kidnapping a young girl, come and arrest him. The anchor, what are you planning to do with Sister Juru? Feel sorry for me Flenka, don't cry, stand up and stroke. Countless people exuded a barrage, indicating that Ye Chen's unkind behavior of snatching love with the knife was very pleasant. Ye Chen looked at the soft girl Afia naturally would not refuse the other party's request to go home with him, but after thinking about it, he still said to the bear children behind him, I have always wanted to hide my strength, so I don't want to expose it, you better not tell today's things, otherwise something bad may happen, do you understand? Ye Chen's face put on a sinister smile. If it was in the past, Ye Chen's threat was a joke to others, and a lowest-level warrior was also worthy of threatening others. But now, all the bear children, under Ye Chen's threat, were nodding obediently and did not dare to speak more. Ye Chen looked at this scene and smiled, this is the benefit of pretending, it's easy to talk about anything, let's go. Then, Ye Chen took the soft palm of the Afia girl and walked towards his room. Raditz, you're lonely. Lonely? Afia thought about what Ye Chen said when he pretended to be forced, and asked with some curiosity. Yes, invincibility is the loneliest. Lonely. Ye Chen Qian. Lonely hair, it's silly girl, you believe it, but you still pretend to be lonely inside. System, invisible pretense, the most deadly, the host has gradually understood the true meaning of pretending, please continue to cheer. Ye Chen. Then I will also become strong and invincible, so that Raditz you will not be silent in the future. Lonely. Afia said in a soft voice, looking at Ye Chen firmly. Ye Chen was moved, and said in his heart that as long as you stay tonight, I will not be lonely. Lonely. But he still didn't say, but continued to look like a master, okay, I'll take you on the road of invincibility in the future. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Afia was excited. Then, Ye Chen took the girl back to his room, and slowly closed the door in the envious and jealous eyes of Frenza and others behind him. The scene of Ye Chen taking the girl back to the room made the wolf friends in the live broadcast room excited. Anchor, my toilet paper is ready. I have purchased 5 bottles of glucose, which are nutritionally plentiful and guaranteed to complete the task. The dolls purchased online have arrived, and the anchor is asking for synchronization. Don't worry, anchor, I'll ask my friends to share this exciting moment. Ye Chen felt the chaotic barrage above his eyes, helpless. How can it be so fast? Besides, if something really happens, I can also turn off the 3D camera, how can I let you see it, it's really enough. Raditz, Shall we start cultivating now? Afuia arrived at Ye Chen's room and looked at Ye Chen with wide eyes and asked. Ye Chen was a little depressed when he heard others call him, after all, he was called Ye Chen, and after thinking about it, he said to Afuia, in the future, when everyone is around, just call me Ye Chen. Ye Chen? Okay, Raditz. Afuia didn't ask more. Ye Chen. Sion's rooms are equipped with gravity rooms as standard, and Ye Chen directly opened the gravity room and walked in. Ye Chen, how many times do you usually cultivate, and everyone feels very tired when they are 5 times? Afuia said to Ye Chen purely. Ye Chen. In my heart, there are countless complaints, I only have 100 combat strength, 3 times is very reluctant, you are an invisible pretense. No, don't you have a bloodline quenching pill? After eating it, the bloodline reaches the intermediate level, it should be able to improve a lot of strength, and the gravity that can't be withstood is not as good as the sister, how shameful. Ye Chen thought of doing it, and immediately took out the white transparent jade bottle from the storage space of the system. In the jade bottle, the red elixir dripped and turned, exuding a mysterious light. Good thing, let's see how much it can improve my strength. Ye Chen directly poured out the pill and fed it to his mouth. The fragrant elixir melted in the mouth, turned into a warm current in the mouth, and refracted towards the stomach and intestines. The warm energy continued to integrate into Ye Chen's body, and then Ye Chen felt that something was awakening in his blood. As a result, the green tendons on Ye Chen's hands continued to explode, and the strong pain hit Ye Chen's mind, making Ye Chen sweat profusely. This medicinal effect is really fierce. Ye Chen only had this sentence left in his mind, that is, he fainted directly. Before fainting, Ye Chen heard Afuia's exclamation. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 007. My head hurts. Ye Chen slowly woke up and rubbed his aching head and looked around. I was in the tech cabin, my body soaked in therapeutic fluid. The Scions themselves only know about fighting, and the technology is very backward, and later occupied the planet plant, killed all the plant starmen above, and got the scientific research results of the other party, so that they have all kinds of technology warehouses that can treat injuries, healing liquids, and other things. Ye Chen was lying naked in the transparent healing liquid, and the pores all over his body were extremely comfortable. An intermediate bloodline quenching pill makes me so miserable, it's really enough. Ye Chen helplessly complained, and then opened the barrage and found countless barrage flyers above. Anchor, you're finally awake. Anchor, you are so big, I want to give you a monkey. Looking at this scene, Ye Chen was immediately depressed, and hurriedly opened the hatch from the inside, jumped out and put on the combat uniform. After covering his body, he asked the live broadcast room again, what happened after I fainted, Afuia? The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000. We're all called over by friends and friends, looking at Ye Chen wearing a combat uniform, his hair was even more explosive and cool, directly hanging down to the back of his waist. Raditz's hairstyle everyone understood, it was simply the level of Super Saiyan 3, extremely cool. Anchor you foul! The beast actually pretended to be unconscious to cause Afuia's surprise, and then did something inferior to Afuia. What? Ye Chen was stunned, did he do such a thing? But soon he let go of his heart, because the first one to speak was completely. After the anchor fell into a coma, Afuia sent you to the technology cabin. Yes, the tender Afuia actually undressed you for the anchor, it's really dirty. Envy the anchor, Yanfu is not shallow. Favorite dragon pearl to reward a rocket. Zhangqi, I love you, hit 10 rockets. Countless tips flew in. And in Ye Chen's mind, a systematic synthesized voice suddenly appeared, the host's betta fish tip can be exchanged for 3 pretense points, whether to redeem it or not. Exchange, what to keep for, Ye Chen nodded directly. Suddenly, Ye Chen just thought that he had eaten the intermediate bloodline quenching pill yesterday, and his body should have changed a little. Open the property polygon. Ye Chen. Combat power, 500, this value is only slightly stronger than the street goods in the brutal world of Dragon Ball, so please work hard to pretend and go further and further on the road to becoming a strong person. Loading value, 100 points, if you reach 1000 points, you can open the exchange mall. Martial arts spells, none, nothing, there are 500 combat power in the air, scum, hurry up and cultivate. Ye Chen was surprised, and his combat power had risen to 500, which was really surprising. Sure enough, the intermediate Scion bloodline is stronger than the low-level Scion bloodline. Ye Chen sighed and took out a book from inside the package. The big golden characters on it flashed with light. Weak Chicken version Realm King Fist. Weak Chicken version, the system you really have enough. The live broadcast room was originally encouraging Ye Chen to hurry up to find the girl, and suddenly found the book Ye Chen took out. And after a short silence, it broke out again. It turned out to be the Realm King Fist, the anchor cheats. Yes, what Sun Wukong worked so hard to learn, the anchor just crossed and got the secret code. Monkey King, special, I really want to kill you Traversers. Frisia, Traverser, must die. Although what Ye Chen got was a weak chicken version of the Realm King Fist, it also made these guys excited. The Realm King Fist is not a martial art or move, but a specific method to improve physical strength, agility, strength, and other things. This is the original move of the King of the Realm. In the whole world, only the King of the Realm, Sun Wukong and Shalo will use this move, but I didn't expect that Ye Chen could also learn it. What a welfare! In the envious barrage in the live broadcast room, Ye Chen opened the weak chicken version of the King Fist cheats. The weak chicken version of the Realm King Fist can increase the host's strength by 1.5 times in a short time, and the load on the body is large, and the use time of the Realm King Fist is determined according to the physical strength, and because it is the weak chicken version, the multiplier cannot be increased, and only if you learn the normal class of the Realm King Fist, you can increase the multiplier according to the physical strength. Is the host sure about learning? Of course, Ye Chen nodded. At the moment Ye Chen nodded, the weak chicken version Realm King Fist cheats turned into a stream of light and shot directly into Ye Chen's mind. And in Ye Chen's consciousness, a bunch of memories appeared, as if they had learned it a long time ago. Gee, it's this convenient, just click to learn, you don't have to keep practicing like Sun Wukong, it's really good. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, and looked at his combat strength again, it was still 500, and it did not increase. The Realm King Fist is a combat skill and does not increase the usual combat effectiveness. Just when the live broadcast room curiously asked Ye Chen what changes he felt after learning the Realm King Fist, Ye Chen's room was opened, and a beautiful figure appeared behind the door. Ye Chen was overjoyed all of a sudden, thinking that it was a Fuya, and happily pounced and held the beautiful figure in his arms. But instantly felt that something was wrong. A Fuya seems to be not small, but not so big. Why did it feel like a lake last time? This time it directly turned into the sea? Ye Chen wondered, but still did not let go. Then, a cold voice with suppressed anger came from his ears, "Raditz, have you held enough? Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 008. Ye Chen was suddenly stunned. This cold voice is definitely not Afia. Sure enough, after raising his head, Ye Chen saw a beautiful face covered in frost. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Under the gaze of the other party's cold eyes, Ye Chen suddenly let go embarrassedly, and his heart was faintly lost. Ye Chen took 2 steps back to look at the other party. The other party was about 26 or 7 years old, and he was so beautiful that he attracted Ye Chen's attention. Who is this? Ye Chen was a little frustrated by the other party's cold eyes, and asked the netizens in the live broadcast room in his heart, "Everyone, who is this beauty?" There was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, "Such a beautiful beauty, and she still looks like a young woman, she has not appeared in the Dragon Ball true story. Otherwise, rush this figure, this face, as if half of the iceberg beauty, if it is the rhythm of the first heroine." Anchor, "We don't know, but it doesn't matter, you can go on." "Yes, whoever he is, take it all. Such an iceberg beauty, the anchor does not accept it, it is unreasonable. Come on anchor, support you in your heart, and reward 10 planes if you receive it." The live broadcast room is full of undisciplined viewers, and they go crazy when they see beautiful women, no matter who it is. Ye Chen was unable to complain, so he directly skipped it and looked at the beauty. The iceberg beauty still stared at Ye Chen coldly, and the aura exuding from the other party was also with a vigorous atmosphere, and Ye Chen at this moment was not an opponent at all. "Raditz, you inferior warrior, you dare to deceive my Leona's daughter, are you looking for death?" The beauty's first words stunned Ye Chen. "What? Your daughter? You didn't tease me, you have daughters?" Ye Chen felt that his heart was broken, and he couldn't bear it. And according to the traces on his cheeks, Ye Chen also guessed some. Then this woman called Leona is Afja's mother. After all, when he came to this world, he had an intersection with the girl Afia. Sure enough, the woman's next sentence was to say, "My daughter Afia has the highest blood of the scions flowing in her body, and a low-level warrior like you can only look at her for the rest of her life, and she is not worthy to stand by my daughter's side at all, so you better stay away from my daughter, otherwise, I will kill you." The killing intent rushed instantly with the woman's words, making Ye Chen not only feel a chill in his body, but also anger in his heart. This woman is too much. What to call yourself an inferior warrior, stay away from your daughter, what to call yourself can only look at your daughter's back in the future. In particular, as an Earth Traverser, I can't bear it. Sure enough, in the live broadcast room, I was also angered by the domineering attitude of the woman. The anchor can't be instigated. Yes, this kind of iceberg woman should be forcibly pushed away. The anchor is not a man, not a celestial empire. Anchor, your man's dignity must be forced, otherwise, the iceberg goddess will always be a goddess, and you can only be despised by the other party forever. Yes, this iceberg character likes to be counterattacked, this is said in the books of countless ancestors, the anchor must now show might and indomitability. Otherwise he will be looked down upon by the other party for the rest of his life. Now Ye Chen's popularity is close to 10,000, and countless netizens have given advice to Ye Chen, and let Ye Chen deal with it according to the woman's personality. Ye Chen smiled faintly, there is a system, there are netizens, we are full of energy. Although it is to force anything, after all, the girl in front of her also looks like a superior warrior, and her combat effectiveness is at least 10,000 existences, and if you dare to push it forcefully, you will die. Scions are such a warlike race, killing a fellow race is not a root joke. Really powerful, not at all according to the bloodline argument, your kind of thinking, is really too low level. Ye Chen could only resist with words. Humph, this is something that only you inferior bloodlines say, not according to the bloodline? Then why is your father's combat strength only 3,000, while my combat power has reached 9,000? This woman's words were really poisonous, and this point poked made Ye Chen unable to refute it. It was really enough to move Ye Chen's father out. His own father only has a combat strength of 3,000, and the combat strength of others is 9,000. It's really special enough, this is looked down upon in the previous generation. Your father's waste actually wanted to pursue me back then, it's really a dream, even I can't beat the waste. If I hadn't gone to the distant breeding star and found the holy water, drank it, and gave birth to Afia. The woman said coldly, despising Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen was shocked when he heard Leona say that she had drunk the deep water of the breeding star to give birth to Afia. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 009. Sure enough, not only Ye Chen thought so, those viewers were also excited to see this scene. Anchor, if you let this go, you will really regret it for the rest of your life. Anchor, you must start pretending. Yes, hurry up and pretend to leave an impression in the other party's heart. Department. Girls. Woman, this is simply for the protagonist. This group of people is simply crazy, all kinds of rewards are crazy to Ye Chen brushing, one plane after another, tons of fish balls, sweeping wildly in the screen, even the barrage cannot be seen clearly. Ye Chen was also shocked by this scene, and then there was endless complaining. Are you sure you didn't amuse me for this less? The woman is 9,000 combat strength, and my 500 is a scumbag in front of the other party. Especially in a place like the Scion race, which only looks at strength and has no law, pretending to be forced in front of the strong is death. The invincibility of labor and management has run out, do I have the guts to pretend? And Leona, after seeing Ye Chen hear her words of contempt, she was depressed and did not speak, and she immediately despised it in her heart. A lower-level warrior who does not even dare to argue, really is a waste. Humph, just speaking of which, if I see you next to my daughter again in the future, I will kill you. After that, Leona just planned to go directly. And when Ye Chen heard this, the unhappiness in his heart could not be suppressed. What a joke, both of you are fancy to labor and capital, as a crosser, and the system, if this leaves you alone, I myself will not forgive myself. Suddenly, the anxiety in his heart was filled with anger, and Ye Chen shouted directly at Leona, Leona, do you dare to accept my challenge? What? Challenge? Leona was stunned by Ye Chen's words. Because he didn't expect that a low-level warrior, who was still a minor, would dare to challenge his adult high-level warrior. Retards are not so stupid. But the dignity of the high-level scion could not remain silent after being provoked, and suddenly said with anger in his heart, little thing, are you sure that you want to challenge me, knowing that your father does not dare to talk to me like this? Humph, my dad is my dad, I'm me. Ye Chen pouted disdainfully and said, if your combat power is the same as mine, you are not my opponent at all. The reason why you can despise me now is because you were born earlier than me, but you bully me because you are older than me. What kind of high-level scion is it? Ye Chen's words made Leona unable to bear it. With combat effectiveness, I will lose to you? Raditz, do you know how many life and death battles I have experienced, how many strong enemies I have defeated, how many times I have narrowly survived, and you dare to say that I will not be your opponent? Leona was angry. Ye Chen's words were simply insulting his combat dignity. When Ye Chen heard the other party's words, he smiled with disdain on his face and did not talk to the other party at all. Such an attitude, in Leona's opinion, is even more excessive. The live broadcast room was also confused by Ye Chen's sudden words. After a long time, the barrage slowly came out again. The strength of the anchor is dead, admire it in the next. A certain anchor died in the live broadcast of the 7 Dragon Pearl world, passed through the next day, and made millions a day. Anchor, less. Women are precious, and the price of life is higher, why not think about it? Yes, just live, less. Women will have it, lowly will also have it, why bother to seek their own death? Alas, I shouldn't have given a tip to the anchor just now, so that the anchor saw that the money lost his mind. I'm so tired. The first time I saw the live broadcast, the anchor was about to hang up. Ye Chen looked at these barrages and didn't speak, because his heart was also very apprehensive, but just now he was really provoked and a little angry, and those words blurted out. Do you dare to fight with me with the same combat power? If you dare, I will definitely defeat you. Ye Chen thought of his only chance to survive, and said loudly to Leona. Because Leona had already been provoked by Ye Chen's delicate hands trembling. Shaking, Ye Chen was really afraid that the other party would not be able to bear to directly give himself a Qigong wave. A person with 9,000 combat power gave himself an air bomb, and he directly disappeared without even resisting. Good, good, if you lose, I will kill you in the ring. Leona said viciously, as if the face of the iceberg goddess was extremely cold. Ye Chen nodded, but then thought of something and immediately said, I will be killed by you if I lose, so what if you lose? I lose. Hearing this word, Leona dismissed, but still said, if I lose, you can kill me. No, you are Afia's mother, I can't kill you, otherwise Afia will hate me, if you lose, you will be my bodyguard. Ye Chen said with great atmosphere. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 010. Leona was simply laughed at Ye Chen's ignorance and fearlessness. I really want to win over myself. Even if his combat effectiveness is only the same as Ye Chen, the combat skills he has learned before, the combat experience he has realized still exists. In this case, Ye Chen's success rate of victory is not even 1 in 1,000. It is a fool's dream that such a weak person wants to overcome himself. The pretending mission is on, and the second mission, under the public, defeats Leona. Mission success reward, Advanced Bloodline Quenching Pill, Kalen Ta Immortal Bean. The number of immortal beans is awarded according to the final score, the more the score, the more immortal beans. Advanced Bloodline Quenching Pill. After eating, you can increase the Scion bloodline level to high, talent, and battle to get a huge boost. Karin Immortal Beans. The number of immortal beans cultivated by the Karin immortals who live on the Karin Tower on Earth is extremely rare, and eating one can treat any internal and external injuries, recover as before, and do not need to eat for 10 days. Note, it is not effective against diseases. Ye Chen was shocked when he saw the reward. Not to mention the first high-level bloodline quenching pill, Ye Chen ate the intermediate bloodline quenching pill, which directly increased the combat effectiveness from 100 to 500. This is still without cultivation. If you eat the high-level bloodline quenching pill, the improvement of combat effectiveness and talent can be imagined, and it must be terrifying. Not to mention the immortal beans of the second Karin immortal, it is simply the second life. If you fight hard, both of them are tired, and when they are scarred, a Karin immortal fairy bean eats it and recovers immediately. If this is not victorious, it is hell. And this battle itself must be won. On the one hand, if you lose, according to the Scion heart, Leona will definitely not be soft on herself. So for the sake of your own little life, you must live. And the second aspect is Leona, a proud iceberg goddess. There is no weak person in her eyes, and only when she defeats the other party can she let the other party look at her squarely. What's more, if he wins, he can still let the other party be his bodyguard, and Ye Chen is sure that the relationship with the other party is getting better and better. And now there are system rewards. It is reasonable for Ye Chen to lose. If he loses, it is unreasonable. So, how about it? Dare to promise? Don't dare to promise, forget it. You can kill me directly, but I will never look down on you. Ye Chen pretended to be proud and said. Leona was really furious, and the arrogance of the Scions could not be questioned. Okay, I promise you, we will go to the ring now, and I will go and ask King Vegeta to suppress my combat power to the same extent as you. Leona pouted and said with disdain. Then, he directly stretched out his hand, grabbed Ye Chen's arm, and then quickly rushed out of the door. The fragrance of the beauty is around, and Ye Chen feels very happy, but this is also too strong. Moreover, the speed of the other party's air dance technique is very fast, and Ye Chen who is blown by the wind can't open his mouth, which is really enough. The planet Vegeta was huge, but Leona was faster, and in just an instant, she flew over the mountains and rivers and came to the central square of the Scion. In the middle of this square, there is a huge arena. Above the ring, 2 lower-level fighters with a combat power of 2000 were fighting, surrounded by a group of scions betting and cheering, but it was very lively. After Leona appeared, everyone was stunned by Leona's momentum. No way, Leona, as one of the few high-level warriors among the scions, and a beautiful woman, is naturally enough to attract attention. Hey, isn't that kid that Leona pulls your family's waist kid? A scion with sharp eyes saw Ye Chen, and immediately said to the strong man beside him. Our waist boy, Raditz. The strong man was a little surprised and looked back. This person is none other than Raditz and the father of Monkey King Kakarot, Bardock. This waist, how is it with Leona? Seeing this scene, Bardock's face showed a look of disdain. The scion race is very cold about family affection and only advocates combat effectiveness, and Bardock's 2 sons, one weaker than the other, are too humiliating, and they can't raise their heads in the surrounding crowd. The combat power born in Raditz is 5 points, and he really fights 5 scum. And Sun Wukong is even weaker, there are only 3 points, this is a war 3 scum. This is simply intolerable for Bardock, who is so strong, so Sun Wukong was directly thrown to earth when he was born. And Raditz stayed because he was born much earlier than Sun Wukong, but Bardock did not have this sun in his eyes and left Raditz to fend for himself. At this moment, seeing Raditz actually with the goddess of his dreams is a little puzzled. But before she could ask, Leona was domineering and exuded all her chi. In an instant, the terrifying aura filled the entire square. The chi of 9000 combat power made everyone extremely surprised, and when they looked up here, the 2 people fighting in the ring stopped. You 2 get me off, I, Leona, want to use the ring, now I'm going to clear the ring. Leona is really domineering, and Ye Chen, who was mentioned by Leona in her hands, simply liked it more and more. I like to conquer such a domineering girl. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 011. Leona's domineering voice shocked everyone in the audience, but she did not dare to refute it. The 2 people who fought well in the ring did not dare to say a word, and jumped down directly. The deterrent power of the powerful warriors of the higher ranks is such a horror. The live broadcast room is also crazy, all kinds of calling friends, calling classmates to watch the upcoming battle. After all, one of the fighting parties is a crosser, which is sensational enough. The other party is also a peerless beauty, pure and cute, and the combat power is terrifying, full of 8000 points. You must know that the strongest of the current Scion planet is only King Vegeta, and he only has 10,000 combat power. Anchor 6, although it is said that it is a fight with combat effectiveness, but I think the anchor has lost. The anchor can play, and if he wins, he wants to let the family be a bodyguard, and I also want a beautiful bodyguard. The strength of the anchor is dead, and the monthly income is millions. Anchor, give you a tip for a plane and go to Daifuhua. Is it all Sabi upstairs? The anchor has a weak chicken version of the King Fist, and if the strength increases by 1.5 times, that is 750 combat power, which can suppress the other party. Why didn't you count Leona's combat experience, you are Sabi? The popularity is also skyrocketing at this moment, originally only 10,000 popularity, has instantly become 50,000. Live broadcast pretending system achievement task, Junior Anchor, 50,000 popularity value achieved. Reward random martial arts spells. Randomly selected. Gain combat skill, Sun Fist. Use the sun to concentrate the power of light to temporarily blind the enemy, and then quickly attack the enemy's key points. It works like a flash bomb. The cheats have been sent to the host's storage space, ready to learn. Ye Chen was stunned, this is really sleepy to send pillows. I was just a little worried, in case I used the Realm King Fist, but my body was not strong enough, I didn't hold on long enough, and I couldn't beat it, and now I sent myself the Sun Fist divine skill. This skill is really a god skill in the 7 Dragon Pearl, although there is no damage, but at the moment when the opponent is preoccupied with the battle, he suddenly uses the Sun Fist to blind the opponent for a short time, and quickly defeats the opponent. As long as it is used well, it is an absolute god skill that turns defeat into victory. By now, Ye Chen's heart already believed that he had decided that he could win. And Leona still didn't know anything. After Leona emitted a terrifying aura, those people instantly gave up the ring, and then, above the sky, a mighty figure appeared. Seeing this figure, all the scions present immediately looked extremely respectful. "See King Vegeta!" Everyone shouted in unison, even the arrogant Leona. "Groove, this is King Vegeta?" Ye Chen hurriedly looked. Well, with a pinch of mustache, somewhat similar to Vegeta in the anime. Wearing a red cloak, standing in the void, he looked very angry. Not bad. In the live broadcast room, I also saw King Vegeta for the first time, and I was immediately excited. King Vegeta, as the king of the Scion, naturally has all the shortcomings of the Scion, what is cold, what power is supreme, and all kinds of bad things have been done. Such as killing the young Broly father and son. But equally ambitious, although King Frieza originally wanted to kill the Scions, if it wasn't for King Vegeta's sneak attack, it is estimated that he would have to wait a long time. Lying Groove, King Vegeta sneaks up on Frieza? When Ye Chen thought of this, he suddenly exploded, because behind Vegeta, a small child appeared, about 3 or 4 years old, with black hair and a handsome and cold face, as if portrayed by King Vegeta Motsi. Especially this guy's cute look with a smelly fart made the rest of the people shocked. This product, it can't be Vegeta. Lying Groove, it's all so big. Ye Chen's heart was messy, because the destruction of Vegeta's planet was when Vegeta was 4 years old, and looking at Vegeta's current appearance, it is estimated that he is already 4 years old. That is, he may hang up at any time. What kind of joke? No, it must be confirmed. Leona, how old is Vegeta now? Hearing Ye Chen's question, although Leona was cold, she still replied, Vegeta just celebrated her 4th birthday yesterday, don't you know, but you kind of waste, there is no way to compare with Vegeta, people are only 4 years old. The combat effectiveness has reached 8,000, tomorrow King Vegeta will send Vegeta to a dangerous planet to carry out a mission, and you kind of waste can only enjoy peace on planet Vegeta. Ye Chen's face twitched, and he was simply helpless. Leona, is it really good that you look so beautiful and talk so viciously? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get married? If it weren't for the fact that you were a woman, you were still beautiful, or Afia's mother, I would have spanked you long ago. Ye Chen said that he was very angry, but after listening to Leona's answer, he also knew that there was not much time left for him, and he had to leave. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 012. Leona, what's wrong with being so angry all of a sudden? King Vegeta was obviously alarmed by Leona's sudden burst of chi. King Vegeta, this little devil dares to say that when I am equal to his combat strength, I will not be his opponent, so I decided to teach him a lesson and ask King Vegeta to suppress my strength. Leona said respectfully. As soon as Leona's words came out, the audience was shocked. What? Bardock, is your son crazy? Bardock's comrades looked at Bardock dumbfounded and asked. Bardock also twitched his cheeks. This humiliating fellow, as the weakest guy among the inferior warriors, dared to challenge Leona. Doesn't Raditz know that Leona's countless terrifying battle experience bonuses, as well as various methods of using chi, are all pure fire? Even if the combat effectiveness is the same, Raditz will definitely not have a chance of victory. When King Vegeta heard this, he immediately glanced at Ye Chen beside Leona. The originally cold face also showed a laughing demeanor. Leona, why should you care about such a child's words? And the countless onlookers underground, who were watching the séance, also looked at Ye Chen with a mocking look, and their mouths were full of contempt for Ye Chen for not knowing the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. When Ye Chen saw this scene, he smiled faintly, and smiled lightly. Leona looked at Ye Chen's appearance, and she was even more angry and angry. I have made up my mind, ask King Vegeta to suppress my strength. Leona said firmly. Seeing this scene, King Vegeta didn't have to choose at all. One was a high-level warrior, the pillar of the Sion clan, and on the other side was a lower-level warrior, and there was no comparison between the two at all. Alas, since you insist, then I can't help it. King Vegeta smiled helplessly. And Bardock's side, his comrade in arms anxiously said to Bardock, Bardock, don't you hurry up to stop your son, otherwise you will definitely be killed. Bardock smiled coldly when he heard this, a waste, not worthy of being my son, looking for a way to die is even more brainless, if you die, you will die, your son will not be regenerated, such a waste son, I would rather not. These words are truly cold, exposing the inferiority of the Sion race. Strength is, feelings are just vassals. These Sions are not a good thing, you see they are all gloating, it is estimated that they all want to see the anchor killed. The Sion family is like this, the anchor is in trouble. Well, look, isn't that the anchor's father, Bardock, over there? You see Bardock, as the father of the anchor, his face is so cold, and you guessed the thoughts of these Sions. The anchor is now the enemy of the people, it is estimated that he will die. Alas, why should the anchor die? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, but they were all extremely pessimistic, even if there were a few people who thought that the same combat effectiveness, Ye Chen could defeat Leona by relying on 1.5 times the weak chicken version of the King Fist, and it was instantly suppressed by most people with opposite opinions. Okay, Leona, since you decided, then I can't stop it, I'll suppress your strength now. King Vegeta said loudly. After speaking, as soon as he stretched out his hand, a huge chi instantly swept the audience, and then, this chi surged towards Leona. Leona closed her eyes and allowed this breath of Pangbo to enter her body. Then, Leona snorted and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Ye Chen could no longer feel the majestic momentum within Leona's body, that is to say, the chi in Leona's body now was also 500. There are still 500 combat power left, you are stronger than I thought. Feeling the remaining combat power in her body, Leona said with some surprise. Ye Chen smiled lightly, and what surprised you was still behind. Let's go. After speaking, Ye Chen took the lead in the ring. Seeing Ye Chen's indifferent appearance, Leona gritted her silver teeth unpleasantly, and with a leap, she directly crossed the opposite side of Ye Chen. Are you ready? Leona said coldly. Okay. Ye Chen waited strictly, although he had confidence in his heart, after all, this was the first battle after coming to this world, and there was still a lot of apprehension. Remember, if you lose, you will die. Leona gritted her teeth and said, as a high-level warrior, being challenged by Ye Chen, the lowest-level warrior, this is the most insulting way, only Ye Chen's blood can wash away this insult. When Ye Chen heard this, he pouted lightly, he looked so beautiful, was he so ruthless? In the future, I must train you well, so that you know what is called a good wife and a good mother, what is called a husband like a mountain, and what is called a man can hold up half the sky. Ye Chen put on a posture of preparing for battle, and the battle was about to break out. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 013. Raditz, I will teach you what a true Super Saiyan is, and then use your blood to wash away the insults you have brought me. Leona stood on the ring and looked at Ye Chen and said coldly. Ye Chen also smiled, remember our agreement, if I lose, I die, if you lose, you will be a bodyguard for me, and you will go wherever I go. Okay, you go die. Seeing that Ye Chen still thought he could win at this moment, Leona couldn't bear it anymore. Qigong wave. Leona raised her hand, and a white light condensed on her hand in an instant, and then, fiercely shot towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's face twitched, and as soon as he stepped on his footsteps, his body instantly flashed to the side. At the moment when Ye Chen moved, the Qigong wave rubbed Ye Chen's body and hit the place where Ye Chen was standing. Boom! The rumbling sound instantly flourished, and the diamond floor tiles under Ye Chen's original feet immediately cracked a huge gap, and layers of cracked traces spread. This scene, looking at the eyes of the people around, also cheered loudly. It is worthy of our goddess of war, Leona, even if it is suppressed to 500 combat power, this attack is pure fire, and a single blow of Qigong waves can exert the power of the whole body. Damn it, it's okay not to slap. Ye Chen instantly felt as if he had been dogged in his heart. Ye Chen dodged the Qigong wave, and his heart was only a little determined, but at this moment, a fragrant breath reached Ye Chen's nose. This feeling made Ye Chen instantly sweat and stand upside down, because this fragrant breath was from Leona's body. That is, now, Leona, already, has arrived, her side. Unfortunately, Ye Chen reacted too late. In front of Ye Chen, Leona's cold face had already been revealed. Little thing, I said you would regret it. The cold voice reached Ye Chen's ears. It was accompanied by a powerful attack. Smash fist. Smash your fists, concentrate all your strength in your hands, and then strike your fists together with super strength and attack your enemies in the stomach. For a moment, Ye Chen only felt that his internal organs seemed to have been directly pierced by a big hammer, and it was extremely painful. Gag! With a cry of pain, Ye Chen's body instantly flew out upside down. Touch! Touch! Ye Chen's body flew out for tens of meters in an instant, and finally rolled on the ground. If the ring was not big enough, I was afraid that he would be knocked out of the ring and lose this challenge. Leona, well, kill him. Kill him, kill him. Leona, I love you, kill this trash. Raditz, let you look for death, know that you regret it. Countless noisy voices, roaring enthusiastically. And in Ye Chen's live broadcast room, there was silence, although everyone had already guessed this scene, but seeing Ye Chen being beaten like this, everyone was silent. Anchor, don't be prodded, stand up. Yes, Anchor, you must win, survive. Anchor, as long as you win, I will reward you with 10 planes and survive. Earthlings, never say die, don't be intimidated. Subsequently, the people who thought that Ye Chen must lose this game before were all supporting and encouraging Ye Chen at the moment. The same Earthlings, the same Celestial Empire people, let all of them look at Ye Chen's painful appearance when he was shot away, and they have a feeling of empathy. They didn't want Ye Chen to lose. And they really didn't want Ye Chen to lose and die. Gag! Ye Chen, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly got up. Leona's combat experience is really not comparable to a person who has just crossed over. Especially the opponent's last blow smashing fist, although Leona only has 500 combat power now, but the actual attack power is far more than 500. This is that through the combination of martial arts combat experience, you can exert a combat power that far exceeds your own strength. However, I am a traverser, I am a system owner. If the first battle I come to this world and lose the battle with the same combat effectiveness, it is really better to die. Raditz, you admit defeat now, I'll let you live. Ye Chen was so vulnerable that Leona looked contemptuous, and she didn't even have the mind to kill Ye Chen. But formally such an attitude made the anger in Ye Chen's heart burn even more. Only I, Ye Chen, pity others, all of you, are not qualified to despise me. Humph, do you think you won? Ye Chen stood up and looked straight at Leona with his eyes. Leona was startled by Ye Chen's question, but then said, you will definitely lose. Yes, then. Now what? Ye Chen roared, and a red light on his body instantly wrapped his whole body, as if there was an unknown red tongue of fire, burning above Ye Chen's body. What? How can it be? Leona felt the breath on Ye Chen's body, and suddenly her face lost color. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 014. At this moment, Ye Chen's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of red flames. This red flame looks extremely illusory, but the power emanating from it makes the people around them feel frightened. Has the combat effectiveness increased from 500 to 705? When King Vegeta saw this scene, his heart turned sharply, and he didn't know why Ye Chen's strength could skyrocket. Although the combat power of 705 was also vulnerable in front of King Vegeta, such a sudden surge in strength was really surprising. And Vegeta, who was behind King Vegeta, saw this scene and sneered with disdain. Although he is only 4 years old, his smelly fart looks really unpleasant. Anchor, this is using the Realm King Fist. Trust the Anchor, you can definitely win this game. Come on Anchor, 10 planes are waiting for you. Anchor, you must beat this iceberg goddess hard. The live broadcast room is also crazy shouters, excited. Why did your strength suddenly skyrocket so much? Leona looked at Ye Chen cautiously and asked. Ye Chen didn't answer, just looked at him so lightly, and the long hair that fell to the back of his waist was like a flame, and he was extremely enchanting. Ye Chen felt the power that appeared above his body, but in the same way, in the depths of his body, a feeling of fatigue emerged. That feeling of fatigue is not only physical, but also mental. An intuition deep in his genes told Ye Chen that he could only hold on to the weak chicken Realm King Fist for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Enough is enough. Ye Chen smiled faintly and looked at Leona, are you ready to be my bodyguard? Ye Chen's words made Leona stunned at first, and then became even more furious. It's just a skyrocketing combat power, and even if you skyrocket your combat effectiveness, you are not my opponent. Leona said angrily. Really? Ye Chen smiled faintly, took a step in an instant, and his body directly streaked through an afterimage, rushing towards Leona. So fast. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. But this is normal, the Realm King Fist can improve the user's defense, attack, speed, dodge. It is simply an all-round skill, if it is not too demanding on the body. It is simply the first skill in the Dragon Ball world. If the physical quality is infinitely strong, even the Super Saiyan evolution cannot be compared with the Realm King Fist. Of course, it is impossible for the body to be infinitely powerful. In an instant, Ye Chen had already deceived Leona's side, his arm flicked horizontally, and his wrist struck towards the back of Leona's neck fiercely. Ye Chen's speed is not very fast in Leona's opinion, but now that his combat effectiveness is suppressed, his body speed is also suppressed, and he has no time to react, so he can only dodge it. Ye Chen's wrist, the fierce wind brought up, directly curled up Leona's hair. You lose. Ye Chen also whispered in Leona's ear. Then, with a fierce punch, it hit Leona's lower abdomen. Gag. Leona's body instantly took a few steps back, and with this power, she distanced herself from Ye Chen. Leona's face turned a little pale. Ye Chen's blow was powerful, his current strength was suppressed, and his lower abdomen was extremely painful. You. Leona was so angry that she was defeated by a junior under the same combat strength. Under the stage, all the large mouths are opened into a large concave shape. No one could have imagined that with the same combat strength, Leona would be repelled by Ye Chen. Bardock's face showed a shocked look and was stunned. And in the live broadcast room, a cheer has begun. This punch of the Anchor is really very happy. Yes, although the girl is beautiful, she must also be well tuned. Anchor 666, 10 rockets arrived. Favorite Zhongqi hit 10 rockets. XXX rewarded a ton of fish balls. A feast of rewards began. I don't believe that you can last for a long time in such a state. Ye Chen's power behind the Realm King fist made Leona a little embarrassed, but she still looked at Ye Chen firmly and said. Ye Chen smiled, I won't be in such a state for long. Yes, then you lose. Leona didn't expect Ye Chen to answer her weakness so directly, and she was a little stunned, but then it was Ye Chen, who was not to be outdone. Ye Chen smiled, although it won't last long, it's enough to deal with you. It was really rampant to say this, but everyone in the audience did not mock, despising Ye Chen's words, because Ye Chen's blow had already shown that he really had such strength. Yes, I want to see how you can win me. The dignity of a high-level warrior of the Scions makes Leona never say die, and she must not lose to Ye Chen, otherwise, she will not be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. Leona has already decided that as long as she keeps blocking, she can definitely survive the time when Ye Chen's combat effectiveness skyrockets. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 015. Leona stood in place, making a guarded posture, staring at Ye Chen with full attention. Ye Chen smiled when he saw this scene, and he immediately saw Leona's intention. Want to procrastinate all the time? This idea is a little too naive. There are still 3 minutes left in the time of the Realm King Fist. Ye Chen stepped forward again, and the qi on his body violently exuded, and came to Leona's side. Leona should have learned some moves, although at the moment whether it is strength, agility, or dodge, it is in the inferiority, but it can withstand Ye Chen's attack like a storm. Seeing this scene, the Scions in the field immediately cheered, it is worthy of the goddess Leona, even if it is defensive, it is so beautiful. Yes, Goddess Leona actually resisted the attack of 705 combat power with 500 combat power, it is really powerful. Goddess Leona, come on, carry it over and kill this guy. A group of Scions shouted loudly, cheering for Leona. When Ye Chen heard the words of this group of guys, he was really powerless to complain. Paralysis, is it that your goddess farts are fragrant? Obviously I have the upper hand. Why let you talk as if I was suppressed? The live broadcast room was also shocked by the shamelessness of this group of Scions. There was no barrage for half a day, and for a while, a barrage floated out faintly. I thought that only humans would be so shameless, but now I find that I am still too young. Alas, the rivers and lakes are vast, shameless, and limitless. Ye Chen saw Leona's airtight defense, and knew that simple grappling was no longer useful, and could only waste time, and it was even possible to really drag it out to the duration of his weak chicken version of the King Fist. Seeing Ye Chen's helpless look, Leona smiled, little thing, you lost. Ye Chen pouted, his eyebrows trembled and said, let's go and see. After speaking, he directly flipped backwards and flipped out backwards. Ye Chen was a little helpless, he had 500 combat strength, and he hadn't learned the air dance technique, it was really enough, he had to step up, otherwise it would be too inconvenient. Leona, you will definitely lose under this trick of mine. Ye Chen stood opposite Leona and said loudly. Saying this, everyone was shocked and stared at Ye Chen with full attention. Ye Chen's sudden surge in combat effectiveness surprised everyone. Now looking at Ye Chen's appearance, what other trick is there to press the bottom of the box? Scion people talked about it, and Bardock was also a little puzzled for a moment, feeling that he couldn't see through this son who he had always thought was waste. Look at my trick! Ye Chen shouted, and his hands instantly reached the center of his eyebrows. When Leona saw this scene, she immediately looked at Ye Chen with full attention, especially Ye Chen's hands raised. Because the qi above Ye Chen's body had all condensed in Ye Chen's hands. This must be a dangerous blow, if he does not pay full attention, he is likely to lose on top of Ye Chen's move. Therefore, Leona was engrossed, and everyone outside the field also looked at Ye Chen's blow, wondering how powerful Ye Chen could make. And the crowd in the live broadcast room didn't know what other tricks Ye Chen had, and they all stared at the screen intently, wondering what else Ye Chen, the traverser, had at the bottom of the box. Seeing what she did attracted everyone's attention, especially Leona, who had long been staring at herself. Ye Chen's face suddenly showed a hint of an evil smile. Seeing Ye Chen's smile, Leona immediately knew that she was hooked and felt wrong, but it was too late. Sun Fist. Ye Chen's loud drink, accompanied by a powerful beam of light that filled the audience, instantly rushed out of his palm. All people who are preoccupied are concerned that they are attacked by a strong light at this moment, and their eyes are suddenly illuminated by the strong light, which will lead to blindness. Even in powerful humans, they will be blind for a short time. Ah! My eyes! The surrounding crowd immediately let out a cry of pain and was hit. And Leona, standing directly opposite Ye Chen, was naturally an inevitable trick. In an instant, Leona's eyes were momentarily blind and left with tears from the stimulation. Looking at Leona's tearful face, Ye Chen regretted for a while, but without a bird, he would definitely not be soft. Immediately, Ye Chen rushed out directly at the moment when Leona was unguarded. Leona, you lost. Ye Chen had already got up and went to Leona's side in an instant, and then, he directly reached out and grabbed Leona's jade leg without defense. Throw it for me. The powerful power poured into Ye Chen's arms in an instant, and then, Leona's body was smashed towards the ground outside the ring. There are two ways to tell the difference between winning and losing. One is naturally to defeat the other party, and the other is to directly knock the other party out of the ring. Ye Chen watched Leona fall to the body outside the field, a faint smile appeared on his face. He had won. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 016. Because the scion in the audience was not standing directly opposite Ye Chen, he was just swept by the powerful beam of the sun fist, and his eyes quickly recovered. However, when they saw that Ye Chen actually grabbed Leona's jade leg, and then his body spun around, throwing Leona in a circle, and falling heavily towards the ground outside the boundary of the ring. Oh! Leona, watch out! Leona, use the dance technique! Leona, you can't lose to Ye Chen, this kid! The scions are all yelling, supporting Leona, not wanting Leona to lose. This is also for a reason. After all, Leona is a high-level warrior, and if she loses to Ye Chen, it will be too shocking to these people's hearts. What's more, they are not as experienced as Leona's battles, and if Leona loses, then he and the others are not in the same combat power, nor are they Ye Chen's opponents. This is something that countless proud scions cannot tolerate in any way. So, they hope Leona can win this fight. Seeing Leona being thrown to the ground by herself, and was about to touch the ground immediately, Ye Chen's face showed an indifferent smile. Is it finally going to win? And the surrounding scions were also cautious. Leona, is this losing? Inside the live broadcast room, the cheering has already begun. At the beginning, only a few people thought that Ye Chen could win, and although they supported it, they thought that Ye Chen's chance of winning was still very low. Now, Ye Chen was really about to win, how could he not let everyone cheer? Anchor 666, I must admit that I shouldn't underestimate you at the beginning. The anchor successfully conquered the goddess and reached the peak of his life from then on. Yes, the anchor will soon have a beautiful bodyguard, Envy. I have to say, anchor, you gave us a surprise. Don't say anything, the plane is delivered. I gave the anchor 20 planes to the king of Timo. Just as everyone was cheering, Ye Chen also thought that he must have won, but at this moment, the absolutely beautiful figure that flew out upside down actually stopped strangely, just 1 meter away from the ground, and levitated into the air. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's pupils suddenly widened, dance void technique. Leona, unexpectedly, performed the dance technique at the last moment and stopped her body. That said, Leona hasn't lost yet. However, the time of his Realm King Fist had already reached 4.5 minutes. In another half a minute, if the effect of the Realm King Fist disappeared, he would definitely be beaten by Leona. No, I definitely can't lose. Ye Chen roared, and he rushed out directly. When the surrounding scions saw this scene, they immediately sounded cheering. Leona, you haven't lost yet, and since you haven't lost now, then next, you've won. While they were cheering, Leona slowly opened her eyes, and if she hadn't performed the dancing technique at the last minute, she would have lost. Thinking of this, Leona's heart was born with a chill. Ye Chen's strength should not be underestimated, but since he has not fallen now, then, Ye Chen has lost. At this time, she just planned to fly back to the ring. But at this moment, a red shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. What? How is that possible? It was too late to dodge at the moment, and the black shadow threw himself straight into his arms. In an instant, a majestic gravity force pressed down his body, which was only 1 meter away from the ground. Touch! Looking at this scene, the surrounding scions were stunned. Just now they were still cheering that Leona was not knocked out of the ring, but what is this scene happening now? Because at this moment, Leona had fallen to the ground, and above his perfect body, Ye Chen was lying on his stomach tightly. This can be regarded as Ye Chen's win? Didn't play like that, did it? The scions had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping over at one time. And in the live broadcast room, it was also shocked by the shocking reversal of the last moment. When Leona stopped in mid-air, everyone gasped, thinking that Ye Chen was finished. But they didn't expect that Ye Chen made such a quick decision and threw Leona straight to the ground. Now the bodies of the two people are tightly attached to each other. Although I won, I feel so ashamed to win like this. It's worthy of being an anchor, not only winning, but also taking such a big advantage. Anchor 6, 6, 6, 6, sister technology is under the wind. You can also provoke girls during the battle. Anchor, why can't you go to the sky? Anchor, if you come back now, Song Zongji will definitely be compared by you. The live broadcast room has been conquered by Ye Chen. However, now Ye Chen did not have time to watch these barrages, because he was feeling the sweet smell above Leona's body. Phew! It's really comfortable, and you can win the game, and you can be full of jade, a winner in life, but so. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 017. Leona fell to the ground, and Ye Chen lay on Leona's body. Looking at this scene, everyone in the audience fell into a strange silence. What happened here? Leona, actually lost? Ye Chen lay in Leona's arms with a satisfied face, extremely happy. At this time, Leona's cold voice suddenly came from her ears, "Raditz, you still don't give me down." Ye Chen saw that Leona's silver teeth under him were about to be crushed, and it was estimated that she was on the verge of breaking out. Ye Chen's heart was not good, and he wanted to jump down, but suddenly said, "I won, right?" Ye Chen still had to confirm. "Yes, you won," Leona said through gritted teeth. Although she was reluctant to lose, the arrogance of the scions made her disdain to deny it. "That's good." Only then did Ye Chen let go of his heart, inhaled the aroma of Leona's body again intoxicated, and hurriedly jumped down before Leona broke out. Leona got up. There was still silence around, and no one expected this result. Especially Raditz's father, Bardock, looked at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Ye Chen, who has always been a waste in his heart, actually defeated Leona? This matter simply subverted Bardock's three views. Above the sky, the corners of King Vegeta's mouth twitched, but he still said, "Raditz, not bad, not bad." After speaking, with a wave of his big hand, the aura of blocking power in Leona's body immediately disappeared. Leona felt the power in her body recover, and suddenly looked at Ye Chen with cold eyes. Ye Chen is under the threat of the other party's 9,000 combat power, there is nothing he can do at all, he can only say in his heart that you are so beautiful, don't keep your promise. Everyone was watching, wondering what Leona wanted to do. At this moment, if Leona wanted to kill Ye Chen, absolutely no one would stop it. Humph, willing to gamble and lose, from today I will be your bodyguard, you are so self-sufficient. Leona looked at Ye Chen like that, for a long time, the killing intent in her eyes dissipated, and said reluctantly. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The audience was silent again. The most beautiful and most combative woman among the scions turned out to be the bodyguard of a low-class warrior, and the impact was too great. Leona, playing with children, there is no need to keep your promises. King Vegeta said with some dissatisfaction. After all, Leona is a high-level warrior like herself, and it turns out that she has become the bodyguard of a lower-level fighter, which is too shameful. When Ye Chen heard this, his heart was suddenly full of unhappiness. King Vegeta, you are paralyzed, labor and management have finally defeated Leona, and now you tell me that you are playing with children, playing with your sister, playing with your whole family. Willing to gamble and lose, since I lost, then I will complete the gambling contract. Leo was very disciplined about this matter, which made Ye Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Willing to gamble and lose? Humph, what if the victorious people also consider it a joke? King Vegeta sneered, his eyes looking straight at Ye Chen. Suddenly, a majestic pressure that seemed to be substantial was pressing towards Ye Chen like a long river. Raditz, did you say that? King Vegeta was threatening Ye Chen. Ye Chen's body seemed to have borne half of the huge weight of 10,000 caddies at this moment. And it was extremely painful. Especially with the use of the Realm King Fist, the muscles of the whole body were extremely sore at this moment, and when I felt the pressure of King Vegeta, I was about to kneel. Lying groove, it's too shameful. Ye Chen can guess that this guy just sees himself as a bully. However, labor and management are not convinced. It's not. Ye Chen said firmly, although his body trembled under this pressure, there was no hesitation in his words. Kid, you really know how to joke, I was asking you once, didn't I? King Vegeta saw that Ye Chen dared to resist him, and a coldness crossed his eyes, but his face was smiling. Silently, an even more majestic force pressed Ye Chen below. Ye Chen's body seemed to creak at this moment, and it could be crushed at any time. Labor and management are not convinced, labor and management are not convinced. Ye Chen roared angrily in his heart. The surrounding crowd was not invisible, but no one intervened to stop it. Leona's face was a little ugly, and she said loudly, King Vegeta, please don't interfere with the gambling contract between us. Don't interfere, as a high-level warrior, if you become his bodyguard, it will bring shame to our high-level warrior, and I, as the king of the Scion, must not tolerate this situation. Leona's face was very ugly, but she did not dare to refute King Vegeta, and could only look at Ye Chen apologetically. Ye Chen's face was full of pain at the moment, and his face was sweating. Paralysis, look at Lao Tzu is good at bullying, you bastard, you don't have a long time to live, but labor and management must let your son pay off the debt when the time comes. Ye Chen roared angrily in his heart. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, the mission to defeat Leona is completed, and according to the surprise of the surrounding scions at the moment of victory and the excitement in the live broadcast room, this system gives this mission a score of 95 points. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5 to April 5. Chapter 018. The system prompt sounded again. Now when it comes to the audience scoring session, because the number of spectators has reached 50,000, the final reward is worth 5 times. In an instant, in front of the audience in Ye Chen's live broadcast room, a pop-up window appeared. Please score the anchor for completing this task. Seeing this, the new audience is a little unclear, so they don't know what the situation is, and some think that they are infected by the virus. Don't think too much about it, now please rate me. Ye Chen said to the audience in his heart, you can see that there is something wrong with my current state. As soon as Ye Chen's words fell, the audience immediately sent out a barrage. Yes, anchor, you win. If you win, how can you shed so much sweat? Yes, isn't it King Genvegeta who speaks? How his body is still a little shaky, this is also too intimidating. Sincerely, look down on your anchor. Anchor, be happy, you have won all the beauties, is it really good to be so intimidated now? A crowd of people shouted. Ye Chen looked helpless, because they were not at the scene, so they couldn't see the trickiness between himself and King Vegeta. Therefore, Ye Chen explained to everyone, it's not that I provoked, but King Vegeta is too shameless, he actually used coercion to bully me, he is 10,000 combat power, I just finished the fight now, I was pressed by his coercion, I was almost out of breath. As soon as Ye Chen said this time, the audience suddenly exploded, and then they were all angry. This product is so shameless. King Vegeta is not a good thing in the original book, afraid that Broly will threaten him and Vegeta, so he will kill a baby with his father. It's really a bastard, don't instigate the anchor, just do it. Upstairs, the anchor now has 500 combat strength, is it dead? Ye Chen saw that everyone understood his current situation, and immediately said to everyone, please score first, there will be a reward after I complete the task, and I won't be overwhelmed by his coercion after eating, unless he really doesn't want to be cheeky and directly do it to me. Ye Chen said. Everyone understands the urgency of the matter. As for the scores, naturally they are all 100. After the scoring session, the audience has an average score of 100 copies, a system score of 95, an average score of 97.5, and a high level to complete the task. Rewards: 1 high-grade bloodline quenching pill, 10 Kalen Ta immortal beans, 97x5 pretending points. A total of 485 points. The reward has been sent to the host's storage space, which can be used with ideas. Finally, at this moment, Ye Chen's legs began to tremble under the coercion of King Vegeta, but he still did not give in. King Vegeta was really furious, and a small low-level warrior dared to ignore his majesty. In an instant, the coercion of the Scion King's whole body rushed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heart suddenly gave birth to a sense of danger. Without thinking about it, Ye Chen immediately made a decision and ate the fairy beans in the storage space with his mind. In an instant, a gentle force surged into Ye Chen's body, and Ye Chen's originally tired muscles and cells were frantically absorbing this gentle force. A feeling of abundance, oil is born. Ye Chen felt that his body was full of power. It is worthy of the Kataran fairy bean, that is, powerful. Instantly replenishing all the injuries and fatigue on the mental and physical body. Now the whole body is warm. Originally, Ye Chen wanted to show a calm smile, saying that no matter how powerful he was still calm, but the coercion of King Vegeta's whole body that followed made Ye Chen's smile freeze on his face. It's horrible. Ye Chen's body seemed to have half of a mountain weighing 100,000 pounds, surging and fiercely pressing behind him. Even if he recovered all his physical strength, Ye Chen was unstoppable. Even the people around them felt this condensed breath in the air, which was coercive to a certain extent, and the air was pressed into substance. Damn it! Ye Chen's heart roared angrily, and when he tried to raise his head, he saw the haughty sneer on King Vegeta's face. Behind King Vegeta, Vegeta's face was the same, with a stinky fart, and looked at himself with contempt. Two bastards! Ye Chen cursed in his heart, but the crunching sound from above his body made him understand that if he persisted like this, he would definitely die. What to do? Although Ye Chen's personality is not arrogant, he must not bow his head. High-grade bloodline quenching pill. If you take it, your combat power will skyrocket, and it will increase the purity of your bloodline and evolve into a high-level bloodline. Do you take it? Eat. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and said. There is only one way, that is, to eat the high-grade bloodline quenching pill. Only in this way can he resist King Vegeta's coercion. As Ye Chen's words fell, a red elixir suddenly appeared in Ye Chen's mouth, and then the mouth dissolved, turning into a warm current and entering Ye Chen's lungs. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 019. Boom. The moment the high-grade bloodline refining pill swallowed into his stomach, Ye Chen only felt that a rumbling roar sounded from his body, which was extremely terrifying. The muscles, blood, and cells in the body are like hungry wolves who have been deprived of food for 3 days, devouring the energy brought by the high-level bloodline quenching pill. In an instant, countless kinds of pain and itch spread in the body, several times stronger than the pain generated when swallowing the intermediate bloodline quenching pill. Ugh! Ye Chen couldn't suppress the painful feeling and roared loudly. The sound wave was loud and violent, venting the anger in his heart, as well as the dissatisfaction suppressed by King Vegeta. Paralysis, paralysis, paralysis. Aren't you King Vegeta? Aren't you the so-called high-level Scion warriors? What are you pretending to be with labor and management? Sister of labor and management, you are your king, be your death. Each other's well water does not violate the river water, you have to root labor and capital to pretend to be forced. It was as if there was a chemical explosion in the body, constantly making a thunderous sound. Even the surrounding Scion crowd heard strange sounds, and the essence looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's eyes glowed with blood-colored red, staring straight at King Vegeta, his eyes full of unyielding looks. King Vegeta was first startled by Ye Chen's blood-colored eyes, and then became even more furious. A lowly Scion low-level warrior dared to look at me like this, staring at me with such rebellious eyes, it was simply provocative. King Vegeta couldn't wait to directly use his coercion to crush Ye Chen directly to death. However, at first, Ye Chen's body was still shaking under the coercion, as if he might not be able to hold on to lying on the ground at any time. But slowly, as time slowly passed, the eyes of the people around became more and more surprised. Because Ye Chen's originally bent body that was suppressed by coercion has slowly stood up, and his trembling legs are also standing upright. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, a look of surprise crossed King Vegeta's eyes. His own coercion is clear to himself, although it is only coercion, but there is the natural bloodline suppression of ordinary Scions by the Scion King. If it is a low-level bloodline warrior, under his own coercion, even if he has 2000 combat power, he cannot resist. And Ye Chen, this bloodline warrior of the lower machine, only has 500 combat strength, but under his coercion, he still stands tall. How can it be? At this moment, not only King Vegeta, but all the Scions in the entire field had undisguised surprises on their faces. And the most surprising is undoubtedly Bardock. Bardock watched in surprise as Ye Chen stood in the middle position, standing proudly and blocking King Vegeta's coercion, and above his cold face, there was a determined look. Is this person really his own son Raditz? In the live broadcast room, there was silence. Although Ye Chen did not speak, he had already shown the persistence that words could not express. Come on, Anchor! Anchor, wait for the bull to kill this bastard later. King Vegeta has not lived for a long time, but he will be angry with his son in the future. Yes, the father pays the debt, come out to mix, always have to pay it. Everyone was cheering for Ye Chen. When Ye Chen saw this scene, he smiled faintly. Thank you. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he proudly raised his head that had been suppressed by coercion. He raised his head and looked at King Vegeta. King Vegeta, I still have to insist on my request, do you want to continue to interfere? King Vegeta was stunned. Ye Chen was not only not crushed by coercion, but could also speak, it seemed that his coercion was like nothing to Ye Chen. At the moment of his shock, in Ye Chen's body, the last thunderous explosion seemed to resound throughout the entire universe and was transmitted to everyone's ears. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to the past. Ye Chen raised his hand, looked at the body that had not changed at all, and smiled. Then, it was in front of Leona. "Leona, you are willing to keep your promise and become my bodyguard." Ye Chen's voice was like thunder, but his face was extremely calm, and he looked at Leona quietly. Leona had 1,000 words in her heart, and she was unwilling, but the pride of the Scions made her unable to regret it. "Okay, I'll be your bodyguard, but with a time limit," Leona said solemnly. Ye Chen nodded when he heard this. "Okay, in 1 year's time, tomorrow I will go on a mission, you and I will go to protect my safety." A year later, we came back and the contract ended. Ye Chen's cheerfulness surprised Leona a little, but a year's time was just a drop in the ocean for the long life of a scion. "Okay, 1 year a year." Leona approved of this time. However, the words of the two made King Vegeta's face in mid-air blush. Leaving tomorrow? How could Leona, as a high-level warrior of the Scions and would be her right-hand man against Frisia for 2 days, how could she be absent to protect this imp? Never. Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 020. I said, "No, absolutely not." King Vegeta could not bear this and roared angrily. King Vegeta's anger surprised everyone again. Why was King Vegeta so intolerant of Leona becoming Ye Chen's bodyguard? That's a bit weird. King Vegeta's heart is roaring. You don't understand, you understand a fart. When dealing with Frisia, you lower level, mid-level warriors are useless, only high-level fighters can help. And the adult high-level warriors of the entire Scion race are only a mere 5. If Leona is gone, there will only be 4 left, and the winning rate will be lower, so Leona must not leave. Ye Chen laughed when he heard the voice of the block. Ye Chen, who knew the plot, naturally knew the subsequent development. If he didn't take Leona and Afja away, the two of them would definitely die here. Otherwise, why didn't the 2 high-level Scion warriors appear once in the back of Dragon Ball? Therefore, the 2 must have died at the hands of Frisia and destroyed the entire planet Vegeta along with it. If you don't know, forget it, but now you know. How can you watch 2 beauties die? Running away with 2 beautiful women is what you should do. King Vegeta, I have made up my mind, you don't need to say any more. Leona said firmly to King Vegeta. King Vegeta's face was very ugly when he heard this, but he didn't expect Leona to refute herself. But some words were not easy to say, so he could only look at Ye Chen with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it weren't for the public, it was estimated that he would directly destroy Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt this killing intent, and smiled faintly. You are awesome. Anyway, labor and management will leave tomorrow, and they will not stay on your broken planet for a second. A planet that could be destroyed at any time, even if it stays 1 more day, is fearful. Forget it. King Vegeta didn't know why he didn't use the king's authority to suppress Leona, flicked the red cloak, and flew directly back to his royal palace. And the little Vegeta angrily glanced at Ye Chen, the guy who angered his father. Looking at Vegeta's vicious eyes, Ye Chen smiled. In the future, I will return the humiliation that your father gave me, and I will return the book to you. Ye Chen opened his mouth but did not make a sound, reading word by word. Although he didn't make a sound, the clever Vegeta immediately saw the meaning of Ye Chen's lip shape, and immediately looked furious, and wanted to come up and beat Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed, but did not look at Vegeta again, but turned and walked in front of Bardock. Bardock looked at his son a little sluggishly. This Raditz, who was originally just the most garbage waste in his eyes, brought him an endless impact today. Defeated Leona, who was equally capable of fighting, and dared to defy the king's authority to confront King Vegeta. These are all things that I don't dare to do. Ye Chen was also observing Bardock. It looks very similar to the cockroach monkey king in the anime, and it is simply carved out of a mold. Speaking out, I feel that Sun Wukong is his own son, and Raditz is just picking it up. Ye Chen didn't have any good senses for this guy, but he still stood in front of him. Looking at this scene in the live broadcast room, there was a barrage of bullets. Wow, it's really like Sun Wukong. It's just that the heart is too ruthless. Otherwise it is definitely the protagonist. It is said that in the theatrical version of A Once, Bardock also became a super race. The theatrical version is at most wild history, don't care too much. The anchor's body is Raditz, his son, and he doesn't know what to do now. It must be a great scene of fathers recognizing each other. Recognize your sister, Bardock is so unaffectionate, it's not bad if father and son cannibalize. The audience made various guesses. Ye Chen shook his head lightly, what they said was not right. Hurry up and leave planet Vegeta. Ye Chen reminded in a low voice. Bardock was a little stunned, not knowing why Ye Chen said this. But Ye Chen was no longer willing to say more. It is estimated that King Vegeta is willing to let himself take Leona is already tolerant, and if he spreads rumors now, it is estimated that King Vegeta will definitely kill himself regardless of it. In this case, he has fulfilled his physical obligation, so he should occupy Raditz's body and compensate you. Ye Chen took a deep look at Bardock, and then returned to Leona's side. Let's go back. Ye Chen said with a smile at Leona. Okay, let's go. Leona replied indifferently and flew directly. But at this moment, he found that Ye Chen was not moving, and asked curiously, aren't you going now? Of course, I left now, but you pulled me when I came, why don't you pull me now? I can't dance the air. As soon as Ye Chen's words came out, the whole audience thundered. Can't dance the air? Are you sure you're not kidding? This is the basic skill that all scions have to learn not long after they were born, the most basic way to use qi. Everyone was as if 10,000 grass and mud horses were galloping past. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 021. The people around were shocked, but Ye Chen was very helpless. I really won't. Maybe the original Raditz will, but I traveled over and didn't get someone else's memory, so. Alas, it's tiring to talk about. Therefore, Ye Chen was directly taken away by Leona, who couldn't stand your appearance, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't understand at all. So, Ye Chen slowly left here in the envious and jealous eyes of everyone. Above the sky in the distance, a vicious gaze stared at Ye Chen tightly. It was Vegeta's eyes. Back in her room, Leona just dropped herself on the floor. Leona, we'd better leave as soon as possible. Ye Chen said to Leona. Leona nodded when she heard this. Since she was Ye Chen's protector, she naturally had to take Ye Chen's requirements as the mainstay. Okay, I'll go back and settle my daughter and come to you early tomorrow morning. Leona said with a smile. Ye Chen shook his head. How can you settle your daughter? Of course, you want to take it away. Let's not say that your daughter is not safe to leave in. First of all, I am very unhappy. Such a cute girl with a child like Juru and a long tail. It is estimated that the entire Dragon Ball is unique, and it must not be let go. I think it's time for Afuya to go out and practice with me. Ye Chen said with a smile. Leona smiled disdainfully when she heard this. Our family's Afuya's combat power is already 2000, which is an experience for you, but for our family Afuya, it's just a joke, there is no need to go with us. Groove. Is it really good that your mouth is so poisonous, and when I am powerful in the future, I must spank your ass hard? For this woman who was going to belittle herself in 3 sentences, Ye Chen said that he was very angry, and the result of anger was. Yes, then you can test my combat power now. Ye Chen looked at Leona with a smile. Leona pouted when she heard this. 500 combat strength, what is there to see, but still closed her eyes and felt Ye Chen's chi. Hey, how is that possible? Leona's pretty face showed a look of disbelief. Ye Chen said in a sigh, how is it impossible? Now believe it. No, I don't believe it, it must be my perception wrong. Leona really couldn't believe it, because Ye Chen's combat power turned directly into 2000. This is simply sensational. 2000 combat effectiveness is not high, but when he fights with himself, Ye Chen's combat power is only 500. How can it be? Leona took out the detector and confirmed it without dying. Diddy. Combat effectiveness, 2000. Only then did Leona believe it. Well, since you are sure, then go back and prepare a big spaceship. I don't want a space capsule, I have to sleep all the time, it's too much of a waste of time. Ye Chen said with a grin. Leona nodded and said, okay, I'll take Afia with me this time. After speaking, he turned around and left. Ye Chen Kenziliana's quite clever body left, and after smiling faintly, she lay down on the bed. I don't have anything to take away, anyway, after I leave, the whole planet will be in ruins. Opening the properties panel, Ye Chen looked at his properties. Ye Chen. Combat effectiveness, 2000. Bloodline, Advanced Scion Bloodline. Loading value, 100 plus 485 equals 585 points, reach 1000 points to open the exchange mall. Martial arts spells, Weak Chicken version King Fist. Sun Fist. The improvement of strength is really slow. Ye Chen frowned and looked at his combat strength, if nothing else, just Vegeta that guy, when he was 4 years old, his combat strength seemed to be close to 8000. And these guys are even more terrifying. Frisia's combat effectiveness is afraid that it has exceeded 100 million. If the improvement of his combat effectiveness behind him is still so slow, he will definitely be hung and beaten, not to mention anything else. If even his younger brother Kakarot can't beat it, how embarrassing. Therefore, he must cultivate to improve his combat effectiveness. Thinking of improving his combat effectiveness, Ye Chen was a little envious of Shailu, Majin Bu, these guys. These races can actually improve their combat effectiveness by devouring others, and if the number of people who devour is infinite, the combat power is infinite. Such a terrible talent, why didn't you give it to yourself? But these thoughts were useless. Ye Chen said to the audience in the live broadcast room, everyone, tomorrow I will flee from planet Vegeta, which planet do you think I should go to? Ye Chen's question immediately set off a frenzy. Anchor, of course, it's Earth, the protagonist Sun Wukong is still playing there, you just happen to have a deep brotherly relationship. Who cares about Sun Wukong? The important thing is that Kiki's little beauty can't be strong by Wukong. Well said and reasonable, I was speechless. Upstairs 666. I think don't go back to Earth for the time being. According to time inference, temporarily the Earth has not even unfolded the basic plot. Sun Wukong is 4 years younger than you. If you are 14 years old now, then Wukong is only 9 years old, and the plot of the Earth only began when Sun Wukong was 14 years old, so, Anchor, you better go to other planets to improve your strength first. Now this combat power, it's really not enough to watch. A long barrage attracted Ye Chen's attention, and a look that made sense also made Ye Chen nod continuously. Then may I ask this audience called Fish God in the Water, which planet should I go to? Qingming Reading Ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 022. Ye Chen is very serious about the audience's suggestion. After all, he has almost forgotten the plot of Dragon Ball before. After all, it was an anime 10 years ago. Now other people's suggestions, Ye Chen humbly accepted. Seeing Ye Chen asking so solemnly, everyone in the audience also stopped sending barrage, waiting for the audience called Waterfish God to give Ye Chen guidance. The plot of Earth has not yet reached the time to start, so there is no need to go. After all, the anchor does not need Dragon Ball for the time being. Next, everyone will definitely mention Nami Nemesis. Although Name Nemesis is hospitable, it is not beneficial to the anchor's combat effectiveness improvement, and they do not have many skills and exercise methods worth learning from the anchor. Then, there is only one place left that is worth the anchor to go. Fish God in the water analyzed one by one, and everyone looked at each other's barrage, and also felt that it made sense. Ye Chen also felt good, and hurriedly asked, "Where is left?" Yggdrasil Star is the most suitable place for the anchor to go now. Fish God in the water sent out a barrage. What? Yggdrasil Star? What the hell is this? Ye Chen was stunned. Did this planet really appear in the original work? And the rest of the people are also talking, all a little confused by this planet that suddenly appeared. But similarly, the audience base watching Ye Chen's live broadcast is large, and there are people who know the original work deeply, and they immediately thought of it. Groove, isn't that the planet that Megastar fled to when Nico exploded after Sun Wukong finished beating Frisia? By the way, Sun Wukong's teleportation seems to have been learned there. Fish God in the water has a point. I learned to teleport, and it will be convenient to go anywhere in the future. Yggdrasil Star, it makes sense, just study for a few years to go to Earth to find Lori Kiki. Everyone was shocked by the words of Fish God in the water and greatly appreciated. Ye Chen lowered his head and thought for a while, and also felt that this decision was really good. First of all, according to what Sun Wukong said in the original work, he was already seriously injured when he arrived on the planet Adrit, and he was treated by these people, that is, the aliens on this planet have a good character. As long as he and Afria, Leona, and the others arrive on this planet and don't show hostility, then there should be no problem. And teleportation is really a good skill, must you learn it? Although this skill may appear in the mall at that time, the price is definitely not low, and it is naturally better if you can learn it yourself. Secondly, does Idrit, a planet that was only mentioned once in the original work, only have the only skill of teleportation? There must be something that is not said in the original. Thinking of this, Ye Chen decided to go to the planet of Yggdrasil. Learn skills and work hard. His own combat effectiveness is really too scum. Now that it has been decided, Ye Chen sincerely thanked the water fish god, and loudly announced to the audience, "Everyone, I have already decided, I will go to the planet Adrit, and I don't know what will happen where, but I hope that when there is any danger, you can give me advice like water fish god, thank you." Countless spectators shouted and showed their support. Ye Chen smiled, said good night to the audience, turned off the live broadcast, and went to sleep directly. The fatigue of the day made Ye Chen fall asleep. The first day of traveling to the world of Dragon Ball passed slowly. Early in the morning, there was an unceremonious knock on the door. Ye Chen was still sleeping, planning to have a lazy sleep, and the door was directly pushed open. "Get up soon, don't you mean to leave early in the morning?" Leona looked at Ye Chen, who was lying on the bed in a strange posture with an unhappy expression. Ye Chen opened his eyes, sleepy-eyed, although his body has become a scion, but the monster of the lazy bed, it is indeed the highest level boss. Even if he is already strong, it is still difficult to free the seal. "Hey, Afia is also here, let's see if you haven't slept well, or come and lie down with me for a while." Ye Chen saw Afia standing behind Leona, and immediately became happy, and said with a grin, but quickly shut up, because Leona was already about to look at herself with murderous eyes. "Well, you ruthless, one day, I'm going to spank your ass." Ye Chen could only say in his heart. Afia looked at Ye Chen with a look of adoration in her eyes. After all, yesterday she had heard that her mother was not Ye Chen's opponent at all with equal combat strength. Thinking of the unfathomable combat power that Ye Chen showed yesterday morning, he directly burst the combat power detector. Such a terrifying combat power must be very powerful. "Brother Raditz, I'm so happy to go to practice with you. You get up quickly, let's go." Afia said eagerly. Under this soft and sweet voice, Ye Chen felt that his bones were crispy. Sure enough, it's Lori Saijao. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 023. In Lori's temptation. Confused, Ye Chen climbed up very directly. Which planet are we going to practice? Leona's identity at this moment is Ye Chen's protector after all, so she still has to decide the course according to Ye Chen's thoughts. Let's go to the planet Ydraith. Ye Chen replied with a smile. Planet Ydraith? Where is this? I look at the star map to see if there are coordinates of this planet. Leona was a little puzzled and took out the detector. Leona's detector is a new blue detector that can not only detect the enemy's combat power, but also the coordinates of the planet stored in it. Because of their underdeveloped technology over the years, the Scions have been serving as mercenaries for Frisia, slaughtering the planet, and accumulating a lot of coordinates. Some unvisited planets also have locations given by Frisia. The reputation of the Emperor of the Frisia universe is well deserved, and most of the planet's data coordinates are available in the information sent there. Found it. Leona searched and found the coordinates of the planet Ydraith. Mysterious planet, race so far, science and technology development level, combat effectiveness unknown, evaluation, danger level. Coordinates. Leona slowly said the above information, most of which were unknown. What are you doing here? You don't even know who is up there, it's too dangerous. The unknown is the most terrifying, so Leona is also a little reluctant to go. Ye Chen smiled and said, don't worry, we went to that planet, not to slaughter the aliens of that planet, but to cultivate there, so don't worry about the threat, as far as I know, they are still very peaceful. Hearing Ye Chen's words, although Leona was a little suspicious of Ye Chen's source, she did not delve into it and nodded. Afja didn't care where to go at all, as long as she could be with Leona and Ye Chen, it didn't matter where she went. In that case, let's go report it and let's go. Leona said. Then glanced at Ye Chen, directly stretched out a hand and grabbed Ye Chen's collar, flying towards the sky. Mom, why are you doing this to Brother Raditz? Afja wrinkled her small mouth and looked at her mother with some dissatisfaction. Leona frowned, who let your Raditz brother not even know how to dance the air, it's a shame. Afia looked at Ye Chen with a surprised expression. Ye Chen was helpless, so he could only lower his head silently. It is convenient for Scions to go out, just need to register. As a high-level warrior, Leona has great authority, and directly mentions a spaceship, which is not a small spaceship, but a white object with a flat round shape like a flying saucer. How handsome! Ye Chen, who saw the spaceship for the first time, was surprised to look at such a large spaceship. There is also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. 666, finally saw the real spaceship. Is this a flying saucer, wife? Come and see the aliens. I think I'm going to take a spaceship too. The anchor is going to start a life without shame on the spaceship, envy. The live broadcast room expressed countless shocks at this kind of thing beyond human technology. Various pictures were immediately screenshot and sent to various forum websites, attracting countless onlookers. Lying Groove, such a high-definition UFO picture, if this is not deceptive, I will live broadcast and eat Xiang. Upstairs 666. But I also think it's fake. You can see that there is no gas jet port under the flying saucer, which means that if this is a real spacecraft, then at least you have mastered anti-gravity technology. Is the legendary tech house upstairs? There is a screenshot on the side, it is a live broadcast room of a fighting fish. Sure enough, it's just hype. Now people, in order to be famous, I really don't want any frugality. Where is so much nonsense? Let's go and see if it's true. If it's true, look at it. If it's fake, spray witch anchor to death. our scolding ability to post it, no one in the world can match. The pictures sent out in the post bar caused a group of people to directly enter Yechen's live broadcast room to watch. When they saw the real version of the flying saucer on the screen, they were stunned. Lying Groove, there are really flying saucers, how is it possible? But the audience's countless barrages are all reminders that this anchor crossed over? Crossed? Are you sure you didn't tease me? It took a long time for someone to really believe this. In an instant, the entire network exploded. In Yechen's live broadcast room, the original popularity of 50,000 people instantly poured in hundreds of thousands, and countless barrages were to firmly cover the screen picture. Countless news media were shocked and actually crossed. Are you sure you are not kidding? The news media entered Yechen's live broadcast room strongly, and then was shocked after seeing it. Well, you're awesome, you actually play for real. These media will not let go of such a big news, and immediately countless screenshots are sent to the homepage of various portals with the news. Then, the entire Celestial Empire was shocked. Qingming reading ceremony. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 5 to April 5. Chapter 024. It is impossible for government departments not to know about such a big matter, and the first and most shocked is the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. The State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television is the authority to plan and formulate rules for all domestic TV dramas, movies, etc. Because some brain-dead people have ascended to leadership positions and made a lot of brain-dead strategies. For example, ghosts cannot appear in movies, so most of the plots of domestic horror films are brain-dead, and the plot collapses. And there can be no crossing in the movie. Well, some of the movies that are likely to be popular with audiences will end up without success. That's enough. As an authority, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television has always been a one-size-fits-all existence. Countless anime have been removed, and movies have been removed because of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. Although he was scolded as a dog by countless netizens, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television is still a boss. At the meeting of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, the director was a fat man, pointing and flying, and said loudly to his subordinates, "After the efforts of all of us, XX anime have been removed. These anime promote bloody violence, which will absolutely pollute the spiritual world of our country, and we have successfully created a safe environment for the youth of the country, which is all our credit." Brush brush, countless applause sounded, and the director happily said his plan. But at this moment, the middle-aged man with glasses below had a somewhat ugly face. "What's wrong, Deputy Chief, do you have any opinion on my words?" It turned out that this guy was the Deputy Chief, and when the chief saw his bad face, he thought that he had some opinion on his words, and said angrily, "No, I have no opinion." This guy hurriedly said, and then picked up his mobile phone, "The hottest news now is that there is a live broadcast room in DU Live, and it is being broadcast live, which is very inconsistent with our purpose." What? It turned out to be a crossing. What kind of joke? Dare not take the purpose of our State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television seriously, what a death. Immediately the fat director was angry. "This is simply on the head of a tiger. Did you take our State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television seriously? Now immediately call the boss of DU and tell him which room to seal me immediately, otherwise, we will crack down on the online live broadcast." The fat chief said imposingly, looking domineering. "Yes, chief." After that, the deputy director immediately called the boss of DU. But halfway through, the deputy chief's face was very ugly. "Are you saying that you don't have the authority to close that room? Are you treating us as fools? Needless to say, since you don't take the initiative to shut down, then we will take action ourselves." The deputy chief hung up the phone with an angry face. "What's wrong? Wouldn't he want to shut down?" the chief asked curiously. He used a dirty excuse to say that they didn't have permission to shut down, which was simply amusing me. We immediately went to seal Witch Guy's live broadcast room now, do it ourselves. The deputy director is imposing. Well, this is a big case. It actually crossed live and died. The director immediately agreed. Ye Chen was broadcasting the appearance of the spacecraft live, and countless new viewers were impressed by technology and rewarded one after another. Ye Chen's pretending value was also quickly exchanged for a lot from these rewards. Directly from 485 points to 500 points. Only 500 points away from opening the exchange mall. What a good exciting. Ye Chen looked at the growth of the value with anticipation. But at this moment, a person with the ID name of the Director of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television appeared. In Ye Chen's mind, a prompt voice immediately appeared. Since you are pretending to be forced through the live broadcast, then naturally you can't just pretend in another world, and the original world also has endless opportunities to pretend. Mission name: the first air punch in the origin world. Mission prompt: for those who want to pretend, please use greater pressure to pull back. Mission rewards: clues to the origin of the legendary Super Saiyan. The most suitable fighting race in the universe. Why is the most powerful combat power only tens of thousands? What the hell is going on? Want to know? Completing this mission will provide clues to you. Mission reward 2: score more than 95 points, reward the magic light killing cannon. In the original book, Bike's trick: super energy attack. First, place the 2 fingers of your right hand, index and middle finger, on your forehead. After storing the gas for a few minutes to make it lethal enough, the right hand jerked forward and shot out a super energy beam surrounded by spiral energy from both fingers. After the improvement of Bike, the time to charge can be increased, and the power will increase with the time of charging. Ye Chen saw the prompt in his mind, and he was a little puzzled. How could a task appear inexplicably? It's so strange, there are no villains around? Ye Chen was a little curious, but this mission reward is really eye-catching, not to mention anything else, that is, which magic light killing cannon, in the original work is a big killing weapon, although the late Piccolo is more scum, but it cannot be denied that this skill is very powerful. And another reward was to make Ye Chen think a little. Chapter 025. The origin of the legendary Super Saiyan? This is a little strange. After all, this strange thing has appeared in the original book. Just as he was about to ask, an ID called Guangchang's barrage attracted Ye Chen's attention. Ye Chen, you are suspected of violating the regulations on online video transmission, and now I order you to immediately close the live broadcast channel, and go to the relevant departments within 3 days to automatically admit your mistakes and make a letter of guarantee that you will never commit such problems again. What? You told me I broke the law? I have crossed it all. Don't you pay attention to my crossing? You actually think that my live broadcast crossing is illegal? Are you sure you're not teasing me again? Ye Chen was a little blinded, and the audience in the live broadcast room obviously saw this long barrage, first surprised, then laughing. What about the general commander? I am the father of the relevant department, and the son will call him daddy. I'm his grandfather, call him grandpa. Your great-grandfather is here, don't hurry up and take over. You descendants, I am your ancestor. There is no one in the live broadcast room who believes at all, and it is also a little interesting to pull the calf, such an old-fashioned terrier, no one has played for a long time. But in front of the computers of the relevant departments, Hiroshi had already exploded. The fat face was full of sweat from anger, and he was actually scolded. Humph, our relevant departments have issued rectification documents, now Beta can see it, just those people. I have asked the technician to record your ID, you wait. The relevant department Guangchang issued a paragraph again, which made everyone confused. Should it be true? Immediately, someone went to Beidou and was surprised to find that just now, the relevant departments actually issued documents, and the strict investigation and punishment of online live broadcast crossing was carried out. Back in the live broadcast room, after the news spread, first they were stunned, and then everyone shut up. Keeping up with the face of work, looking for death, especially the few people who thought they were joking just now, their faces suddenly turned green. Your ID should not really be recorded. It seems that you have confirmed my identity. Guangchang's face is full of pride, and he likes the feeling of fear after this group of people know their identity, especially those star artists. Seeing themselves is the same as seeing a cat, they can only lie on their stomachs. Ye Chen, you immediately turn off the live video now, and turn yourself in. We will give you the opportunity to be lenient, otherwise, we will detain you for a few years. Guangchang said triumphantly to Ye Chen. Ye Chen saw this sentence, lie in the groove, close the video, just kidding, labor exchange depends on the system to earn pretending value. As for the surrender in the back, if I could go back, I would have slapped you to death. Although Ye Chen's current combat effectiveness is not very high, only 2000, if he can return to the real world, it is completely superhuman, and destroying a small place is also a matter of hand, and there is no need to say anything more. You're a pen. Ye Chen said to the camera word by word. Lying groove, you dare to scold me, you are finished, I will seize your live broadcast room now. And then search for your IP, and you will be finished after catching you. Ye Chen looked at the barrage of this goods, and there was only one feeling in his heart, that is, how to be so bad. The pen can also sit in such a high position, which is simply enough. Please, come and arrest me, if you don't arrest me, I will look down on you. Ye Chen laughed and taunted Guangchang. The number of onlookers in the live broadcast room increased again, although they did not speak, but looking at Ye Chen's appearance, they were also extremely relieved. You're finished, I'm going to kill you. Hiroshi went crazy and sent a barrage of anger. Ye Chen was about to ask for it, and the system prompt suddenly sounded in Ye Chen's mind, someone wants to challenge the host, whether to turn on the battle mode, the two will fight in the battle space shaped by the system, the real body, not the illusory battle, are you sure? What? Are you sure you're not kidding, you're still able to pull people into battle? This kind of behavior is simply cheating. Haha, you are doing your own death, don't blame me. Ye Chen looked at the camera and laughed, so that Guangchang and many viewers were scratched their heads. When Guangchang was about to say something, he saw Ye Chen shouting, definitely accept the challenge. Ding! Battle space generation, countdown, 3, 2, 1. The battle starts, and both sides will automatically enter the battle space. Teleportation begins. Brush. In an instant, with a red light streaking by, Ye Chen disappeared in front of the camera. The empty interface stunned everyone. Anchor, this is crossing again. An audience member asked weakly. At this time, Hiroshiro once again sent a barrage and said, haha, I must have absconded, see how I can catch him at that time, and let him bow down and confess in front of everyone. Chapter 026. However, just after he thought that Ye Chen was afraid of himself, the live broadcast interface in front of him suddenly changed. Then, it appeared in a space full of white. Seeing this, everyone is a little confused, what is the situation? There was a white scene all around, nothing to see, only Ye Chen alone, standing quietly in the void. Anchor, are you crossing again? This is what happened, please explain it. Did the anchor soar? Dragon Ball World, you told me about Ascension, are you sure you are not teasing me? Everyone was curious and bustling. Ye Chen smiled, this place is called a battle space, I can use it to fight with people in reality, such as Comrade Guangchang this time, saying that to kill me, I must give him a chance, so I came here to fight him. When Ye Chen said this, everyone in the audience was stunned. And the fat Guangchang sitting in the office was also a little stunned, but then laughed at the deputy Guangchang and others around him. Is this guy crazy? He actually said that he wants to duel me. I'm here, can he take me? Halfway through, a burst of golden light flashed. Hiroshi strangely disappeared in place. The crowd was incredulous at first, but then they shouted like crazy. What happened here? On the screen, the white space where there was only Ye Chen alone suddenly appeared again. What? The audience looked at the fat man who suddenly appeared, and his face was a little confused. Who is this fat man? However, the question was quickly answered, because the fat man arrived here first confused, and then looked terrified. How did you get here? Seeing Ye Chen smiling in front of him, he was even more panicked. This will not really be a duel. You actually kidnapped me, you are dead, I am Guangchang. Hiroshi shouted angrily. Ye Chen smiled. Didn't you just say you were going to beat me to death? Now that you're face to face, you're beating. Ye Chen said with a light smile. He couldn't say anything at all. And the audience was shocked, and actually pulled Guangchang over. No kidding. If Ye Chen has such ability, then who dares to provoke Ye Chen in reality? Anchor 666, kill this guy. Yes, kill him. Just now he even threatened us in the live broadcast room. The anchor wants to avenge us. This product is not dead, heaven is unreasonable, countless anime are this evil. If the pen is taken off the shelf, please ask the anchor to take a breath for our vast number of comic friends. Yes, it's unreasonable, AV coding is to blame this guy, you have to clean up well. Stupid upstairs, AV has a yard to shut them up. In short, the crowd was angry, all of them wanted Ye Chen to clean up this guy well. Ye Chen smiled and walked towards this guy, and Guangchang suddenly took several steps back in horror. You can't hit me, if you dare to hit me, Guangchang threatened Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled faintly, and in an instant he arrived in front of Guangchang, and slapped Guangchang's face directly. Not even 1% of the strength was used, Guangchang had already flown directly, and several teeth were directly knocked off. Hiroshi rolled directly to the ground and was beaten and crying. In the live broadcast room, there was a raised eyebrow. Well played, Anchor 666, a meal of fish balls. A plane, kill him. The anchor is a scion who does not break the law, let's kill him. We will rely on you to watch anime in the future. The anchor is an alien, come on, kill him, 10 planes are waiting for you. A group of people were indignant and wanted Ye Chen to kill this Guangchang. In the office, he was stunned at first, and then he saw Guangchang being beaten, all with a confused look. Hiroshi was really pulled to a strange place and beaten. I was wrong, I was wrong. Guangchang did not dare to threaten Ye Chen, because he had already understood that Ye Chen's so-called crossing was not only true, but also amazing, and if he pretended to force again, he would definitely be killed. Yes, but I think it's good to change Hiroshi. Ye Chen said with a smile, not seeing the slightest murderous aura, but Guangchang was shuddering under Ye Chen's gaze. Don't change, I definitely won't be nosy in the future. Guangchang promised Ye Chen with tears in pain. Yes, but when I didn't cross over, so many of my favorite anime, such as Giants, such as Tokyo Ghoul, were all taken down. Ye Chen said with a smile. Guangchang knew that this was his last chance, and hurriedly threw the pot and said, it's not me, it's really not me, it's all our deputy Guangchang, who did such a thing behind my back, I will definitely punish him well after I go back. And put those anime back on the shelves. Ye Chen listened, and the corners of his mouth gently provoked. Chapter 027. Please, let me go, let me go. Guangchang begged Ye Chen, ignoring his own mouth. Ba was still bleeding and pleading. For this miserable look, Ye Chen was unmoved. The wretched will have something to hate. If it weren't for the system to pull the other party from the real world to this virtual space, the other party would definitely be sitting in front of the computer and shouting at him. This kind of person, only by pulling over and beating up, can you understand what it means to be a person and not to go too far? In the live broadcast room, the audience who saw this scene all exhaled and raised their eyebrows, which was extremely happy. Ye Chen smiled lightly and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "What do you think? Can you just let him go? The anchor, you must make him promise not to make any brain-dead decisions in the future. Yes, and all the removed comics must be relisted. My Wuxation legend must also become the original. I don't always watch big-headed dolls." In short, because these audiences had Ye Chen's support, they immediately said these requirements of their own. Ye Chen looked at it, except for the fact that some people's requests were somewhat nonsensical and funny, the others were normal appeals and were not excessive. "You promise me now?" Ye Chen looked at the fat man on the ground and said. Fat Guangchang is about to cry, "Such a thing, quickly agree, wait until I go back to treat you." "Good, good, I promise, I promise," the fat man said in a loud voice. Ye Chen's eyes were keen, and he immediately saw that his words were insincere, and said with a sneer, "You'd better keep today's promise in mind, otherwise, we will meet here again when the time comes, and at that time, it will not be so easy." Hearing Ye Chen's words, the fat man Guangchang suddenly trembled, and his body full of fat flesh looked extremely funny. "Good, good, I promise, I don't want to come again." Fat Guangchang was about to cry, and he shuddered at the thought of how he might be pulled here again. "Just remember." Ye Chen bent down and stretched out his hand to pat the fat man's fat face, and then said to the system, "Send him away for me." After Ye Chen finished speaking, the system immediately spoke up, "The other party is being sent out of the space at the request of the host." 3, 2, 1. The sound of brushing sounded in the virtual space, and then a golden light flashed on the fat man's broad body, and he immediately disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had returned to the computer chair he left with. "Whew! It hurts me." Just went back, the fat man Guangchang was rolling all over the ground in pain. "You think, all 5 teeth were directly knocked out, can it not hurt? Guangchang, you're back." When everyone saw Guangchang, they were overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to offer condolences. And Deputy Guangchang looked at the injury on Guangchang's face, and roared with an angry look, "It's really too much that he dares to hit someone." Snap! As he spoke, a crisp sound sounded in the room, and Deputy Guangchang instantly covered his face full of pain and puzzlement. Hiroshi stood in front of her angrily, "Are you a pen? Now, immediately give me the ban on anime to lift, understand?" Hiroshiro shouted angrily. Deputy Guangchang said with some grievances, "But those anime have just been taken off the shelves. If we immediately lift the ban now, wouldn't it be too faceless?" Snap! Guangchang was angry, and slapped him again. "Is it that you will be happy when labor and management die? You can replace me, I tell you. Now give me to do it immediately, otherwise, you don't have to do it." What can the deputy Guangchang, who was slapped twice, hurriedly cover his face and run out to work? Guangchang, on the other hand, was extremely depressed and never wanted to see Ye Chen again. Inside the live broadcast room, the live broadcast crowd was surging, "Anchor, you just let it go, what if he doesn't count when he speaks? Stupid upstairs, the anchor can completely pull him in again." "I'll go, anchor, you can pull that fat man into the white space, can you also pull us into the Dragon Ball world? Upstairs makes my brain open, if the anchor can go, please bring me, I will be the first to sign up. I'm going to Dragon Ball too, anchor, I'll go to be your little brother, just give me the 18th when the time comes. Roll the calf upstairs, I will be a little brother for free," the anchor asks for bringing. "Anchor, if you can let me pass, I will give you all my belongings." Chapter 028. Many viewers quarreled and wanted to go to the Dragon Ball world to mix with Ye Chen. Ye Chen was also a little puzzled, since the system could pull that fat man over, could it also pull others in? System, can I bring others into the Dragon Ball world? Ye Chen asked the system and said. Yes, as long as the host spends 1,000 pretense points, you can bring one real-world person in, the number is limited, and each world can only bring in 3 people. The system replied. Ye Chen nodded when he heard this. Bring a person 1,000 points, this is too expensive, forget it, even if you want to bring it in the end, you can't bring you, of course, you have to bring the girl in to play together. You're still dead. Of course, Ye Chen didn't say this, just thought about it casually, but still said to the audience in the live broadcast room, everyone, I can bring people into the Dragon Ball world, but it's very difficult, it's impossible for the time being, you better wait. Ye Chen's words made everyone overjoyed, although it is not possible now, but as long as there is a chance, everyone will not let go. Anchor, I want to sign up, 20 planes as the registration fee. I rewarded 20 planes for Timo on the King. I also want it, I also want I have no money, Anchor, take me and I'll be your little brother. The crowd was excited, and everyone wanted to cross over. Ye Chen smiled faintly when he saw this scene, and then said to the system in his mind, send me back, I estimate that if we and they will be in a hurry. At this point, the system replied, determine the transport host. 3. 2. I. The sound of the brush sounded, and along with the golden light, Ye Chen disappeared in place. Subsequently, Ye Chen appeared under the spacecraft again. At this time, a dinging sound sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, air punch in the face, now score. System score, 95 points. Audience scoring begins. Sure enough, at this moment, a scoring input box appeared on the screen of those viewers. Everyone should understand, you don't need me to explain it to everyone. Ye Chen said with a smile. Of course I understand, 100 points. All the audience scored one after another. Ye Chen solved a big thing for them just now, so they must get full marks. Sure enough, the average score of the audience is 100 points, the system is 95 points, and the average score is 97.5 points. Complete the mission perfectly and get the clue to the origin of the disappeared Super Saiyan. Get the Vic trick, Magic Light Cannon. Super energy attacks, even the strongest armor. It was originally a move used by Vic to deal with the Monkey King, and later because of the attack of the Scions, he joined forces with the Monkey King against the Scions. Pretending value 97 times 5, Junior Anchor Achievement, 5 times, equals 485 points. Ye Chen was very satisfied and planned to check the reward, when there was a sudden sound of wind in his ears. Where did you just go? Leona frowned and came to Ye Chen. Ye Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, urinate urgently. Leona was a little upset, our spaceship space jump function, so it only takes about 2 weeks to fly directly to the planet Adrath. I really don't know why you want to go there. How Ye Chen explained, there was no way to explain it. So he could only look at Leona with a smile. Leona had no way to fly directly with Ye Chen. Ye Chen muttered a little depressed as he was held by the collar, in the future, you can't be gentle with me, pick me up and take me flying, it's too rough. Although Ye Chen's muttering voice was not loud, it could not escape Leona's ears. Leona glared at Ye Chen viciously and said, in the 2 months on the spaceship, I will carefully guide you about the art of air dancing, can't you learn, Ye Chen felt that Leona's state was a little wrong, it may be that the Scion actress also has 2 days a month, so don't provoke. The hatch of the spaceship opened the moment the two flew up, and when they reached the door, Leona directly threw Ye Chen out. Ye Chen supported the ground with one hand when he was about to hit the ground with a bitter face, and supported himself up. This woman, it is really too rough, and she must teach a good lesson in the future. The circular positions inside and outside the spaceship are all rooms, and in the middle, there is a hall of about 100 square meters. At the front of the hall, Afia was tinkering in front of the spaceship. "Sister Afria, what are you doing?" Yechen came to Afia's side with a smile. Afia was also very happy to see Yechen, and smiled sweetly. "Brother Raditz, I'm setting up the route, and it will automatically fly when the time comes, so we don't have to worry more." "Yes, Afia is so smart, brother, hug you." Yechen stepped forward with a smile. But instantly, behind it was a murderous aura, and a crisp cough. Yechen froze suddenly, waved his hand casually and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." After speaking, he looked back with a smile, and sure enough, Leona stood behind him with a frosty face. "Really, when the time comes, you must be cleaned up, otherwise it will be too faceless." Chapter 029. Yechen's appearance of being suppressed by Leona everywhere was seen in the eyes of the audience, making everyone laugh. Anchor 666, and before you get married, you have already become a wife and manage it strictly. Nonsense upstairs, the main thing is that the anchor is too weak, hurry up and cultivate. Yes, I don't have the strength to be blind, 2000 combat power, in my Dragon Pearl world, I am a scum. I feel sorry for my anchor, come on, you must receive double when the time comes. But you can rely on your hands before you can collect them. This gang of dirty jokes of the audience, Yechen felt that he was already messy. Looking at the popularity of his live broadcast room, it has reached 300,000, which is not bad, and it is still growing. Because of the drainage of various news, there may be a significant increase in the future. Very good. The more people who watch and reward, the more people who score, and the greater the help for Yechen to get the pretending value. The spacecraft hummed, and then the vibration of the distance rose into the sky, and through the glass of the spacecraft, Yechen saw King Vegeta looking at him coldly. Seeing this scene, a faint smile crossed the corner of Yechen's mouth. "Goodbye, proud Scion King, take your pride and die with this planet." Yechen actually didn't really hate King Vegeta in his heart, although he was very arrogant, cold and impersonal. But he fought for freedom and rebelled against Frisia, and if Yechen had the strength now, he wouldn't mind helping. But Yechen's current scumbag combat strength, forget it, I still plan to live to provoke my sister, I don't plan to die so early. So, goodbye. The spacecraft suddenly let out a roar, and the anti-gravity system was activated, bringing up a huge momentum, and in an instant it had rushed out of the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Yechen looked at the green planet that was getting farther and farther away, and smiled and turned around. "Okay, let's start cultivating now." Leona was very dissatisfied with Yechen's inability to dance the air technique, and immediately wanted to teach Yechen. Yechen did not refuse. Learning is important, it is necessary to improve strength. Dancing the air technique is to evenly spread the qi in the body to all parts of the body, and then by controlling the gravity of the body, let yourself fly. The more skilled the method of controlling the qi, the faster you fly, the stronger the qi, the faster you fly. Leona explained the principle of the void dance technique to Yechen, and then began to teach Yechen how to control qi. Yechen listened quietly, trying to control the breath in his body, and finally, his body slowly levitated, although it was a little crooked, but it really flew. "Not bad." Leona nodded lightly, and said to Afria, "Afria, turn on the gravity system and set it to 5 times gravity, and when you two can fly freely when you are 5 times gravity, then you two will pass the level." "Yes, Mom." Afja directly turned on a switch and started the control right on the console. Yechen was trying the wonderful taste of flying, and he actually flew. "I am really a genius, just heard how to control qi, I can already fly, genius, a proper peerless genius." Yechen thought proudly. Suddenly, under him, a fierce gravity appeared, and in an instant, Yechen's body seemed to be pressed against a mountain. Ye Chen, who was originally flying, couldn't control his body in an instant, and directly smashed on the ground with a snap. Woohoo! Ye Chen was in pain. Leona looked at Ye Chen's appearance, and a smile appeared on her face like a frost goddess. Make yourself proud, train well, and I'll come out in 5 days to see the results of the two of you. After that, Leona entered the room. Ye Chen grinned and got up. Under 5 times the gravity, it was a little difficult to move, but this kind of cultivation was the most effective. But Ye Chen tried the void dance technique again, but he couldn't let himself fly. Then looked at Afria, but found that Afia had flown slowly, although she could not fly quickly, a little crooked, but she flew. Ye Chen felt that he had been hit for a moment. Can't be like this, how can you not even compare to a girl? Ye Chen felt the qi in his body and began to cultivate calmly. Diligence is king. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at this scene, not only did not feel that Ye Chen's cultivation was monotonous, but constantly cheered Ye Chen on. Everyone likes to see the things that gain after hard work, but not everyone has the perseverance to work their own, so they have a positive attitude towards the efforts of others. Seeing Ye Chen working hard to cultivate, they were also very happy, cheered up, and sent blessings to Ye Chen, hoping that Ye Chen would become stronger and stronger. There is no sun and moon in the universe, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Ye Chen could already fly freely under 5 times the gravity. And in front of Ye Chen, Leona was teaching Ye Chen how to use Qigong waves. Ye Chen watched quietly, with a faint smile on his face. The author wants to say something here, the results are too bleak. I don't know if it's because I wrote too badly or for some other reason. My friends let me cut to be a eunuch. I thought about it or forget it, so it's a eunuch. I'm too sorry for everyone. Wait until 100,000 words on the shelves to see the results. If everyone doesn't like this book, then they will definitely not subscribe. I will naturally cut. If the number of subscribers can be greater than 300, then I will continue to write, and then 4 chapters a day. I hope that more people can read it, and I hope everyone supports me. Thanks. Chapter 030. The so-called Qigong wave is a wave-like attack that compresses the qi in the body from the palm of the hand. The power is not great, unless you deal with enemies that are lower in strength than yourself, it does not have much effect. But this trick can be used to push away enemies and give yourself some time to prepare, so it's also good to learn. Ye Chen looked at Leona quietly, her charming face was still cold, but when teaching herself, she explained it very carefully. Ye Chen is not stupid, to draw inferences, the use of qi is just a few methods. So casually, a Qigong wave has already been sent. Seeing Ye Chen's progress, Leona smiled with satisfaction, while Afia looked at Ye Chen with a longing look and was extremely impressed. After that, there is nothing to teach, these are just the basic use of qi, and the next step is to control the gravity in the spaceship to 10 times, so that the two of them can start cultivating. Ye Chen, who had only adapted to 5 times, suddenly tried 10 times more, and instantly felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his muscles seemed to be pulled and torn apart. And this gravity has also reached the limit of Afia, who is also wrinkled in pain. There is still a week and a half between now and the arrival of the planet Adrit. This week you will try to fight each other and improve each other. Under Leona's order, Ye Chen began to live a happy and painful life again. Ye Chen's combat effectiveness is not much different from Afia, but when it comes to fighting, Ye Chen always loses more and wins less, and he has never won at the beginning. Ye Chen's experience in fighting was much worse than Afia, and being defeated by his sister made Ye Chen very humiliated. Therefore, Ye Chen worked harder. Finally, after 3 days, he could fight a tie with Afia, and after 5 days, Afia was no longer Ye Chen's opponent. This is still the case that Ye Chen does not use any combat skills. If he uses the Realm King Fist, then Afia is no longer even his own enemy. For Ye Chen's progress, Leona looked at it, and there was always a look of shock in her eyes. But when Ye Chen was proud and complacent, Leona would knock Ye Chen and let Ye Chen know that he still had a long way to go. On the last day, there is still half an hour to reach the planet Adrit. On the outside glass, a brown planet can already be seen appearing in the distance. The cultivation of the two also ended here, stopped doubling gravity, and began to recover their physical strength, in case something unexpected happened after arriving on the planet Yadraith. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, sat on the ground and looked out the window, and opened his attribute panel. Ye Chen. Combat power, 3000, still ants, come on. Bloodline, advanced scion bloodline. Loading value, 500 plus 485 equals 985 points, reach 1000 points to open the exchange mall. Martial arts spells, weak chicken version King Fist. Sun Fist. Dance Void Technique, Qigong Wave. In 14 days, Ye Chen's combat effectiveness had increased by 1000, which was already an amazing speed in Leona's opinion. But Ye Chen knew that for the 7 Dragon Pearl, this speed was still too slow. However, Ye Chen did not explain, and happily enjoyed Leona's surprised eyes. Leona slowly revealed with Ye Chen's talent, and she no longer had the emotions she despised before, and even gave birth to a lot of curiosity now. Ye Chen's talent is obviously not weaker than that of a teenager with a high-level scion bloodline, so why did his combat effectiveness increase so slowly before? That's really curious. Ye Chen suddenly remembered that the reward from last time was still in the backpack, and suddenly smiled bitterly. Magic Light Killing Cannon, amazingly powerful, can penetrate incomparably hard armor. Disadvantages, long charging time, it takes at least half a minute, but the destructive power is unexpected. Even if the enemy with high strength is accidentally knocked down, it may be seriously injured or even fatal. Ye Chen looked at the explanation of the magic light killing cannon, and felt that this skill was a bit chicken. Although it was powerful, it required such a long time to charge power. Who would give you that long time to charge in battle? It's ridiculous. But talk is better than nothing, maybe one day it will be used. Ye Chen opened the page of the book and chose to study. With a golden light brush, the pages entered Ye Chen's mind. Ye Chen felt the knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind, and he was already accustomed to it, and took out another thing in the storage space again. It is a broken combat effectiveness detector. The glass on it has been shattered, and after pressing the switch a few times, it is of no use. What? Is this the reward I received last time? What is this thing? How can it be related to the legendary origin of the scion? A tattered detector, I will give you a dozen. Ye Chen was angry, feeling that he had been tricked, and asked the system, what is this thing? Should you just find something to fool me? This item is the mission reward, please cherish it. Automatically look for opportunities to solve the mystery. This reward is unique. If you give up, you will no longer be able to find items related to the disappeared scion. Ye Chen was very unhappy when he said this, but he couldn't help it. I can only put the detector away helplessly, intending to let others see what is strange at that time. Chapter 031. Above the planet Idrit, a huge city is suffering from the spread of artillery fire. Haha, you all have to die. If you attack this planet this time, you will definitely get the reward of King Frisia. A monster with a brown body and about 2 people tall, with 2 sharp horns on its uneven head flashing with cold light. This is indeed a weak planet. The highest combat power of this planet is only 5000. I really don't know why King Frisia set the danger level of this planet to a high level. The man sneered, and dozens of monsters with about 3000 combat power around him, wearing combat uniforms and green detectors on their faces, rushed around and began to kill. As the Emperor of the universe, Frisia has a considerable number of troops of good quality under his seat to obey him, help him kill some aliens on the planet, and then sell it to interstellar merchants. And the Frisia family is extremely powerful, and the history can be traced back to the cosmic pirate Zild of the first universe, and they are extremely conceited and consider themselves the first in the universe. And now, his subordinates have actually appeared on the planet Adraith. Ye Chen and the others had landed on the planet Adrated at this moment, and at a distance of about 100 kilometers, it was a huge city. It's just that at this moment, the flames are spreading and melting, and there are many powerful chi rising. Hey, there seems to be a battle going on there. Leona frowned and looked into the distance with the detector. Leona uses a new green detector with many functions, and soon, she sees everything that is happening ahead. After a long time, Leona sighed. It is estimated that the aliens of the planet Adrath will be exterminated, because a squad under the constellation of Frisia has appeared here and started killing. Ye Chen frowned when he heard this. It shouldn't be. In the original book, Sun Wukong went to the planet of Adrath to learn teleportation after the explosion of Namek. If it is destroyed now, it is not in line with the true history. Well, do you know who is in Frisia's squad and how effective is it? Ye Chen asked aloud. In the case of doing your best, it is better to save the people of the planet Mandirath. After all, you still need to learn some skills. If you can save the other party to gain favor, it should be easier to get skills to teach. Well, the squad leader seems to be Kit. I don't know about the vice captain, but the combat effectiveness should only be around 4,000. There are about 5 members left, all of them with a combat power of about 3,000. Leona said with a solemn expression. Kit? Who is this? Ye Chen saw that Leona was able to call out this guy's name, and immediately asked curiously. Kit is the younger brother of Kainu, who is known as the #1 general under Frisia, and his combat power has reached a terrifying 120,000. And although his younger brother is far worse than him, he is not to be underestimated, and his combat effectiveness is also the existence of 9,000. Leona explained Kit's identity, making Ye Chen's body tense. Kainu, the name of this product is somewhat familiar, although it is not clear about the identity in the original work, but it is absolutely right to ask netizens if you have questions. Friend, is Kainu some kind of special combat team or something? Ye Chen asked in the live broadcast room. Many people in the live broadcast room were attracted by the battle ahead and wanted Ye Chen to pass. At this time, seeing Ye Chen's question, he immediately replied in a rush, of course, in the original work, it made Sun Wukong suffer a big loss. Yes, that product has a skill that can change bodies with others, it's a bug. That is, he died early, otherwise I think Majin Bu has no way to take him. Anchor, first go and kill his brother, and then kill Kainu, learn Kainu's skills and exchange bodies with Majin Bu, the whole world is yours. A group of people wantonly imagined, Ye Chen was a dog with an expression on his face, and he specially changed to Demon Bu, in case the goods did not have the function of a man, labor and management would have to suffer for a lifetime. Don't listen to their, anyway, now the information is known. Let's go over and help. Ye Chen said solemnly. As soon as Ye Chen's words fell, Leona's face was a little ugly. We are not each other's opponents. Kit's combat power has reached 9,000, only I can deal with it, and beside him, there is a vice captain with 4,000 combat power. Finally, some small minions are also almost 3,000 with the same combat power as yours, and we are not opponents at all. Ye Chen shook his head when he heard this. It was definitely not like this. Although the planet of Adrath was at a disadvantage now, there must be some hidden hole card, otherwise Sun Wukong would not be able to learn teleportation here later. Then, if you wait for the planet of Adrath to prepare to fight back and then go up to help, it is the icing on the cake, and the favor you get will definitely not be too high. So, be sure to go and help now. Chapter 032. Kita is pinned down by Leona, and she is with Afja to deal with the squad. A vice captain with 4,000 combat power and 3 squad members with 3,000 combat power were not an unrivalable existence for Ye Chen. Seeing Ye Chen's determined look, Leona did not stop it anymore. Scions are originally a fighting race, and they have never been afraid of fighting, and seeing Ye Chen's insistence, Leona's eyes even crossed with an appreciative look. In that case, let's hurry over, otherwise everyone will die in a while. Leona said softly, and then the huge chi above her body instantly unfolded, and the surrounding rubble continued to roll down. Leona's body flew directly away, carrying a golden line and flying towards the city. Ye Chen and Afuya glanced at each other. These days of cultivation, the two are already quite familiar. Let's go too, let's kill those guys then. Ye Chen took Afuya's tender little hand, and the two of them instantly levitated from the ground and flew towards the distance. Raditz, brother Baichen, why are you here? Afuya asked Ye Chen curiously in the air. Ye Chen had corrected the name of the two of them on the spaceship, and now both Afuya and Leona called Ye Chen's original name instead of Raditz. This is a peculiar planet, although their strength is not strong, but the technology is strong, and there are many strange abilities. If you can learn it, it will be very good for the future. Ye Chen explained. Afuya seemed to understand whether she understood or not, but she still believed Ye Chen unconditionally. Ye Chen smiled faintly, and the two of them stirred up countless waves of qi in the air, and the speed of the gallop was also extremely fast. After all, after cultivating for so long under the condition of 5 times gravity, and coming to the planet of ordinary gravity, it is normal to be fast. Within minutes, everyone was already in the city. Kit was originally laughing wildly, watching his team slaughter those Adraith planetaries, and he was very happy. But right now, suddenly 3 powerful qi rushed over, causing his face to change. Turning his head, immediately, 3 figures appeared in his field of vision, and the detector next to his ear also immediately rose in value. It turned out to be 9,000 combat power. How is it possible? Kit was surprised. How could there be a strong man with 9,000 combat power appearing here? Alert! Captain Kit immediately shouted, and the team members hurried back to his side. And those Yadraith stars on the ground fled and hid in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen and the 3 had already arrived in front of Kit and the others. Originally, Kit was still on guard, but when she saw Leona, she relaxed, and then looked at Leona's perfect body with salivating eyes and said, "It's Leona, you are not on planet Vegeta, how did you come here? The task of this planet was taken by me, you can't shoot." Because the Scions also serve as Frisia's mercenaries, Kit knows Leona. A sneer appeared at the corner of Leona's mouth, and her cold face looked even more beautiful. "I haven't fought with you for a long time, let's have a fight." Leona said that it would hit and fight. It was extremely hot, and she raised her hand and shot a Qigong wave towards Kit. Kit was startled at first, then hurriedly dodged away, looking at Leona in surprise and shouting, "You're crazy." "I'm not crazy. I just want to kill you." As she spoke, Leona had rushed to Kit's side and punched Kit hard in the head. Touch! Kit's figure instantly flew out upside down and fell to the ground. It then hit the ground and directly collapsed a building. Looking at this scene in the live broadcast room, a 666 barrage. Leona is really violent. The last time she fought with Ye Chen, it was completely because she couldn't exert her strength, otherwise Ye Chen couldn't bear a move. Such a violent and beautiful woman simply attracted everyone's attention and made people want to conquer. Especially Ye Chen, in his heart, he decided that he must conquer this wild woman. Kit was not injured, but flew straight up from the dust, looking a little embarrassed because he was covered in dust. "Leona, you're betraying King Frisia, you know." Kit was mad and couldn't think of why Leona beat herself up as soon as they met. Leona's disdainful sneer at the corner of her mouth answered him, making his body instantly stunned, because she felt the killing intent that frantically gushed out from Leona's body. "You want to kill me? Since that's the case, then don't blame me, the so-called battle race scions are nothing to Ben in my eyes." Kit is not a soft persimmon. Seeing that Leona really wants to kill him, he suddenly shouted madly, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted on his body, and the dust on his body was directly shaken away in an instant. A big war is about to begin. Chapter 033. "Humph, you can't kill me, we have similar combat effectiveness, and those 2 little guys you brought will definitely be killed by my subordinates." Kit laughed and commanded his subordinates, "You guys, kill them both for me, and then kill this crazy woman with me." Hearing Kit's words, Leona's face did not have any look of panic. "This is the Scion people, the more the war is getting stronger, the flowers in the greenhouse cannot grow, only after a real bloody battle, can they grow. Although the enemy is strong, and her daughter only has 2,500 combat strength, she believes that her daughter will not let her down." But in the bottom of his heart, he was looking forward to Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen's combat strength was only 3,000 now, it was definitely more than this level. She also wanted to see what level Ye Chen's true combat power was. "Come on, let's have a good fight." The Scions in the battle were obviously different from their usual state. Leona's pupils had transformed into a faint red, and the fierce aura suddenly emitted, and began to attack Kit madly. Kit did not dare to underestimate. The 2 immediately fought into a ball, towards the side, fierce chi shot everywhere, terrifying. "Humph, the head will definitely be able to kill that woman in a while, let's continue to kill people after killing these 2 little guys." The vice captain is a Scion monster with a toad-like face and a long tongue. Ding, trigger the mission, tough Scion. As a brave Scion, what to kill people beyond the ranks, the gap between 1 or 2,000 combat effectiveness should not be a problem. Mission requirements: defeat the members of Frisia's team alone. This is not a pretend mission, does not reward pretend value, but rewards random skills or items. Accept it or not. The system voice suddenly came to mind. Ye Chen listened to it in his ears and smiled faintly. "Of course accepted. Afia, don't do it first, I'll try how my current combat level is." This was the first serious battle Ye Chen had experienced, and Ye Chen was looking forward to what his combat level had reached. "Come on, mongrels. These guys look strange, and it's not an exaggeration to call them mongrels." But as soon as he said this, these guys were angry, and the deputy captain immediately commanded the 2 subordinates to go up and kill Ye Chen. "Kill him for me, a guy with a combat power of 3,000, dare to be so rampant." Hearing the order, the 2 subordinates immediately rushed forward with a bad smile, intending to kill Ye Chen. Although they are all 3,000 combat strength, but 2 against 1, in their opinion, they can definitely win. "2, come on." Ye Chen smiled faintly, his long hair raised, and he also rushed forward instantly. Ye Chen's speed was obviously faster than the 2, and in an instant, he had already rushed in front of the 2, punching fiercely, one of which was directly knocked away by Ye Chen's powerful punch. The other person looked at Ye Chen with some dismay, not knowing why Ye Chen was so fast. Ye Chen smiled coldly. The speed of training under 10 times gravity was indeed extraordinary. "Give me down." Ye Chen obviously didn't have the heart to explain to the enemy, and an elbow hit directly on the other guy's head. Suddenly, this guy also shouted and was directly smashed on the ground, rising endless dust. Ye Chen solved the 2 opponents so cleanly, making the vice captain of the other party look surprised. And in the live broadcast room, it also set off an uproar. "I see the training of the anchor these days, and it really is not training in vain. Yes, at the beginning, the anchor didn't fight at all, and he grew little by little. I rewarded 20 planes for Timo on the king. I love the anchor and rewarded 10 planes. The battle is the most adrenaline-stimulating plot, so now the audience is excited, shouting loudly, 'Let Ye Chen directly kill all those guys.'" Ye Chen looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled faintly. "It seems that your subordinates are useless, otherwise you can go together." Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the vice captain with a contemptuous look. The vice captain was extremely angry, although Ye Chen's combat level was beyond his expectations, but he was a strong man with 4,000 combat power. "You look for death." The vice captain howled angrily, and then rushed out directly, with a fast speed, almost comparable to Ye Chen. One punch. Ye Chen also punched out. Rumble. The moment the two exchanged blows, a rumbling roar exploded and the class sounded, making the two of them each take a step back. Boy, it's so rampant, I'm going to make you remember it for a long time today. After that, the vice-captain attacked Ye Chen like a violent storm. This guy's hands and legs are very long, he is very advantageous in fighting, and his strength is huge, so that Ye Chen does not dare to underestimate it, and he may be injured at any time. As the scene of the battle between the two was seen by the people around, Afwia frowned Zihuzi, because the last remaining guy with 3000 combat power was actually secretly planning to sneak up on Ye Chen, and had already touched Ye Chen's back. Chapter 034. Looking at the black-clothed men standing in front of him, Ye Chen felt extremely familiar. Aren't these the people of the Chaos Organization? It seems that this mysterious organization is the Chaos Organization, and it has actually extended its hand to this forest of gods. What exactly does this chaotic organization want to do? Ye Chen couldn't figure it out a little. Couldn't this chaotic organization just want to find chaotic things? Regarding the purpose of this chaotic organization, Ye Chen couldn't understand it at all. At this time, the row of black-clothed people gave way to both sides, and a figure sitting in a wheelchair was pushed out. When he saw that person, Ye Chen finally couldn't calm down. "Sedum Shi!" Ye Chen exclaimed, "Isn't this Shi Jingtian the same person as Ye Chen in the stone village?" And later, after entering the Tianling courtyard, he followed Tianming to make his dog legs, and after bullying Ye Chen once, he was taught by Ye Chen to cut off the meridians of his hands and feet. Originally, Ye Chen thought that this Shi Jingtian would definitely die, but he did not expect to see him again here, and he also joined the Chaos Organization. Yet, early morning. Hearing someone suddenly call his name, Shi Jingtian was stunned for a moment. This name I don't know how many years I haven't heard others call it. He turned his head and looked in that direction, and immediately saw the face that he could not forget in his life. Seeing the acquaintance, Ye Chen walked forward and said, "I didn't expect you to be alive, but how to live like this ghost?" "He, Ye Chen, I didn't expect that I would meet you one day, my appearance is thanks to you. But thank you too, if it weren't for you, how could I have achieved this?" Ye Chen shook his head and said, "Even if you don't have the slightest growth now, it is really easy to change the nature of Zhongshan and difficult to move. You are a dog that can't change to eat, once made Tianming's dog legs, and now you are a dog leg of the Chaos Organization." Ye Chen actually had a sense of hatred that iron is not steel. Shi Jingtian's face jumped when he heard this tone. "You shut up for me, I haven't seen your mouth for many years, it's still as annoying as ever. Since I haven't seen you for many years, how about we have an Israeli martial arts friend, and then I'll see if your strength is as strong as your mouth." Ye Chen chuckled and said, "Come on, as long as your strength is not as thick as your skin, I think it is still very easy to hit you." Arrogant. Shi Jingtian could no longer bear Ye Chen's mockery, turned into a claw in his hand, and flew directly towards Ye Chen. "Good to go." Seeing Shi Jingtian rushing towards him, Ye Chen was overjoyed, and he squeezed his fist in his hand without retreating, and also punched Shi Jingtian. But soon Ye Chen discovered that something was wrong, and his fist hit Shi Jingtian's body like hitting a ball of cotton, and he couldn't be forced at all. And Shi Jingtian's arm was boneless like a snake wrapped around Ye Chen's arm. Ye Chen hurriedly shook it away, but he still left a few blood marks. "Not bad, it seems to be much stronger, this time the dogleg should be rewarded." Ye Chen looked at the blood stains on his arm and couldn't help but be glad that he had opened it early, otherwise this arm would have almost been scrapped. Shi Jingtian stretched out his tongue, licked Ye Chen's blood on his hand, and said with a look of intoxication, "I really have to thank you for this. If you hadn't picked off my hand and foot meridians, I really wouldn't have learned this divine skill, ha ha ha. Isn't it just a snake spirit, what's so proud, see how I break it." Ye Chen smiled disdainfully. In fact, after just hitting Ye Chen, he discovered the mystery. The characteristic of Shi Jingtian's divine skill is nothing more than to enhance the flexibility of his own muscles. As long as one muscle is stressed, this force is transmitted to the whole body through flexibility, so that the force becomes smaller. But as long as the power was so great that his whole body could not bear it, then Shi Jingtian would also be hurt. So thinking of this, the spiritual power in Ye Chen's hand condensed madly, and then slapped a palm at Shi Jingtian. This is the heaven-breaking palm that Ye Chen hasn't used for a long time. Only since Ye Chen began to fight with his flesh, he liked this feeling of fist to flesh, so he rarely used martial arts. However, this does not mean that his martial arts are not powerful. As soon as the heaven-breaking palm came out, a huge palm appeared on Shi Jingtian's head, and the entire palm enveloped him. The small skill of carving insects is not enough to hang teeth. Shi Jingtian glanced at that palm and felt that this palm was too simple, not a particularly powerful move. Besides, what martial skills were comparable to his own divine skills? Therefore, he was not afraid to rush directly towards that palm. He wanted to break that palm, and then hit Ye Chen in the face fiercely, mocking him fiercely. But what he didn't expect was that just as he rushed forward, that huge palm suddenly increased its speed and suppressed Shi Jingtian at once. Shi Jingtian, who was still complacent and whimsical, suddenly felt an irresistible force directly slap him to the ground. Shi Jingtian felt that his bones were shattered, and even his muscles were smashed into mud. However, this divine skill is really powerful. Even if Shi Jingtian turned into this appearance, he did not die, but collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, losing his combat effectiveness. Seeing that Shi Jingtian was beaten like this by Ye Chen, the person pushing the wheelchair couldn't help it, and he was about to take Ye Chen's life. Ye Chen immediately felt a strong coercion suppressing his body, making him unable to move. This is the strength of the martial sect powerhouse, extremely powerful. But fortunately, Ye Chen had already prepared for this, just when that martial sect powerhouse was about to hit Ye Chen with a blow. Feng San appeared, and he slashed at the back of that martial sect powerhouse. What martial sect 7th stage? That martial sect powerhouse was shocked, and quickly turned around to resist Feng San's life-threatening sword. He originally thought that in this forest of gods, the strength of his martial sect 3rd stage was already at the peak. But who can know where such a martial sect 7 Dan powerhouse ran out again, and he was not an opponent at all. Seeing that the martial sect powerhouse was defeated and retreated without the power to fight back, Ye Chen and the others naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, and they all launched their own martial arts one after another, picking up weapons and charging towards the group of black-clothed people. Although it is said that the strength of the group of people in black is strong above the martial king realm, but at this time, their hearts have long been flustered, and they have retreated. How can they be these combative opponents of the elf race? In less than a few minutes, he was all annihilated by Ye Chen and the others, and that martial sect powerhouse was also captured by Feng San and abolished Xiao Wei. Ye Chen and the others won a big victory, and the strong enemy that had plagued the Elven clan for a long time was finally solved, and the Elf clan also returned to their homeland. Chapter 035. The vice-captain was first shocked when he saw this scene, and then sneered in his heart, although the sudden eruption of the aura on Ye Chen's body was a little terrifying, but his own tongue. The head attack is a talent attack of his own race, and the speed is dozens of times faster than ordinary attacks, and it is difficult to block at all. Even people who are stronger than themselves will be seriously injured under their own sneak attacks. Not to mention... Well, what's the situation? A look of horror appeared on the vice-captain's face. Because at this moment, Ye Chen had already stretched out his hand indifferently and pinched the tongue that the other party attacked. Head. How is it possible? How can you possibly grab my tongue? Heads. This guy looked at Ye Chen in horror because of his tongue. The head was caught, and the voice was a little slurred. Ye Chen's face was a little disgusted, because of the other party's tongue. The head grip in the hand was sticky and uncomfortable. You let go of my tongue. Head. The vice-captain shouted. Ye Chen looked at the vice-captain with a look at Sabi. Is it good to be dedicated? We are not in the game, are we fighting? is it good? You actually asked me to let go of you, are you really not sick in your brain? Ye Chen directly pulled the vice-captain's tongue. Head, and then shake it hard. Ye Chen's strength at this moment is much higher than that of the vice-captain, and the increase in the body of the weak chicken version of the King Fist is not to be underestimated, and the combat effectiveness is 500 higher than that of the vice-captain, and the combat power has reached 4,500. Bang bang bang! The vice-captain was thrown left and right by Ye Chen like a yo-yo, and looked at Ye Chen in mid-air, which was extremely cool. In the end, Ye Chen threw the vice-captain out fiercely and smashed it heavily on the ground. Who knew that the vitality of the vice-captain was quite strong, and he was not dead even after being like this. Boy, you wait, Captain Kit won't let you go after killing that woman. After speaking, he actually turned around and ran. Ye Chen first smiled, and then reacted, this product was actually scared away by himself. It's funny. But did you run? Looking at the guy who fled to a stop about 500 meters, Ye Chen smiled faintly. Boy, you have the patience to catch up with me. The vice-captain laughed. Mainly because of the safe distance, if Ye Chen chased, he would run, and if Ye Chen did not chase, he would stop. The live broadcast room was all angry with this cheap thing. Anchor, you can't let this guy go, it's too cheap. Yes, he must be killed. Anchor, 10 planes, kill him. I support, I must be killed. There was also a lot of noise in the live broadcast room, asking Ye Chen to kill this guy. Ye Chen raised his head and glanced at the vice-captain with sharp eyes. Do you think I can't kill you if you run away? Come on, you kill me. This product was extremely rampant, and he decided that Ye Chen could not catch up with him, and he could not kill himself so far. Ye Chen shook his eyebrows lightly, and said with a smile, as you wish. The voice was very light, and the vice-captain did not hear it, but the audience in the live broadcast room heard it, and they immediately stopped the barrage, and paid full attention to Ye Chen in the screen. Wanting to see how Ye Chen planned to kill this goods. Ye Chen slowly raised his right hand, stretched out his index and middle fingers, and pointed them in front of his brilliant forehead. Seeing this, everyone was a little curious about what Ye Chen was doing. But there are those who react quickly and know more about Dragon Ball, and they have already guessed the tricks Ye Chen is going to send directly from Ye Chen's starting move. This is Vic's Magic Light Killing Cannon. What? The Magic Light Killing Cannon, when did the anchor learn this big killing technique? I remember that in the original work, Raditz was killed by Vic with this trick, but I didn't expect that now the anchor crossed into Raditz and learned this trick. This move is said to be powerful, that is, it needs to be charged, but it is just right to deal with this kind of cheap goods. Look forward to the power of the Magic Light Killing Cannon. After guessing the move skill in the live broadcast room, it immediately boiled. But the vice-captain didn't know this trick found on the earth, and when he saw Ye Chen's strange posture, he immediately laughed and said, Boy, are you crazy and still put on such a pose? The reason why he was still able to mock Ye Chen so happily was because this guy could not feel the device, he could only see through the detector. If he could feel the chi, it could be seen that Ye Chen's combat power that had cast the Realm King Fist not only hit 4,500, but at this moment, all the chi in his body spread towards the two fingers and converged. Finally, half a minute passed. Ye Chen's closed eyes revealed a brilliant light. You. Ye Chen slowly spoke. The vice-captain was a little puzzled, and just wanted to speak. Ye Chen's next words had already been spoken. You're dead. As soon as the words fell, Ye Chen's finger suddenly pointed towards the vice-captain. Although he couldn't feel the chi, the vice-captain felt the threat of death in his heart. How is that possible? Chapter 036. Feeling this death threat, the vice-captain was covered in cold sweat and shivering. He wanted to escape now, and under this terrifying threat, he did not dare to take a step in his body. Ye Chen's shining eyes slowly looked at him, and said with a smile, Go and die. As soon as the words fell, the index and middle fingers that were folded together slowly took them from the front of his forehead and pointed towards the vice-captain. The originally plain fingertips suddenly appeared a little golden light. Then, quickly, a golden beam of light swirled around it, and in an instant, it rushed out at Ye Chen's fingertips and rushed towards the front. And the direction in which he rushed was naturally the vice-captain. The vice-captain grew his mouth and wanted to shout, but he couldn't shout. He could only watch the beam of light cut through an arc, and the distance of 500 meters was fleeting, and he rushed in front of him in an instant. Subsequently, there was no more. The vice-captain's head, originally huge, was directly penetrated by the magic light-killing cannon in the middle position. There was silence in the live broadcast room, all quietly watching this scene and not daring to speak. Everyone clearly saw that the middle of the vice-captain's head was directly pierced, and then, a huge void appeared in front of everyone. The vice-captain, who just had to be incomparable, died like that? The body of the vice-captain in mid-air, without the support of qi, fell directly to the ground and fell down. The live broadcast room showed silence, and then there was a shocking cheer, and countless barrage 666 has already brushed the screen. And Afuia's gaze looking at Ye Chen was also slow and longing. Afuia's combat power was not much different from Ye Chen's, but after only a few days, Ye Chen was already so strong. Ye Chen was a little out of breath. The magic light-killing cannon, it was really a masterstroke. The power was huge, but one move basically used the qi of the whole body, and there was not much left. Ye Chen sighed and cancelled the Realm King Fist state. Ding! The anchor defeats 3 enemies with the same combat power and 1 enemy with 4,000 combat power enemies alone, and completes the mission perfectly. Get random rewards. Rewards are random. Congratulations to the host, I drew the Dragon Tiger Xiao Huan Dan. Dragon Tiger Da Huan Dan, listening to the name, does it feel related to what kind of golden gun does not fall? Xiaonian, you think too much. It's just a very simple elixir that increases the qi in the body. Don't think crookedly, eating it should increase the combat effectiveness by 5,000, come on. Your sister. Ye Chen only wanted to curse now. Dragon and Tiger Da Hudan, hearing this name, Dragon Tiger, or something, everyone will think about it over there. You are so unorthodox, it is really enough to give the elixir that increases cultivation such a name. Ye Chen was already too lazy to take care of the system, and as for the reward elixir, he naturally took it out directly and ate it. What to keep for? Money is not overnight is king, keep and will not give birth to a big fat boy. In an instant, the pill was taken by Ye Chen. Ye Chen's spirit suddenly shook, and the entrance of the elixir directly turned into a warm current, pouring into all parts of the body, madly filling all corners of the body. Ye Chen could feel that his physical body had not changed after taking the pill, but the qi in his body became extremely majestic in an instant. This feeling is called an explosion. Ye Chen opened his own attribute list. Ye Chen. Combat effectiveness, 8,000, finally about to break 10,000, why do you say you are so wasteful? Ye Chen, you are paralyzed. Pretending value, 985 points, just 15 o'clock away. Can open the exchange mall, can you give some strength? Ye Chen, you are paralyzed. Martial arts spells, magic light killing cannon, dancing air art, Qigong wave, sun fist, weak chicken version king fist. Ye Chen was already unable to complain, the system's annotation was 2 king. 8 eggs. However, when Ye Chen saw his combat strength, he was surprised. Unexpectedly, it soared directly from 3,000 to 8,000, it was really enough. After working hard for so long, the gains obtained were not as strong as a so-called strong Yang small pills. Oh the day, dog! Afuia looked at Ye Chen, and her eyes flashed. Ye Chen, your strength has risen to 8,000. Sure enough, there was a detector that could see Ye Chen's strength increase. Ye Chen nodded lightly and said, your mother Leona seems to be unable to beat the opponent, we just went to help, so I just improved my combat effectiveness. In the live broadcast room, they were all scolding Ye Chen for being thick-skinned. Anchor 666, eat the little golden pill, and pretend to be forced in an instant. Anchor pills. Please don't tease the girl, is it good to fight, can you be professional? Go and kill Kit, then kill Kainu, and then kill Frisia, and successfully usurp the throne as the Emperor of the Universe. They are all urging Ye Chen to hurry up and help Leona kill the enemy. Ye Chen turned his head and saw that Leona had fallen into a bitter battle. Even Leona was on the downside, bombarded by Kit many times. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen was furious. Wang Big, a woman who dares to move labor and management, she doesn't want to live. After speaking, Ye Chen flew forward, leaving only a golden flight trace and slowly dissipating in the air. Chapter 037. Kit was laughing wildly, but his voice stopped abruptly. Because a powerful chi is erupting around him. 8,000, how is it possible, why did another strong person appear? Kit frowned and looked in the direction of the chi outburst. And Leona stabilized her figure in midair after being collapsed, and she also felt this powerful chi, frowning and looking to the side. What? It turned out to be Ye Chen. Seeing that the person who flew in at great speed turned out to be Ye Chen, and that huge chi also emanated from Ye Chen's body. How can it be? Both Kit and Leona had surprised looks on their faces. Kit saw Ye Chen's combat strength from the beginning, 3,000. Therefore, Kit did not put Ye Chen in his eyes at all, but it was only 3,000 combat power, and he couldn't even bear one of his own attacks. But now, Ye Chen's combat strength had actually risen to 8,000. It's incredible. Leona's heart is the same. How can such a terrifying combat power suddenly burst out? You must know that Leona watched Ye Chen train on the spaceship, and the progress increased rapidly from 2,000 combat effectiveness to 3,000 combat effectiveness. This improvement speed is already sensational, but Ye Chen has now skyrocketed to 8,000, how is it possible? Leona, are you all right? Ye Chen had already arrived in front of the two at this moment, looking at Leona with concern. Leona's cheeks flushed when she heard this, a little embarrassed. His combat effectiveness is actually worse than Kit's, so he was just suppressed by Kit, and at the moment his body is covered in dust, and he looks a little embarrassed. This made Leona, who has always prided herself on being the goddess of war, a little embarrassed. Ye Chen knew that Leona was so strong, so he didn't say anything more, just said with a smile, "You go to rest, the rest of the matter, just leave it to me." Ye Chen's indifferent smile made Leona feel a strange feeling in her heart, but although Ye Chen already had 8,000 combat power, Kit's combat power was actually not only 9,000, it should have reached about 9,500. Therefore, Leona was suppressed by the other party, but not directly defeated. His combat power is 9,500, and although your 8,000 is not low, it is not his opponent's. Leona said. Ye Chen shook his head, "Have you forgotten the sudden surge in combat effectiveness when I fought with you? Rest assured, there is no problem." When Ye Chen said this, Leona remembered Ye Chen's sudden surge in combat power that day, and also nodded. In fact, Leona's heart was unhappy. After all, she was originally stronger than Ye Chen, but now, it turned out that the enemy that could not be dealt with needed Ye Chen to solve. Such a thing made Leona, who was proud and arrogant, a little unacceptable. But he was indeed not Kit's opponent, so he could only silently make way for Ye Chen. Kit's face is extremely ugly, and his already inhuman face looks even more hideous. "Boy, dare to look down on me like this!" Kit shouted angrily. Ye Chen raised his head and glanced at him and said, "Kit, do you have your brother's ability?" "What ability?" For a moment, Kit's face showed a somewhat flustered look, but he still made a calm look. "Of course it's the ability to swap bodies." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. After Ye Chen said these words, he was like being struck by lightning in an instant, and his body was extremely stiff. Immediately, Kit's face was gloomy. How did you know this secret? Kit was indeed a little frightened, because he could forcibly exchange bodies with others, which was a gift of his own race. Kit and his brother Kainu were not born, but hatched from eggs, and on a lonely planet, two were born. Although the combat power of the two was born after about 1,000, the progress was slow, until a Frisia subordinate appeared on the planet where Kainu and Kit were located, and the two took them by surprise, exchanged for the bodies of others, and entered the Frisia team. The two did not really submit to Frisia, but in exchange for physical needs, the gap in combat effectiveness between the two could not be too large. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. But when Kainu and Kit faced Frisia again, they didn't even dare to think of using the ability to change bodies, which made the two understand the gap between themselves and Frisia. But the two did not give up, intending to slowly find a strong enough enemy to snatch the body of others until they got close to Frisia's combat power, and then snatch Frisia's body. But unfortunately, although the universe is vast, there are not many strong people, especially Kainu. The combat power of 120,000 has basically reached the peak of everyone under Frisia's seat, except for Frisia. He has never seen anyone higher than 120,000 combat effectiveness. But they still didn't give up and went around fighting, not just to complete the task, but also to become stronger. Strong enough to snatch Frisia's body one day and make their clan the emperor of the universe. Chapter 038. Kainu and Kit have been hiding their abilities for fear of being discovered by others, and they all die after seeing that the two have the ability to snatch their bodies. Because although Frisia looks polite and broad-minded, he actually kills the other party without hesitation for anything that may threaten him. Kainu and Kit have been hiding their abilities and looking for opportunities. But now, the most important secret in the hearts of the two was actually broken by Yechen's words. This made Kit's heart have a great killing intent, and Yechen must not be allowed to leave here alive. Of course, Leona and Afja could not live. Must die. You're right, I just have this ability. Kit had already given birth to a killing intent, looking at Yechen at the moment. Yechen nodded, and sure enough. There should be limits to your ability, such as what combat power gap is how much you can't change your body. Yechen asked curiously. There must be limits, otherwise it is too against the sky. Sure enough, Kit had already decided to let Yechen die, so he didn't hide it and said, I have always maintained a body of more than 9,000 combat power, just to test my strength. I found that as long as the gap is less than 50,000 strong people, I can snatch the opponent's body. If the gap is greater than 20,000, then the ability is invalid. And my brother's ability is stronger than mine, he can snatch the body of a strong person with a gap of less than 100,000. 50,000 to 100,000. Yechen nodded when he heard this. The gap between 50,000 and 100,000 is quite a gap in the early stage of the 7 Dragon Pearl world, so this skill is basically invincible. But in the later stage, tens of thousands or something, the chi that overflowed from the Super Scion's body was higher than this value. Weak in the later stage, but presumably this ability can also be evolved. Thinking of this, Yechen couldn't help but sigh. There is really infinity in the universe, all kinds of strange races emerge one after another, and any race has the strength to get it. Kit smiled coldly, enough said, if it's over, I'll send you to the West Heaven. Yechen looked at Kit with some puzzlement and asked, who gave you the courage to pretend to be so forced? Even if we can't beat you alone, it's safe to add up and beat you, but it's only 9,500 combat strength. The live broadcast room also laughed at Kit, who was pretending, thinking that Kit was too arrogant. Slag Kit, the anchor now has 8,000 combat power, and using the Realm King Fist is a combat power of 10,000 taels, and abusing you is like abusing a dog. Anchor, slap you in the face. Kit, who knew you still have such a cheating skill as the Realm King Fist? Anchor don't Kit works very hard, do you know how hard people work? In the live broadcast room, Yechen should directly hit his face in the support room. Kit sneered and said, "This body is not my body, he has a talent, you may not know." "What?" Ye Chen wondered for a moment, what other hole cards did he have? His talent is that he can transform into an increase in combat effectiveness, and his combat power of 9,500 can directly increase to 14,000, you guys are ready to die. Kit roared, and the silver splint on the originally more than one person tall body fell with a bang, revealing a grey body with dense scales on the body. "Damn! You suddenly took off, I don't know if there are women here." Ye Chen had a dog's expression on his face, "These bastards, hit and beat, transform, take off what clothes. Fortunately, there is nothing raw in this race. Breed. Utensil. Officer, so you didn't stain the eyes of Afia and Leona, otherwise, you must chop up and feed the dog." The live broadcast room is also a 666, but I didn't expect that Kit could also transform and see it for a long time. The scale armor on Kit's body was suddenly raised, and there was a creaking sound between the bone joints, which was extremely crisp. Then, a violent aura was born, which shattered with a bang. Subsequently, the body that originally did not look burly, as if inflated, the muscles were knotted, and it was even taller than half a human height, looking extremely burly. After the transformation is completed, Kit has become a small giant with 1.5 heights. The breath on his body was even more terrifying, bringing a fierce wind. "Little ghost, do you think I can kill you now?" Scions are a strange race, they don't grow up until they are 16, and after their 16th birthday, they suddenly turn into youth. And Ye Chen is only 14 years old this year, that is to say, he is really still a little ghost. Ye Chen was very unhappy about this. "Damn it, nothing has grown up. You are the little ghost, your whole family is a little ghost." Although the aura on the other party's body was very powerful, Ye Chen still scolded without hesitation. And Leona looked at Kit's eyes with fear. Scions are a race that they are proud of, and whether it is the information handed down or the legends of other races about scions, they are a natural fighting race. But now, the combat power of King Vegeta, the strongest of the scions, is only 10,000. And Frisia's squad has so many strong people with a combat power of more than 10,000. The reputation of the so-called fighting race of the scions is huge, and it really doesn't live up to its name. Chapter 039. 12,000? Ye Chen smiled lightly, he didn't expect that Kit would also transform, which was really surprising. "However, I am not bad. Boy, it is also your honor to die under my transformation." Kit's hideous face stared at Ye Chen tightly and said. Ye Chen laughed, "Is it? I can also try the battle above 10,000 battles." After speaking, a red flame suddenly rose in Ye Chen's body. "Realm King Fist!" Ye Chen also shouted, "Well, why yell, it's not the program necessary to use the King of the Realm Fist, but it's like this in the anime, it feels so cool." But there was a shame in the live broadcast room. The anchor fights, and it's called the name of the move, so it's a good middle too. Yes, I used to watch TV and annoyed those people shouting the name of the move before fighting, it was too weak chicken. Anchor, and do and cherish, I always think you are a rational person. The anchor should shout his full name, the weak chicken version of the King Fist, so that he can have the momentum or not. The contempt for Ye Chen in the live broadcast room was simply a mighty river, stretching endlessly. Ye Chen hung a few black lines in front of the door, "Do you despise me so much?" But it didn't matter, Ye Chen's physical strength skyrocketed as he cast the Realm King Fist. Combat effectiveness is also soaring in a straight line. Above Kit's detector, Ye Chen's combat power value continued to climb. 8,000. 10,000. 12,000. In the end, it turned out to be at the same level of combat effectiveness as Kit. Kit's shock aside, the most shocked was Leona. Leona was proud and arrogant, originally surprised by the growth of Ye Chen's strength, but now it has become shocked. Especially Ye Chen's current strength has reached a level that is even stronger than himself. This was unacceptable to Leona no matter what. Half a month ago, Ye Chen's combat strength was only 500, but now, he has reached a peak of 10,012, surpassing himself and surpassing King Vegeta. This is simply sensational. Suddenly, Leona remembered that every 10,000 years after the Scions passed, a legendary Super Saiyan legend would appear. Could it be that Ye Chen is some legendary Super Saiyan? Thinking of this, Leona's heart was confused. Ye Chen did not have mind reading, otherwise after hearing Leona's words, he would definitely say, I would like to but it's a pity, I'm not, the legendary Super Saiyan. Another person, named Broly, was persecuted by your King Vegeta, and as a result, the legendary Super Saiyan who was supposed to revitalize the Saiyan family became the mortal enemy of the Saiyan. How did your combat effectiveness climb so much? Ket's face was terrified. His own transformation is the talent of the race of this physical body that he occupies, and his combat strength has climbed to 2,500 after transformation, which is already very high. But Ye Chen actually climbed 4,000 directly, which is simply a joke. Ye Chen smiled lightly, there is no why, your so-called racial talent is not worth mentioning in my eyes, now, you will die. After that, Ye Chen stepped forward with a chi and punched Kit with a fist with one hand. In an instant, a gas wave condensed directly in the air and shot towards Kit. This is just an ordinary air wave, so when Kit punches hard, the air wave is directly bounced off and shot fiercely towards the distant peak. Boom! The rumbling sound sounded, accompanied by the sound of the mountain collapsing. A small mountain, unexpectedly under Ye Chen's air wave attack, directly fell apart, the mountain rock shattered, and razed to the ground. Boy, you want to die, you want to die! Kit roared angrily and opened his mouth, roar. Ye Chen didn't care about Kit's yelling at first, but then he reacted wrong. Because the chi in Kit's body was actually rushing towards Kit's throat. Is this the legendary mouth cannon? Ye Chen smiled. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, a huge pillar of light shot out from Kit's mouth, and the violent chi carried a bursting aura, as if it could destroy everything. If it was someone else, if it was attacked so suddenly, it must be in a hurry, unable to defend, and seriously injured. But Ye Chen not only had been prepared for a long time, but also wanted a countermeasure for a long time. Brush brush! The figure flickered, and Ye Chen instantly flashed to the side. Only an afterimage of Ye Chen was left in place. With the impact of Kit's mouth cannon, the afterimage directly dissipated, and there were faint tremors in the void. Obviously the power was not small. It's a pity, if you hit the power again, it's useless to hit people, don't you say? Kit looked ahead, but couldn't find Ye Chen's figure. Instantly, Kit's heart chilled, and he felt that something was wrong. But it's too late now. Accompanied by Ye Chen's voice, it was Ye Chen's sharp elbow strike. The elbow hit Hao without hesitation on the back of Kit's head. Touch! Kit's body, in an instant, was directly shot away by Ye Chen like a cannonball. How is that possible? Kit couldn't believe it. But Ye Chen's words came from his ears again. Chapter 040. In the air that was directly hit by Ye Chen's elbow, Ye Chen had already clinged to it again. Why is it impossible? The corners of Ye Chen's mouth were slightly provoked, and with a faint smile, he kicked him fiercely again. Gag! Kit let out a painful wail and was once again flown by Ye Chen. Ye Chen clings tightly again, and fights again in mid-air. Ye Chen was as if he was playing volleyball alone at this moment, flying the ball and then playing back, and it was very easy for a person to entertain himself. The people around were stunned, and Leona and Afia looked incredulous. Although Ye Chen's combat effectiveness is equal to Kit's, why is it so powerful that he can crush Kit and fight? This is what they don't know, in fact, because Ye Chen's speed and strength have increased through the Realm King Fist, he has crushed his opponent. Anyway, the same level in front of Ye Chen is a weak scum. With combat effectiveness, it is also weak scum. Ye Chen has not made a dead hand, and after fighting for a long time, Kit's already burly body was beaten, and it became even more burly. This is because it was swollen. There was a commotion in the live broadcast room. Ye Chen's set of attacks flowed. Kit had no backhand at all, it was completely torture. Police, there are people bullying here. The anchor is too cruel, it's too much, beat him to death. I feel sorry for Kid, do you know how hard Kid works? As Jit's brother Kainyu, I'm angry, Ye Chen, you are ready to bear my anger. If I have to say it, it is to watch Ye Chen bully Kit, and I feel cool. Finally, Ye Chen slammed a hammer blow and knocked Kit directly into the sky and smashed him to the ground. How is that possible? Until now, Kit still looked incredulous, and he fell to the ground and didn't even have the strength to get up. But at this moment, a powerful force suddenly burst out from a distance. Ye Chen's eyebrows twitched a little, because this aura was extremely powerful. Even if he had cast the Realm King Fist, he could not compare with it. Who is it? Hey, who is this? Ye Chen was a little puzzled. And Kit's face also showed a feeling of horror. Ye Chen had already beaten him to defeat, and now there was an unknown powerhouse. Is this dead? Sure enough, an angry roar, accompanied by the rise of breath, appeared in everyone's ears. To dare to slaughter the people of my planet Adrath is really looking for death. Ye Chen felt a pain when he heard this. Damn, it's always like this on TV, it's always the protagonist who finishes cleaning up the enemy, and these people run out to clean up the mess. Labor and management are about to kill Kit, and you, the whole card of the planet of Yadrit, have just run out. If I hadn't made a move, it is estimated that everyone on your planet would be dead. Sure enough, as this voice sounded, in the city of Adrath below, the people of the planet of Yadrit, who had been hiding, all ran out excitedly and shouted, Great Elder, they are out of customs, finally out of customs. We are saved. Ye Chen listened to a pain in the egg. Obviously labor and management saved you well, so it makes me sad to say so. Sure enough, a green shadow flew from afar, bringing Pang Bo's chi wave in the air as if it was about to turn over the river, which was terrifying. The strength of this person is absolutely terrifying. Sure enough. Leona and the others' faces also showed extremely shocked looks. Because above the detector in front of their eyes, the value is constantly rising. 5,000. 10,000. 30,000. 50,000. It turned out to be a full 50,000, which is too terrifying. Ye Chen is even more upset. How good it is for you to jump out earlier and slap Kit to death. Labor and management have worked hard to beat you before coming out, it's really annoying. Soon, that person flew to where Ye Chen and the others were. Ye Chen looked carefully, and the green-headed monster that appeared in front of him looked kind, but his face was full of angry anger, and he looked a little hideous. Our people on the planet of Adrit will go into a deep sleep, and it will take a long time to wake up, so we didn't catch up. If it weren't for this friend, our people might have suffered a catastrophe, so thank you very much. We will definitely repay Xiao well in the future. This person spoke very well, and as soon as he came over and saw that the enemy had been solved, he said to Ye Chen with respectful thanks. Although his combat effectiveness was much higher than Ye Chen, he still thanked Ye Chen so respectfully, which was enough to show the humility of the people of the planet Yadrit. That's right, don't waste my dedication to you. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Little friend, after I solve this guy, I will take you to our elder hall, please wait. The elder said this to Ye Chen, and then turned his head to look at Ji-Nu on the ground, and a murderous aura crossed his eyes. Thou hast slaughtered our people, sin is unforgivable, go to death. After speaking, raising his palm is to directly kill Kit. But Kit's face was not frightened, but instead showed a smile of ki. Your body, I fancy it. Chapter 041. There is no doubt that the newly emerged Adraith planet man is a strong man. And Kit is just an enemy with a combat power of 10,000. But at this moment, this person's heart was shrouded in a panic. How is it possible? Why would an enemy with 10,000 combat power also cause me such a feeling? Although strange, the people of the planet of Yadrit, the Kigong bomb in their hands is ready to be completed, and they are about to bombard Kit. At this moment, Kit yelled, "Exchange!" In an instant, the Kigong bombs prepared by the Yadrits could no longer be fired, and the entire body instantly stiffened, unable to move the slightest. It was as if there was an unknown force that imprisoned his body and could not move. How is that possible? The elder roared. Kit laughed, and a yellow pillar of light suddenly rose from his body. Among the pillars of light, there was a faint shadow of laughter. If you look closely, you can see that this phantom is a laughing Kit. This is Kit's racial talent, swapping bodies. Leona's face showed a look of surprise. If Kit really exchanged the body of the elder of the planet Adraith, then he and the others would definitely not be opponents. Although Elder Yadraith did not know the specific things, he also felt that he was facing the threat of death at this moment. The pillar of light climbed, soared, and was already halfway up, about to rush in front of the elder. A sneer appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. "Kit, you're still too young," Ye Chen said lightly. There was no way, since he knew that the other party had the talent to exchange bodies. How could Ye Chen be defenseless? Inside Ye Chen's palm, there was a golden mouse. The rat is extremely fat, and there is no hair on the body, and the golden skin looks a little cute. This is a mouse that Ye Chen accidentally saw on the planet of Yadraith, and it felt quite interesting, so he grabbed it and put it in the storage space of the system. Now, it seems to come in handy. Want a new body? Give you a mouse body for you to play with. Ye Chen laughed and threw the mouse in his hand towards the pillar of light. What? Don't! Kid, who was laughing, saw Ye Chen's movements, and his face instantly stiffened, and then he shouted in horror. However, it was already late. At the moment when the pillar of light was about to touch the immovable elder, the mouse arrived first and touched the top of the pillar of light. Brush, 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 brush. A strange sound sounded. Ye Chen frowned. Is this the sound of soul exchange? Either way, Kit's plan has been broken. Because Kit, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly moved. But it was not the same as usual, but curled up, lying on the ground and looking around suspiciously. Then he saw Ye Chen, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Brush, brush, brush. Kit immediately ran to the side, and there was a rat hole in the building next to it, and Kit rushed straight over. Boom boom! The building collapsed in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Leona looked at Kit, who had dug a big hole, in disbelief and ran towards the ground and asked, "Well, Kit, what is the situation?" Ye Chen smiled and said, "He is no longer Kit, his current soul is just a mouse, and what kind of golden little mouse really carries Kit's soul?" Saying that, Ye Chen pointed to the mouse that fell on the ground. The little golden mouse was also frightened, and when he saw Leona and the others notice him, he was even more frightened. Brush! The rat immediately wanted to escape. But the elder had already reacted, smiled coldly, and directly stretched out his hand and sent a Qigong wave. Boom! A Qigong wave, the mouse is in ashes. Kit, the careerist who dreamed of replacing Frisia as the emperor of the universe, died. Ye Chen sighed. The elder, on the other hand, looked at Ye Chen's gaze, and was even more grateful. This little brother, thank you so much, otherwise the old immortal is estimated to be ugly just now. Ye Chen smiled indifferently and said, "It's okay, just raise your hand. In any case, thank you three. Please come and sit in the Hall of Elders in my miniadrit. Our great elder will wake up soon, just in time to give you some reward." Ye Chen laughed when he heard it. This is the best way to do it. If you bet right at the beginning, you should be in the snow, although the planet Adrath is not strong, it is definitely impossible to be weak. Now it seems that it is indeed correct. Okay, Sister Leona, Sister Afria, let's go take a look. For Yechen's strange name, Leona glared at Yechen. Afja is also a little shy. People are mothers. Female, you are such a sister, it is simply exposing your wolf ambition. Anyway, inside the live broadcast room is a 666. Chapter 042. The crowd flew forward after the Adrath elder. Soon, a magnificent hall appeared in front of everyone. The magnificent gate, mysterious patterns, and a sense of historical heaviness instantly hit everyone's hearts. Planet Yadrat, it's really not that simple. Yechen thought this in his heart. I am the third elder of the planet Adrath, the second elder is sleeping, and the great elder in the Hall of Elders is waiting for you. The third elder introduced himself casually, just waved his arm, and the door of the hall immediately opened in response. It was black inside, like a black hole. Yechen Xiaohu, please come in, the great elder is already inside. The third elder said with a smile. Yechen saw that the third elder had no intention of leading the way, and said with some puzzlement, aren't you going to go in with me? The great elder said he wanted to see you himself. The three elders stretched out their hands and invited. Good. Yechen nodded and was about to go in. Leona frowned and pulled Yechen. What's wrong? Yechen wondered. Leona frowned and said, it feels a little strange, it may be dangerous to go in. Leona said this, Yechen shook his head, don't worry. After that, he planned to take the two women in. But the third elder waved his hand firmly and said, sorry, the great elder said that I saw you alone, as for the two, I will take the two of you here to visit. Well, that's kind of weird. Yechen was curious, but did not feel malice. So he said to Afia and Leona, who were obviously reluctant, don't worry, I have nothing to do, you guys go somewhere else first. Although Leona and Afia were still a little worried, looking at Yechen's resolute appearance, they could only nod helplessly and said, okay, if there is a problem, immediately break out your chi, we will rush over. Seeing Leona's cold face but spit out such concerned words in her small mouth, Yechen smiled. Leona saw Yechen's mean smile, gave Yechen a fierce white look, her face was a little red, snorted softly, and directly pulled Afia and flew away. Afia was pulled away by Leona, but she still glanced at Yechen reluctantly, and said timidly, Brother Yechen, you hurry up, people still have to cultivate with you. Yechen smiled, of course he had to cultivate, and when his brother's exchange mall opened, he must redeem a legendary double. Few exercises, hum. Anchor, the smile on your face is so cheap, let's restrain it a little. Yes, Anchor, as an outsider, I can see your wolf ambition. The Anchor is really a dragon among people, if you can receive both, the big rocket will serve it with both hands. If the Anchor can earn double, then he is really a winner in life. Seeing the treacherous smile on Yechen's face in the live broadcast room, they were all men, and they could naturally see it. Countless words of envy and hatred turned into barrages and fluttered above Yechen's eyes. Yechen pouted before he was too lazy to speak, you group of people are completely jealous. Yechen did not wait, and directly stepped into the Elder Hall. With Yechen's entry, the door of the Elder Hall slammed shut again, and the light that could still come from the outside world disappeared instantly. Yechen frowned, this is a bit mysterious, what does this great elder mean? Yechen couldn't see anything, and the inside of this room was like a black hole, absorbing all the light. Yechen frowned and walked forward, gently observing the surroundings. Although nothing can be seen in the dark, the sensitivity of perception can clearly feel all kinds of malice. All attacks are accompanied by malice. But there was nothing, just when Yechen was a little impatient, a voice came softly, young man, please keep going. Yechen frowned, his voice was a little vicissitudes, as if there was endless history hidden inside. The thick historical dust came at this moment, and Ye Chen did not feel malice, so he walked directly forward. The more he went, the more ugly Ye Chen's face became, because Ye Chen had observed this elder hall when he was outside the elder hall, and it was only about 100 square meters. And at your own pace, you should have reached the position of the wall after walking for a minute. But now it's been 2 minutes, and I still haven't seen anything. What's going on? Could it be something like a time cottage? Ye Chen guessed and continued to walk forward. On the one hand, he had just helped the people of the planet Adraith, and they should not harm themselves. On the other hand, it is because of Sun Wukong's description of the people of the planet of Adraith in the original work, which is simple and hospitable. As for Sun Wukong's statement that the planet Adraiths are relatively weak, after all, Sun Wukong was already a super scion at that time, and his combat effectiveness had exceeded 100 million, and it was estimated that several million was also weak for Sun Wukong, so Ye Chen did not consider this. Just as Ye Chen was thinking about it, a light blue light appeared in front of him. The light was faint, but in this place full of pitch black, it was not easy to have a bright light. Finally found it, Ye Chen walked over quickly. When Ye Chen saw the light up close, the whole person was stunned. Chapter 043. Here you are. In front of Ye Chen, there was a grey flame. But this flame can speak, and it seems that a figure can be seen hiding inside. You are the Great Elder? Ye Chen asked with a frown. Yes, I am the Great Elder, but I am already dead, and my soul is pinned on this holy fire to not go to hell. Ye Chen was even more confused. But the Great Elder did not give Ye Chen a chance to speak, but asked, You saved the people of our planet Adraith. In return, I can give you a reward. Do you have anything you want? Teleport. Ye Chen replied without hesitation. The reason why I came to the planet Adraith is for this thing. Very good, teleportation, although I don't know where you know this skill, but as a reward, it will be handed over to you. After speaking, a flame was directly thrown out. A grey flame separated from the Great Elder's great flame and floated in front of Ye Chen, turning into a white page. Ye Chen spread out his palm, and the pages fell directly on his hand. I opened it and looked at it. It said how to feel the chi of others to the greatest extent, and then how to directly transfer it by breaking through the void. Breaking the void requires great strength, which is not something that Ye Chen can do now. However, teleportation is originally a tricky skill. If it needs to cooperate with the strength that is enough to break through the void, then it will no longer have such a big name in this world. Ye Chen looked at it and put the pages away. I can't see where you're from. The Great Elder sighed and said. Ye Chen frowned slightly, I'm from planet Vegeta. No, you're not from planet Vegeta, you're from farther away, that place, or even not this universe. The Great Elder's next words made Ye Chen's body tremble suddenly. How could it be? Could it be that the Great Elder saw through the identity of his own traverser? It's impossible. How could it be? I was the first time I saw the Great Elder. And in the live broadcast room, I was also stunned. Who is this old guy, and why can he see through the identity of the anchor crosser? I suspect that the old guy is bluffing the anchor. The anchor is steady, don't instigate. Anchor, it's time to kill someone, kill him. Yes, it must be killed. The live broadcast room was full of shouts, speculating about the identity of the Great Elder. Seeing Ye Chen's guard, the grey flame group swayed slightly, and the faces inside showed a kind smile. Don't worry, I have no malice towards you, I just want to make a deal with you. Ye Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked, what deal? When our mana people are in crisis, help them solve the crisis, and leave a spark of hope for the mana when they are in crisis. The people of the planet Adraith are the mana people. Ye Chen was even more puzzled, but still asked, since it is a transaction, what do you have to pay? What I paid for was this space and this flame. What do you mean? Ye Chen did not speak, waiting for the Great Elder to follow. The holy flame is a sacred relic of our Mana clan, its energy is very powerful, and the energy released when the holy flame is broken can condense the time gap and last for 3 days. The time compartment changes the space tassel, reaching the outside world for 1 day. 10 years have been spent here, and the time you cultivate for 3 days is 30 years. The Great Elder's words made Ye Chen's mouth grow in surprise. Isn't this an enhanced version of the time cottage above the temple? Time cottage cultivates for 1 year a day, but here it is 10 years. Why? Ye Chen asked, puzzled. My soul is about to dissipate, and the turmoil in the universe will soon begin. The Mana tribe is too weak, especially in the face of the turmoil that will occur in the future. The weakness is incomparable, and in you, I see the dawn of the future, although you are still weak, but I am willing to overwhelm your chips. The Great Elder has always been mysterious. What cosmic turmoil is he saying now? This made Ye Chen a little confused, but this matter is not harmful to Ye Chen, and now for Ye Chen, the biggest problem is that there is not enough time. The Earth's time cabin can only be used for 2 days and will be permanently closed. If you can also cultivate here, it is best for Ye Chen. If you promise, you can gather your friends to come in and cultivate together, and I will ask the clan to prepare food and fresh water for you. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Ye Chen nodded. An ethereal promise in exchange for an opportunity to improve your strength is undoubtedly good. That's good, remember your promise. After the Great Elder finished speaking, the gate opened, which was the meaning of letting Ye Chen go out and call Leona. Ye Chen nodded and walked directly outside. Leona and Afuia did not go far, and they were both a little worried about Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled and flew directly in front of the two. Don't worry, I have nothing to do. Seeing that Ye Chen really came out safely, Afuia happily grabbed Ye Chen's shoulders. Leona rolled her eyes and said, who is worried about you? Self-inflicted. This arrogant nature, duplicity. Ye Chen looked at Leona and smiled happily. Chapter 044. It doesn't matter, there are only 3 of us in 30 years of cultivation, and I must let you understand that shyness is not right. Ye Chen smiled and said to the two about time cultivation, which surprised the two for a while. But no one refused, such a good opportunity to improve strength, for scions who want to be strong, how could they refuse? When the third elder heard the news, a sad look appeared on his face. Is the Great Elder really leaving? Ye Chen nodded. The third elder looked at Ye Chen's eyes and a strange light appeared. I hope you are worthy of the expectations of the Great Elder. You come out in 3 days, we will fight. If you can't even beat me, then it means that the Great Elder looks at the wrong person. You have failed the expectations of the Great Elder. At that time, I will kill you to pay tribute to the Great Elder. Ye Chen smiled lightly when he heard this. Your Great Elder's vision is very accurate, you don't need to think about it. Ye Chen said this. Anyway, a circle of people in the live broadcast room said that Ye Chen was skinny. Ye Chen didn't care either, and directly pulled the 2 women into the elder hall. The audience in the live broadcast room was staring intently, and suddenly, a light flashed, and a line of words appeared on the screen. Sorry, the anchor is now in the time disorder area and cannot be live streamed. The next live broadcast time is expected 3 days later. This news made everyone stunned. I'll go, don't bring such a play, I still want to see the anchor's 30-year practice life without shame. Yes, the anchor's camera is also too powerful. Anchor, come out quickly, without you, my whole life would be lifeless. Yes, since watching the anchor live broadcast, any other TV series and novels can't attract my attention. Anchor, come out quickly, I'll tip you with a rocket. It's okay, it just so happens that the anchor's cultivation is strong, and now it's really a little weak, even the Kinnet team under Frisia can't beat it, it's better to cultivate. There are many opinions, anyway, the live broadcast was interrupted. Ye Chen also received the news and smiled faintly. Inside, food, fresh water is available. Moreover, the gravity is 20 times, if it weren't for Ye Chen's sudden increase to 8,000 later, it is estimated that he would not be able to hold it. And the grey flame containing the Great Elder had disappeared without a trace. An old voice slowly sounded, "Ye Chen, please remember your promise, the future of the Mana clan, please you." Ye Chen smiled, and everything was silent. "Next, it's time to cultivate. Improving strength is king." Outside the Elder Hall of the planet Yadraith, countless clansmen gathered in front of the Elder Hall to kowtow. The Great Elder, the guardian deity who had survived and died and existed with his soul for nearly 10,000 years, had disappeared today. This is simply bad news for the Mana people. The third elder stood in front of the crowd and said, "Please believe the Great Elder's vision. I believe that the person he chooses will definitely live up to our expectations." Everyone was silent, waiting for the Hall of Elders to open again. Time passed slowly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Mana people did not have any impatience and knelt here and waited. And beyond the atmosphere of the planet Adarat, a huge spaceship is flying towards here. Inside, 5 strangely shaped aliens slowly communicated. "Kenaiu, is your brother Kit really dead?" A strong guy with a very strange hairstyle, it turned out to be a pineapple head, with his big head, it was very funny. And in front of this guy, a lilac monster with a lilac body, tall, 2 people tall, and 2 pointed black horns on its head. "Likum, if you talk nonsense about me again, I'll just throw you out." Kainu's face was gloomy, and his lilac skin looked black. "Okay, you're the boss, it's okay if I don't talk," Likum said weakly, although he is very reckless, but until who is the boss in the team, Kainu is ruthless. He is not the opponent of the other party at all, or don't find it uncomfortable. And in the back, a stocky guy stood behind a chair, and if the chair were not transparent, it would have been blocked. His head is round, his body is also round, short and stubby, and his black skin looks even more funny. On top of that, he has 4 eyes, 2 of which grow where the ears should be. "Boss Kainu, don't worry. Find the guy who killed your brother, and we'll kill him for revenge." This guy is Gildo, who looks weak, but his eyes shine with malice. And a red-skinned guy who looks like a woman, has long white hair, especially the detector on the head looks shining. This person is using the probe to look at the planet Adraith below. "Well, I found a guy with a combat power of 50,000 through the latest detector, which should be the guy who killed your brother. As for the others, the highest is only 500, it's not a worry." This person is Guys, who trusts the power of technology very much, and his combat suit and detector are the latest models, which can be seen from here. The last person was a thin pale blue alien, silent and silent. If Ye Chen saw these people or the audience in the live broadcast room, he would definitely be shocked. Because these people are the most powerful special operations team under Frisia, Team Kainuit. Chapter 045. There are still half an hour, the time is coming. I hope they didn't let the Great Elder live up to their sacrifice. The 3 elders stood in front of the countless kneeling Mana clansmen, looked at the tightly closed gate of the Elder Hall and sighed faintly. At this moment, a sharp sound that penetrated the atmosphere sounded and spread throughout the planet. Suddenly, both the 3 elders and the kneeling group of Mana clansmen raised their heads in surprise. A huge spaceship fell towards here. "What's going on?" The third elder frowned tightly. Only the great elders of the planet of Adraith can teleport, but although they and the 2 elders cannot teleport, they can feel the chi of others. And the 3 elders clearly felt that among the flying spacecraft, there were 4 powerful chi, and 1 that was weak but revealed strange. How could there be so many strong people coming to the planet Adraith? The face of the third elder was extremely panicked, because of the 5 breaths, 4 strands were stronger than themselves, and the second elder was sleeping, unable to wake up at all, and he could not guard his clan at all. Damn it! Fight, get up and go to the bomb shelter to hide! The third elder roared loudly. Although the rest of the Mana clansmen could not feel the chi, they could clearly feel that the spaceship was not good. In an instant, a group of clansmen just ran madly. But it was already late, a blue figure, and then an afterimage streaked above the sky, and the speed was simply breaking through the three views of the three elders. How could it be so fast? The three elders looked at it dumbfounded. Which blue figure instantly rushed in front of the running Mana tribe, and then let out a loud roar, "It's ridiculous to want to run, in front of my universe's first speed Bart, escaping is futile, you better give me obedient back." After speaking, he roared again, "Look at the most rapid destruction strike in my universe." As soon as the words fell, Bart's figure slammed towards the ground like a shooting star. In just an instant, it had already fallen into the front crowd. Boom! The violent explosion, accompanied by the roaring rubble, bright red blood, and severed limbs and stumped arms, made the three elders' eyes split. "Come back soon!" The clansmen suffered heavy casualties, which made the three elders grief and indignant, and roared loudly. The Arimana clansman ran in the other direction, but just as late, a white-haired guy slowly appeared, and when he raised his hand, it was a powerful energy wave. Another tribe died. The eyes of the three elders were red, and they couldn't wait to kill all these guys who slaughtered their own people. In the third direction, a strong man with a pineapple head appeared. "Look at my vanishing cannon." Leekum's mouth opened wide, and a huge pillar of light appeared there, looking terrifying. Boom! The pillar of light swept by, and a piece of Mana tribe was directly bombarded into nothingness. "You damn it!" The three elders couldn't bear it anymore, and they just wanted to rush towards these people. But at this time, a cold voice sounded from behind him, "You don't want to go over, I have something to ask you." This voice made the three elders instantly stiffen. What kind of joke, to be able to sneak behind himself without being discovered by himself? Slowly turning his head, a lilac figure stood behind him. And the two sharp horns on his head were extremely hideous. "Who the hell are you and why are you killing my people?" The third elder roared in grief and indignation, questioning. "I came here to find my brother's killer, it seems that it is you," Kainu said with a sneer. "Your brother?" The third elder first wondered, and then suddenly realized. Kit, who died 3 days ago, seems to be the younger brother of the guy in front of him. "I didn't expect to come to revenge so soon." If the great elder was still there, even with the soul state, he could resist these people, but the great elder had disappeared, and the second elder was still sleeping and could not be awakened. That is to say, the entire planet of Adrit, there is simply no one to stop these murderous demons. "Is that really you?" Ji-Nu smiled lightly, stretched out a hand and hit the chest of the three elders fiercely. The three elders couldn't react at all, and they were directly knocked away, and the ribs in his chest seemed to be completely shattered at this moment. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground weakly. "It's really weak, since it's you, then you didn't find the wrong person, you people on the entire planet, just to be a funeral for my brother," Kainu said grimly, and then made a gesture to the 4 subordinates. Boom! Having received Kainyut's order, the members of the Kinnat team excitedly began to kill. And the three elders, watching their people die, their eyes were red as if they were about to drip blood. "Yechen, you come out quickly, hopefully, you didn't disappoint the great elder, whether our Mana clan has a future depends on you. Now, the only savior is Yechen, who is about to get out of customs. Are you waiting for someone?" Kainunu looked at the three elders who were still full of hope and sneered. "No one can save you, dare to kill my Kainu's brother, look for death." But at this moment, a loud bang sounded from behind him. Then, the sound of a thick door slowly rubbing the ground and opening reached everyone's ears. The three elders' dim eyes suddenly flashed with essence, and they looked excitedly at the gate of the Elder Hall. 3 elongated figures appeared behind the gate of the Hall of Elders. "You really didn't disappoint the Great Elder." The 3 elders spat blood in their mouths, expecting to watch the 3 figures appear. Chapter 046. A schoolboy opens the door and inadvertently enters a live broadcast room called Crossing the Dragon Pearl. After entering, I found that the anchor was not there, the screen was black, and I pouted and planned to push it out. But when he saw the number of viewers on the side of the screen, he was stunned. 40W people are watching. Are you sure you didn't tease me? Primary school students are confused. Are you a group of people here to watch a black screen to discuss life? The elementary school student was puzzled for a long time, and his hands trembled a little. Trembling Yu typed a row of words, "Brothers and sisters, don't check my IP, I just accidentally entered your barrage exchange room. I recently read the news and found that many rebel organizations communicate through the live broadcast room barrage. Your organization has 400,000 people, it must be a large organization, don't check my IP, I haven't seen anything, you guys let me go." There was silence in the live broadcast room for a while, and then countless 660 SIXS, or ellipses, floated out. It is worthy of being a man with ID name elementary school students, and his mind is active. When I was in elementary school, the brain hole was so big, I really envied. Oops, check the water meter. Your courier, what, not yours? I'm sure it's yours, you open the door first. The primary school students are even more puzzled, looking at the undisciplined appearance of this group of goods. It seems to be just ordinary netizens. That's when the live screen lit up. Haha, everyone, I'm Hu Hansen back. On the screen, a handsome man appeared. And beside the man, there are two beautiful women. One looks 18 years old, and the other is 20 years old, especially the beautiful appearance, the body is even more fit, without a trace of excess flesh. Is this a sister? And the live broadcast room is also confused. Who is this man in front of you who looks like an 18-year-old adult? What about our streamers? And the two women know Leona in addition to whom? Ah, what did you do to our anchor? Our Zhengtai anchor, you died so miserably. The anchor is gone, is this killed by a hidden monster in the time house? Distressed ER and other IQ, can't you see that the anchor has grown up? Looking at a series of barrages, Ye Chen smiled. Don't think blindly, I'm your Ye Chen anchor. As for my sudden transformation from a young Shota to an adult, this is because of the physique of the science. You don't grow up until you are 16, but when you reach your 16th birthday, you will grow by leaps and bounds and become a young person. I've been in the time house for 30 years, I'm already very old, okay, it's normal to grow up. Ye Chen explained. Only then did the live broadcast room become quiet. The two beauties beside Ye Chen naturally didn't need to explain. Leona is still the same, but she seems to be more plump. Full of many. On the other side of Ye Chen, a beautiful woman felt even more tall, and her beautiful eyes were light. This is the Afia who grew up. Afia resembles Leona on her cheeks, but looks softer, like the girl next door. Leona, on the other hand, is the goddess of icebergs. The two have their own styles. It looks like a difference of less than 5 years, but it is actually a mother. Woman. The identity of the flower also made a group of wolf friends howl. Yes. We have only been 3 days, and the anchors have been for 30 years. What happened to the 3 of them in 30 years? Anchor poultry. Beast, in these 30 years, everything that should be done and everything that should not be done has been done. 22233, envy the anchor, really envy. Anchor, ask for seeds, ask for resources. Diddy, student card. A ghost cry howled wolf, causing several black lines to appear on Ye Chen's brain. Although I have been with 2 beautiful women for 30 years, these 30 years have passed really miserably. Would you believe me if I told you I didn't do anything? Ye Chen said to the live broadcast room in his heart. Nonsense, if I say that I found a young lady to open a room, and I talked all night, would you believe it? Is it good for the anchor to lie with his brain, if I go to Dabao? Jian, and as a result I said I really let the foot. Therapeutic small sister gave me a foot. Healing, do you believe it? Why should the anchor cheat if I say I got under the hair all night? The film is only to translate the English of the start screen, do you believe it? In the end, we don't believe it. Ye Chen was really helpless, this group of netizens really had no heart. But I really don't. But there is no time to explain, get in the car quickly. No, the lines are wrong. There is no time to explain, it seems that something has happened outside. Ye Chen said this and successfully changed the topic. Everyone looked in the direction Ye Chen was pointing. What? It seems that there are 5 stupid monsters standing in front of him. What happened here? Who are you? Ye Chen looked at the 5 guys and felt a little familiar. Boss, it's time for our group to appear in the show again. The lilac guy in the front smiled and said loudly, we are the legend. When he said this, the 5 people immediately got together and made a funny pose. But the 5 people did not realize it at all, but thought it was very powerful. This pose, it's really powerless to complain. Ye Chen frowned and heard the next sentence they said after posing. As they finished posing, Team Kinnet. Chapter 047. Isn't this the funny fivesome in the comics? Every time I see their appearance, I have a sense of déjà vu watching the Northeast duo turn. Upstairs review +1. It's a little strange how Team Kinnet came out. Yes, the anchor just killed Kit, and Kainu came out, 3 days, this speed is too fast, unscientific. There was a complaining voice in the live broadcast room. Ye Chen was also a little puzzled, but when Ye Chen saw that most of the Mana clansmen in front of him had been killed and injured, and the 3 elders of the Mana tribe were also lying on the ground and spitting out blood. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the transaction of the great elder of the Mana clan. Alas, eating people is short, and taking people is soft. Ye Chen sighed faintly. Boy, who are you? Kainu looked at Ye Chen and said. Ye Chen glanced at Kainu, don't say, this guy still looks cool when he doesn't pose for fun. Don't care who I am, it's you who beat the Mana clan like this. Ye Chen pouted. Of course it is, do you have any opinions? Likum said with a wave of thick strong arms. Ye Chen smiled, of course there is no opinion. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the audience burst into laughter, and the eyes of the 3rd elder, which were originally full of hope, suddenly became desperate. But then, Ye Chen said slowly, kill to pay for life, hurt people and chop hands, such a clear thing, what opinion, whoever of you kills someone will cut yourself, whoever hurts someone, do it yourself, don't let me do it myself. As soon as Ye Chen's words were spoken, Kainu's faces showed a look of shock. This breath is so full, what kind of strong person? Grey-haired and red-faced guys hurriedly pinched the latest detector next to his ear. Above the detector, Ye Chen's value continued to rise. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Just 500? Guys shouted with a confused look. This voice made everyone around stunned, how could it be? The live broadcast room is the most shocking. It's impossible. When the anchor entered the time cabin, his combat power was already 8,000, how did his combat power drop to 500 after 30 years of cultivation? Yes, is it 30 years of anchor famine? Lewd. Degreeless, hurt at all? Oh, I guess yes, anchor, mother. Although female flowers are good, the body is fundamental. I feel sorry for my anchor, and I am fascinated by beautiful women. It's over, it's definitely going to be killed by Kainu. I'm still looking forward to the increase in the combat effectiveness of the anchor, and now I'm desperate. What, only 500? Likum was first surprised when he heard this, and then looked at Ye Chen with a sneer and said, I dare to fool you grandpa, it's really looking for death, see me directly beat you into a meatloaf with one fist. After that, a fierce fist rushed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at this scene and smiled faintly, but a fine light crossed his eyes. A finger pointed out and pressed against Li Kum's fist. Li Kum's battle has reached 70,000, and he is the most powerful person in the Kinnet team besides Kainu, especially the physical strength. You can feel it by looking at her strong muscles. Ye Chen actually stretched out a finger and wanted to resist. Are you sure you are not joking? Go and die, boy who doesn't know if he is dead or alive. Li Kum yelled, but soon the crazy look on his face disappeared. Because when his fist touched Ye Chen's finger, it was as if he had hit an indestructible diamond, and he could not save further. How so? Li Kum looked at the majestic finger in front of him in disbelief and muttered. Is that because you're too weak? Ye Chen said with a smile. Immediately, his hand became a fist, and he instantly rushed to Li Kum's forehead. Li Kum was not known for his speed, and immediately closed his eyes, waiting for the huge attack that was about to come. But there was no feeling for a long time, which made him open his eyes in confusion. I saw Ye Chen still standing in front of him with a smile, and saw him open his eyes and said, Don't worry, I won't hit you with my fists, it's too cruel, just talk about your brain. What? Do you want to play like this? Is this a life and death fight? The three elders lying on the ground collapsed. Although Ye Chen's strength just displayed and the combat power of 500 cannot match, is it really good for you to play like this now? Li Kum was also stunned for a moment, and when he saw Ye Chen's middle finger, he directly popped it out and bounced towards the middle of his brain. Haha, I underestimated the enemy, I'm going to kill you. Li Kum didn't pay attention to it at all, raised his fist, and blasted towards Ye Chen's mouth. However, as soon as he raised his fist, a huge force that could not be resisted instantly pointed in front of his forehead. A sharp pain, accompanied by strong force, made his huge body instantly unable to stand firm, as if a streamer flew towards the back. How so? Li Kum roared, but to no avail, his huge body directly hit the heavy gate of the Hall of Elders, and the gate slammed into it. And Li Kum fell to the ground, a huge blood hole in front of his head, and leaned weakly against the gate. The red-white liquid body overflowed with that big hole. Kainu and the others were stunned. What happened? Chapter 048. Li Kum actually died under Ye Chen's hands under the eyes of the four of his own people. Most importantly, Ye Chen actually used only one finger. I'll go, are you kidding? Suddenly, the four members of Team Kinnet had a guarded look on their faces. And inside the live broadcast room, there was a loud roar. Lying Groove, the anchor's combat power is only 500, how could it suddenly break out? Yes, Li Kum's battle is more than 72,000, and the anchor shot him to death with one finger. What kind of combat power is this? Anchor, please explain. Anchor, what kind of combat power are you now? The live broadcast room was already crazy, and everyone could see that Ye Chen must have hidden his combat power, but what was Ye Chen's current combat strength? Ye Chen looked at the excitement in the live broadcast room, smiled faintly and did not explain. Kainu looked at Ye Chen with full attention. Li Kum is the second most powerful existence in the Kinnet team, but he is not Ye Chen's enemy, how could it be? Guys, is there something wrong with your detector? Kainu said with a frown. Guy's face was full of shock, and he stammered a little and said to Kainu, Boss, it seems that this guy's combat effectiveness can suddenly increase. Just when I faced Li Kum, my detector combat index suddenly skyrocketed, reaching 150,000, and then disappeared again. What? 150,000? Kainu's face was ugly. Bart and Gildo's faces showed shock. His own Captain Kainu's combat strength is only 120,000. Ye Chen, this scion actually has a combat power of 150,000, it's impossible. How can you scions have a combat power of 150,000, impossible. Yes, the scion fighting race is weak, the highest is only 10,000 combat power, how can someone as strong as you appear? The two questioned. Ye Chen smiled. The two beauties beside Ye Chen also smiled. 150,000? Are you kidding? However, Ye Chen did not mean to explain specifically. 150,000? It's funny, you're the most combative person I've ever seen, King Frisia. The ugly look on Kainu's face disappeared instantly. Ye Chen squinted his eyes slightly. However, your combat power is so strong, then your body, leave it to me. Kit yelled, followed by a shout, exchange bodies. In an instant, a golden pillar of light rushed out and shot straight towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. And when the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were all panicked. The anchor quickly dodged, Kit forcibly exchanged bodies. Yes, anchor, you are only 30,000 more combat power than Kit, and you can't stop it at all. It's over, the anchor can't dodge. Rush up. Everyone was watching this happen. Time fell silent for a moment. The three elders' eyes were grey, and he had experienced several great joys and sorrows, which made him haggard. Ye Chen's sudden burst of power gave him a hope. But now, the body has been exchanged. The three elders had felt Kit's talent for exchanging bodies, and they couldn't stop it at all. If Ye Chen hadn't thrown a mouse at that time, his body would have been taken away by Kit. But now, Ye Chen couldn't. After the pillar of light disappeared, everyone watched with full attention. I saw Ye Chen stretch his body, and then looked at Kainu and said with a smile, it seems that the change of body failed. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. What failed? How can it be? The live broadcast room was silent at first, and then it became even more frantic. At that time, Kit said that the difference in combat effectiveness was within 100,000, and Kainu could change his body at will. Could it be that the combat power of the anchor has surpassed Kainu by 100,000? But why can't the detector detect it? It is estimated that the anchor has learned some kind of chi hiding method. A group of people were talking about what would happen next. And Kainu, who was underground, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. How can it fail? What is your combat effectiveness? Kainu yelled. Ye Chen smiled. It's good to die, what so many words? Ye Chen's voice was still very faint, but his body was like a phantom in an instant, leaving countless after-images in midair. Then he appeared next to Kainu. A punch was thrown out and smashed straight on Xiang's chest. Boom boom. Ye Chen's punch seemed to bring an endless wind. The strength was even more difficult to guess, at least Gaiza's face showed a look of horror again, his combat power actually reached 200,000 just now. However, it is too late to say. Kainu had already been directly punched by Ye Chen, and blood and flesh were flying all over the sky. The indifferent air mask appeared beside Ye Chen, dispersing the rain of blood in the sky, without staining his body. Leona frowned, her aura burst, and the blood rain around her also dissipated. Immediately, he looked at Ye Chen with some dissatisfaction and said, "Will not fight, to deal with this kind of weak person, one Qigong wave is enough, you have to make it so disgusting." Ye Chen was speechless. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 049. The inside of the live broadcast room is already crazy. Like Ruve, anchor, what kind of combat power are you now? Yes, the 120,000 combat power of Kainu can actually be punched with one punch. Has it already reached 200,000 combat power? It's definitely higher than 200,000. You must know that Kainu can exchange bodies with a strong person with 220,000 combat strength. The anchor is about to decrypt. I really want to know the combat effectiveness of the anchor. Seeing that everyone in the live broadcast room was curious about their combat effectiveness, Ye Chen smiled lightly. But still don't explain, if you are not convinced, you will beat me? There are 3 left. Ye Chen looked down, and the three of guys, Bart and Gildo shivered. Among them, Gildo, who has the weakest combat effectiveness, is the most unbearable. 17,000 combat strength, in front of Ye Chen, is simply scum. The captain is dead, we are going to find King Frisia. Guys pretended to be calm and said. Gildo, wait for you to use your talents, stand still in time, we will take the opportunity to escape. Bart said to Gildo. Gildo also knew that this was his only chance, and nodded loudly and said, good. Ye Chen smiled, the three of you, solve it yourself or let me do it. Hearing Ye Chen's rampant words, the three of them were silent. Your Excellency, we are Frisia's subordinates, you have already killed our captain, it is better to let us go, so that we will not tell King Frisia about you when we go back. Guys brought out Frisia and threatened Ye Chen. Frisia? Ye Chen frowned. Frisia is indeed very strong, although his combat effectiveness has skyrocketed, but Gen Frisia must have seemed to be much worse. Alas, you guys are stupid son, originally you didn't mention Frisia's words, it's better to say, I may release you, but you mentioned Frisia, in order to prevent you from snitching on Frisia, I will definitely kill the three of you to silence you, right? Ye Chen said with a smile. But in the eyes of the three, Ye Chen's smile hid endless murderous intent. You will regret it, in front of King Frisia, you are just a little scum, wait for death. Guys knew that Ye Chen would not let him and the others go, and roared, Gildo, do it, what are you waiting for? As if waking up from a dream, Gildo instantly stretched out his hands, held his breath and roared, time stands still. In an instant, an invisible force appeared around him. This force is invisible, but it carries the most distinct terrifying power, and everyone's bodies cannot move at this moment. Time stands still. Ye Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and there was indeed a force around him, making him unable to move. But Gildo, guys, and the others immediately turned around and ran, wanting to rush to the spaceship to escape this terrible planet and escape from Ye Chen, a terrible monster. There was a commotion in the live broadcast room. Gildo's skill is really a divine skill, even the anchor is fixed. Yes, it's really fierce, the combat power is only more than 10,000, it's so terrifying. It's a pity, if it weren't for Gildo's low combat effectiveness, maybe it would be a big boss. I feel sorry for my anchor, it is estimated that these people will escape. Yes, if Frisia had arrived, he would definitely come and kill the anchor. I feel sorry for the anchor. Not to mention Frisia's 100% combat power of 120 million in the state of 3 changes, it is estimated that the anchor does not even have combat effectiveness when Frisia does not change. Yes, Frisia's unchanging combat power has reached 530,000, which is terrible. Everyone in the live broadcast room was worried that if these people escaped, they would definitely find Frisia, and Frisia would definitely bring someone to kill. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly, and when he saw the 3 people who fled, he sneered in his heart. Is it really that good to run? Saying that, the chi in Ye Chen's body was rising madly and turbulently. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. Million. It turned out to be a huge amount of combat power of 1 million. Under this terrifying aura, the terrifying confinement force around him did not have the slightest resistance at all, and was directly rushed away by Ye Chen. Everything was restored to everyone around at once. There is such an ability. Leona's face was very ugly, and she was just imprisoned by a guy with a combat power of 17,000. Ye Chen looked at Leona with a faint smile and said, "Are you angry? Then I'll go and blow you off." Seeing Ye Chen's smile and not nervous at all, Leona glanced at Ye Chen, and the power of Leona's electric eyes, Ye Chen was immediately fascinated. 30 years, for Leona, just grew Leona's coquettishness. The degree of flattery made Leona even more fascinated. Person. Anyway, As soon as Leona rolled her eyes now, Ye Chen couldn't bear it. "No more nonsense and they'll run," Leona said. Ye Chen looked up, and sure enough, the three of them were already about to run to the place where the spaceship was. "However, do you really think it is so good to run? Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 050. You can't run," Ye Chen said loudly. After speaking, gently stroke the front of the forehead with one hand, and put two fingers side by side on the forehead. Seeing Ye Chen's posture, the elders of the Mana tribe suddenly lit up their eyes. "Isn't this the starting style of the Mana clan's signature skill teleportation? Ye Chen actually learned it. You must know that teleportation is extremely difficult. Among the three elders, only the great elder and the second elder can use it. As for the third elder, he can't learn it at all, which shows the difficulty of learning." Unexpectedly, Ye Chen actually learned it. And inside the live broadcast room, it was also boiling instantly. Anchor 666 actually learned the legendary teleportation. "Envy, Anchor, have you felt the chi of our original world? Can you move back in an instant?" "I think the Anchor's teleportation should be limited. It is impossible to run around the world." "Of course there are limits, otherwise wouldn't it be invincible? After all, it is the real world." "But the Anchor is really powerful. After 3 days of hard work, the combat power has skyrocketed to 1 million, and it is already possible to hang Frisia's regular state." "I don't know that the Anchor realized that there is no Super Scion in it, otherwise if he can transform into a Super Scion 1, he can directly hang Frisia now." "Upstairs, stupid Forst, is it good to talk with your brain? How can the Super Scion cultivate hard? They are all comprehended after fighting." Seeing various speculations from netizens, Ye Chen smiled lightly. But as soon as her smile appeared on her face, her whole body turned into an illusion. Then, with a brush, it disappeared from everyone's sight. And guys, Kit and the others, who are only a few kilometers away from the spacecraft, are really blinking compared to their flight speed. "Haha, we will be able to escape back immediately, and when the time comes, we will definitely be able to kill this Scion by inviting Frisia to beat someone." Yes, Lord Frisia has always been curious about the legendary Super Scion, and he is a little jealous. It is estimated that this guy is the legendary Super Scion, and Lord Frisia will definitely reward us after going back. Guys said loudly. Bart was the fastest, flying in front, already relenting, and turned back to talk to Guys. But suddenly, both Guys and Gildo's faces showed a look of horror. "What's wrong with you guys?" Bart was a little curious, but then reacted and looked ahead in surprise. Everything that entered the purpose made Bart stunned. "Because I don't know when, Ye Chen has already appeared in front of Bart, and Bart is about to hit Ye Chen. How is that possible?" Bart shouted in horror and stopped instantly. Where Ye Chen stood lightly, his hair was windless, and the black hair hanging above his waist hips looked even more free. "Why is it impossible?" Ye Chen raised his hand and asked gently. Gildo's face was terrified, but it was too late, and a huge Qigong wave flew out directly from Ye Chen's hand and blasted towards them. For them, even a Qigong wave that Ye Chen casually blasted out was an invincible existence, making them unable to resist at all. Boom! The entire planet of Yggdrasil seemed to tremble under this terrifying Qigong wave. The planet Yggdrasil is not large, only 1/10 the size of Namex, and so is the mass. Bart reacted and speed was very fast, and in a dangerous moment, he sideways avoided the direct impact of the Qigong wave, but the Qigong wave bombarded the infinite Qi wave emitted on the ground, directly shocking Bart away. What a terrifying strength this is! Just the aftermath of the Qigong wave makes Bart, who already has 68,000 combat strength, unable to withstand it. Ye Chen smiled. Gildo and Guys had disappeared without a trace, and the bones were gone, and under the Qigong wave, they were directly vaporized by the instantaneous explosion. And Bart surprised Ye Chen and actually avoided it. Looking at Bart standing there with a palpitation, Ye Chen smiled and said, "Your speed is beyond my expectations, your racial talent seems to be speed." When Bart talked about his speed, he was extremely proud, but thinking of Ye Chen's even more terrifying speed, his face became gloomy. Because Bart knew that his speed was incomparable with Ye Chen's speed. Ye Chen raised his head and looked at Bart. "Okay, pay for the lives of those Mana clansmen you killed." Bart burst out laughing until he was certain to die. "What's wrong? Did you go crazy before you died?" Ye Chen looked at him curiously. Bart shook his head and said, "Guth's probe has an interstellar communication function. With her death, the picture 3 minutes before Gaiza's death will turn into radio waves and transmit to the universe. As long as King Frisia is within 10 light years of here, you can receive this signal, so now King Frisia already knows your existence and will definitely come and kill you." Hearing this news, Ye Chen frowned, but still raised his hand and said, "Thank you for the news, goodbye." A Qigong wave emitted again. And this time, Bart didn't dodge. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 051. The well-known crosser fought alone and compared, won a big victory, and earned more than 10,000 a month. Anchor 666, Team Kinnet was just killed. It feels so dreamy. The anchor has been in it for 30 years, and it has increased to 1 million combat power. No, it should be said that it is 3 days, as long as the anchor learns the Super Saiyan transformation, then you can hang Frisia. But now the streamer hasn't learned to be a Super Saiyan. In that case, I gave a rocket to Teemo on the King. Dragon Ball World rewarded a rocket. Countless rewards poured in, all of which were affirmations of Ye Chen's strength growth. Ye Chen smiled lightly. Ding! Do you convert all tips into pretend value? The system sounds. Ye Chen nodded immediately, of course, or would he stay and have children? The transformation is complete, and the host pretending value has exceeded 1000 points, reaching 1100 points. Meet the conditions for opening the exchange mall. The redemption mall is open. Ye Chen was overjoyed when he heard this, and the exchange mall was finally opened, which was really cool. Open the redemption mall. Ye Chen said directly. In an instant, an exchange interface appeared in front of Ye Chen. Exercises. Dragon Elephant like a skill, 100,000 pretending to be worth it. Open up the meridians of the whole body and get the power of the dragon and elephant. 6 veins divine sword, strange sword chi, huge power, 100,000 pretending to be worth it. 7 magic blades against the sky, 1 million pretend value. Fighting the knife method, using life force to urge the knife technique, 1 knife is stronger than a knife, and the 7th way can emit great power. When the 7 knives run out, the host dies or breaks through the current realm. Dangerous, use with caution. Ye Chen looked at the exercises and things, a little excited and a little depressed. These are all things that blow up the sky, that is, they have no money. Forget it, let's look at the others first. Immediately after skipping the exercise category, you are going to the bloodline flesh category. Holy body, peerless divine body, the strength of the flesh is huge, and the power reaches the heavens after the great completion, 10 million pretending to be worth it. Kangtian overlord body, the mortal opponent of the holy body, but slightly inferior to the holy body, is equally powerful. 8 million pretending to be worth it. Light divine body, a small golden sun suspended above the head, accompanied by the strongest brilliance, and the body is like the sun after Dachan. 5 million pretending to be worth it. Lying in the groove, these various gods looked at Ye Chen's eyes extremely hungry. And these innate divine bodies must be weak, what exchange for bloodline or something is weak? Next is the item, there are a lot of powerful things in the item, but compared with the divine body and exercises, it is not interesting. But the good thing is good, are you trying to scare me to death with this price? Ye Chen was already unable to complain, can you let me see what I can exchange now? The system interface is very user-friendly, and as soon as the screen changes, there are few exchange options on it. Dynamic light waves. A special move that appears in a strange anime can send out the energy in the body through a strange posture. Shame level, 5 stars. Exchange price, 1000 packs. Magic Sakura Tarot cards, automatic change of clothes every time you use it. Exchange price, 1000 packs. Paralyzed, what is this thing? Ye Chen was already unable to complain, what is this? 1000 pretended to be worth it, and nothing can be exchanged. Sure enough, the poor ghost is only worthy of the street. Ye Chen closed the interface, tired. Back in the crowd, the Mana clansmen looked at Ye Chen as if they were looking at a god. Especially Ye Chen saved himself and others from fire and water, and he was even more grateful. The third elder lay on the ground, seriously injured, but still shouted loudly, Mr. Ye Chen, thank you for saving our Mana clan, thank you so much. Seeing the 3 elders of the Mana tribe vomit blood and shout thanks, it was extremely miserable. Ye Chen thought for a moment and took out his last immortal bean and threw it to the 3 elders of the Mana clan, asking the 3 elders to eat it. The rest was used up during training. The 3 elders were originally covered in scaly wounds, but after eating the immortal beans, they were instantly full of vitality and all the wounds recovered. She stood up in disbelief and looked at her intact body, and excitedly shouted, "It's amazing, this is simply more powerful than our most advanced scientific and technological medical liquid, and the effect is better." Ye Chen smiled lightly. However, thinking of Bart's last words, Ye Chen's face was a little ugly and said, "Although I helped you solve the trouble of Team Kinnet, there may be a very powerful enemy next, the strength of this enemy, I am not an opponent." Ye Chen's words made the excited third elder instantly wither. Yes, Frisia's reputation, even the people of the Mana tribe have heard of it, is extremely cruel, and countless strong people under his command slaughter the planet and sell it to interstellar merchants. On the planet that was sold, there has always been no grass. The most terrifying thing is Frisia's combat power, which is deeply hidden, and ordinary strong people can only kneel in front of each other. However, the third elder looked at Ye Chen and asked, "Your combat power has reached the level of 1 million, you should be stronger than Frisia." The words of the third elder made Ye Chen smile bitterly. 1 million may be enough to hang Frisia in a regular state. But after Frisia changed, he could only be hanged. So, Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 052. But at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly remembered the item about the Super Scion clue that he got from completing the task last time. This thing, it seems that there is something mysterious, otherwise the system will not reward itself with this thing, but what is the use of him? Thinking about it, Ye Chen took out a detector from the storage space. This detector looks very tattered, and there is no response when the switch is pressed, obviously it is broken. Could it be that it still needs to be repaired before I can get a clue? Ye Chen frowned, remembering that the Mana tribe had a strong scientific and technological research and development ability, that is, he carefully handed the detector in his hand to the 3 elders of the Mana clan. "What is it?" The third elder frowned and stared at the detector in his hand. "Can you fix this?" Ye Chen asked bluntly. When this question is asked, the 3 elders are very unhappy, and when you ask this question, aren't you despising the science and technology of our Mana clan? A small detector, what can't be repaired, but look at this detector should also be a long time ago, the function is not perfect, I might as well give you a new one directly. After that, the 3 elders of the Mana tribe handed Ye Chen a new type of detector. and the other hand is going to throw the tattered detector that Ye Chen gave him. Ye Chen exploded in an instant, but the mother's system told me that this is the only clue. If you dare to lose my detector, labor and management will blow up your Adrath planet to you, believe it or not. Ye Chen roared. The third elder's face was pale, and he didn't know why Ye Chen cared so much about this thing, but he still handed it to the scientific researcher. The scientific researcher picked it up and looked at it, frowned and said, "Third elder, this thing seems to be a little difficult." The third elder was stunned when he heard this. Isn't it just a garbage detector, why is it not simple? Ye Chenexen said that this is normal, so important mission clues related to the powerful race of disappearing scions, if it is an ordinary detector, guess I believe it or not. How long will it take to fix it? Ye Chen asked bluntly. As soon as this question was asked, the researchers said proudly, although it is not simple, it must be much worse than the technology of our planet Adrit, just 3 hours. Good, let's go do it. Ye Chen nodded. The researchers walked into the room with the detector. The third elder now looked at Ye Chen with a sad face and asked, Frisia's combat strength is only about 530,000, we have seen each other once, and this is what the detector shows. Ye Chen smiled when he heard this. The most useless thing in the Dragon Ball world is the detector, the combat power thing, high and low, you can't believe it at all. And Frisia will transform into Kit's wastewood transformation has increased by more than 2000 combat effectiveness, you said that Frisia is so powerful, how much to improve? Ye Chen said. The third elder didn't know why Ye Chen understood so much, but he still said, no matter how much you improve, you can't compare to your 1 million combat power. Ye Chen laughed when he heard this, and he crushed me when people changed, okay. Speaking of this, it's really sad, in fact, in the first 10 years of entering, Ye Chen's cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. And his combat effectiveness reached 1 million in only 10 years. But in the next 20 years, no matter how Ye Chen cultivated, his combat effectiveness did not increase at all. At first, Ye Chen didn't find it, but later he found it weird and asked if there was something wrong with his body. Then the system gave Ye Chen an answer that wanted to kill the system, because your pretending value has not reached 1000 points, open the exchange system, so your combat power is capped by 1 million, and then how you cultivate will not rise. If Leona and Afia weren't willing to miss the opportunity to cultivate inside, Ye Chen would have come out a long time ago. However, there are also benefits of not coming out, although nothing exciting has happened in it, but Afia has already expected desire for herself. If it weren't for the fact that there was no room in the spirit cabin, and Leona was always around, it is estimated that Ye Chen and Afia had children. This undoubtedly made Ye Chen a little regretful. But for Leona, the spirit lodge is really a blessing. Anyway, when Ye Chen went in, he finally turned over the surf and sang, and the combat power finally pressed Leona's head, and after he came out, he was no longer an opponent. Because Leona, who has no system limits, is clearly the most profitable. Leona's combat power has directly increased from 9,000 to 2 million. 2 million, that's twice as much as Ye Chen. Ye Chen originally said that he would be able to hang Leona in the future, who knew that the gap between Leona and himself had widened. And the same is true of Afia, whose combat effectiveness is also shaking around 2 million. Together, Ye Chen was the most scum, which made Ye Chen unable to accept it at all. Therefore, Ye Chen was very anxious after he came out, and he had to find a way to transform into a super race, otherwise he would always be crushed by the girl one day, which was too shameful. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 053. The third elder was worried because Frisia was powerful. Leona looked at Ye Chen with some non-committalism and said, your combat power is only 1 million, of course, you are not Frisia's opponent, but my combat power has reached 2 million, Frisia. Leona gained such a strong strength for the first time, and her heart was a little swollen, thinking that she could already hang Frisia. Ye Chen shook his head lightly. Frisia in a complete state, that has a combat power of 120 million, are you sure you are Frisia's opponent? What the? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Leona was shocked. 120 million, this combat power, how is it possible, even if there are no more detectors to detect it? Ye Chen smiled, it's so terrible, otherwise you can solve Frisia with 2 million combat power, what a headache you have. For a time, the clouds above the planet Adradat were bleak. But at this moment, the researchers came out. Already fixed. Ye Chen saw the scientific researcher and said in surprise. And Leona and Afia were a little curious, and Afia ran to Ye Chen's side and asked, Brother Ye Chen, why do you care so much about a rotten detector, is there something wrong? Ye Chen did not intend to hide this matter, and said with a smile, this detector contains the secret of the science. What, the secret of the science? Afia looked at Ye Chen with some curiosity, and Leona did the same. Ye Chen looked at the appearance of the two, and said the confusion in his heart, don't you think it's strange, the reputation of the Scion fighting race has spread throughout the universe, but the strongest among the Scions, the combat power is only 1 or 20,000, of course, we don't count now, let's see if it's not. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the two thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Although the combat effectiveness of 10,000 or 20,000 is not low, it is still too bad compared to the strong people in the entire universe. Don't say anything else, let's just say that Kainu has reached 120,000 combat strength, he can already sweep the entire planet Vegeta. You say that the Scions are so weak, why can the reputation of the fighting race spread throughout the universe? Then the reason must be because a long time ago, the Scions were very powerful, so powerful that all the cosmic races were terrified, but these powerful Scions inexplicably disappeared, leaving only our Pulse Scion, and where did those powerful Scions go, you know? Hearing Ye Chen's words, the two were also confused. I have to say that Ye Chen still has a good point. In the live broadcast room, a group of people were also amazed. The anchor has not been in vain for 30 years, at least this reasoning skill has reached full marks. I'm still worried, anchor, you have been getting along with 2 girls for 30 years, are you still a virgin male? Yes, I'm also curious, anchor, you are too intimidating, losing the face of our compatriots on the earth. I feel sorry for my anchor, 30 years of hand speed and great power. The words in the live broadcast room Ye Chen had already ignored. It's not a good idea at all. The researcher stood in front of Ye Chen, handed the tattered detector to Ye Chen and said, Mr. Ye Chen, I have repaired your detector, seeing that you are in a hurry, I did not remake the appearance, but it seems that it is locked. I can't open it, you see if there are any special restrictions. When Ye Chen heard this, he took the detector curiously, put it on his ear, and then stared at the tattered lens and pressed the switch. Drip, turn on. The owner's bloodline has been detected, which is full of ordinary Scion bloodline, and the program is automatically activated. Ye Chen heard that the bloodline of ordinary Scions hurt a little, and the bloodline level of labor and management has been raised to a high level. Immediately after, the light flashed. Then, the mirror in front of Ye Chen's eyes flashed a picture. We failed. The first sentence surprised Ye Chen. A super Scion dressed in rags, with Ye Chen full of scars on his body, appeared on the mirror. Yes, it is a super Scion, with light blue pupils, hair and eyebrows are golden, and the body emits golden energy to wrap the whole body. The warriors of the Scion clan will all die here, leaving behind our civilians, and among the civilians, the chance of giving birth to a super Scion bloodline is less than 1 in 10,000. We, the Scion clan, are really going to decline. On this probe, I left the last message, above the planet Chakra, the place where I last fought, I left a drop of blood. Please come, fuse this blood, and save the Scion clan in the distant future. Scions, the strongest fighting race, must not disappear into this universe because of us. The prestige of the Scions cannot be cut off from us, otherwise we will be sinners of the entire race. Please come here, on the planet Chakra, the last drop of blood that symbolizes hope that I left behind is placed in. Ye Chen listened thoughtfully, but the figure above the detector, halfway through, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. They are here again, it seems that I am also going to die, I must come, my children and grandchildren. He roared, and the golden aura on his body suddenly soared, and the muscles all over his body were even more fiercely swollen at this moment. You dragons! The picture disappeared without a trace. Ye Chen was surprised. From the other party's words, Ye Chen could hear that the Scion race was originally divided into civilians and warriors. All the warriors died in battle, and those who remained were civilians with average cultivation talents. This simply subverted Ye Chen's three views. How could it be? Although the current Scions are not very strong, they are not weak, but they are only civilians among the Scions, so what is the strength of the Scion warriors? Can they all transform into Super Scion? If this was the case for a group at that time, the horror of the Scions would not have been imagined. But is that really the case? What kind of enemies did such a terrifying race encounter, so that all the warriors died, leaving only Scion civilians? Everything was displayed in front of Ye Chen in a mysterious way. It was also until this moment that Ye Chen knew that the world of the Seven Dragon Pearl must be hiding something he didn't know inside. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 054. The system shot, sure enough, extraordinary. Although this repaired detector did not bring more information from Ye Chen, only the information of the Super Scion was enough. That drop of essence blood, Ye Chen is determined to get. SHHH. According to what the host thinks, trigger the main quest. The mystery of the disappearance of the Scion. When the host finds out the true situation of the Scion disappearing, get the reward. Reward, 100,000 pretending to be worth it. Random skill drawn. Ye Chen looked down and nodded casually. But this is not over, another drop. SHHH. The host triggers a mission to find Scion essence blood. Success reward, 10,000 pretending to be worth it. Failure penalty, none. Ye Chen schemed his head, this task is simply nonsense. He was going to Chakra planet to find the essence blood of the Scion. It's just that Frisia may come at any time, and if he leaves, he will obviously destroy the planet of Adrit. What to do? Brush. Frisia arrival time countdown, 1 month. Suddenly, in Ye Chen's mind, a countdown option appeared. The system is so intimate, it's not bad. Ye Chen nodded to express his appreciation for the system. Do you have the coordinates of the star map of the planet Chakra? Ye Chen looked at the three elders and Leona and asked. Leona frowned when she heard this, and pressed the detector on her ear a few times. I don't have the coordinates of this planet. Ye Chen was a little disappointed when he heard this, and looked at the third elder, but found that the third elder's face was a little strange. What's wrong? Ye Chen asked curiously. Mr. Ye Chen, do you mean the planet Chakra? The third elder asked with a frown. Ye Chen nodded, and the third elder sighed and said, that's an ominous planet, I advise you not to go there. Why? Saying this, Ye Chen was even more puzzled. Alas, our planet Adrath collected resources, and once sent a team to detect a large resource on a planet that was not very far from our planet at a moment, so we sent more than 100 people up, including the previous 3 elders whose combat effectiveness had reached 100,000. But a group of people went immediately and all perished, and only a piece of radio transmission returned to our planet. He told us that the planet is full of weirdness, and let's never set foot on that planet. The third elder said, as if he still had palpitations at this moment. Ye Chen frowned and said, "Is there only such a little information? Nothing else?" "Yes, the last words of the Great Elder are that there are two monsters from the previous era on this star autumn, monsters with golden and green hair." Ye Chen was shocked when he heard this. The blonde-haired ghost, could this be the Super Saiyan who died back then? Ye Chen became more and more curious, could it be that the Super Saiyan who died back then had transformed into a ghost? That's a bit surprising. But Ye Chen had to go anyway, but thinking that something might happen, Ye Chen said to Leona and Afria, "I'm going to take a look on that planet, you wait for me here, if I don't return after 29 days, you will leave immediately, don't stay again, you know." Ye Chen's words made Leona frown. "Why did you go to that planet? Why can't you bring us? There is something weird on that planet, let me go by myself, after all. It is not surprising that anything strange appeared in the last place where the Super Saiyans fought, and you stay here, Frisia will arrive in 30 days, and if I don't come back in 29 days, you will run away with the Mana people." Ye Chen's words made Leona a little uncomfortable. "I'm your bodyguard, how can I put you alone in danger?" "Yes, brother Ye Chen, Afia will also protect you." Neither of the two beauties wanted to leave Ye Chen. Leona was the same in her heart, but her stubborn personality made her say it was a responsibility. "Needless to say, you guys stay, I have a feeling in my heart, the Chakra planet is definitely not simple, you better stay here." After that, Ye Chen said to the three elders, "You prepare a spaceship for me, the fastest spaceship, and then give me the coordinates of the Chakra planet." The third elder nodded when he heard this, without any hesitation. Ye Chen was really short of manpower and promised the Great Elder, otherwise in a dangerous situation, Ye Chen would definitely turn around and leave, and he would definitely not care about the life or death of the Mana clan. "Remember, if I don't come back for 29 days, you will run immediately," Ye Chen said firmly. Then he stepped into the small spaceship. This is a new type of ship of the Mana clan, extremely fast, it only takes 10 days to get to the planet Chakra. Afia looked reluctant, but seeing Ye Chen's resolute look, she knew that she had no way to persuade Ye Chen to bring herself. It wasn't until Ye Chen's spaceship rose, broke through the atmosphere, turned into a little starlight and disappeared into the universe, that everyone retracted their gaze. "I hope he can return safely, the hope of the Mana tribe depends on you," the third elder said silently in his heart. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 055. In the distant interstellar, an on-demand broadcast suddenly crossed Frisia's ears. Then, on his detector, there was an impact. Ye Chen, whose combat effectiveness reached 1 million, slaughtered his subordinate Kainuit team, which made the corners of Frisia's eyes twitch a little. When he saw Ye Chen's golden tail wrapped around his waist, a gloomy killing intent crossed his eyes. "A million scions with fighting power? It's weird." The killing intent instantly dissipated, and Frisia smiled softly. Thousands of spaceships lined up in a large formation, rushing towards planet Vegeta. Frisia was originally worried about the scions, and planned to exterminate all the scions and destroy the planet Vegeta. But now, he has given up on that. A million scions with combat power, this should be the legendary Super Saiyan. Although it was a little different from the legendary yellow hair left by the ancestors, it also made Frisia believe that it was Ye Chen. It's really interesting that a Super Saiyan who comes out once in 1,000 years only has 1,000,000 combat power. Frisia smiled softly. On the planet Vegeta, everyone looked at the dense spaceship above the sky, and thousands of warriors appeared like dumplings. Most of these warriors' combat effectiveness is said to be 6 or 7,000, far exceeding the lower-level warriors of the Saiyan race. And there are quite a few of them with more than 10,000 combat strength, which makes King Vegeta's face twitch. Frisia's army was terrible. "Mr. Vegeta, aren't you going to come and see me? Frisia sat on his seat suspended in the void, his posture gracefully like a nobleman, looking down at King Vegeta's invitation on the ground. This invitation made King Vegeta's face a little ugly. The proud King Vegeta is not willing to become the courtier of others, but in the current situation, the gap in strength is too big. Alas! King Vegeta struggled for a long time, and finally flew to the short Frisia and lowered his noble head. Finally, surrendered. King Vegeta, what do you think of the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia shook the glass, and the bright red liquor inside kept spinning. Legendary Super Saiyan? Nonsense! When King Vegeta heard this, he said without hesitation. Yes, then do you think the combat power of a Saiyan can reach 1 million? Frisia said with a chuckle. What, 1 million, how is it possible? King Vegeta was shocked, as the strongest of the Saiyan clan, his combat power was only 10,000, how could there be 1 million Saiyans? Seeing that the look of disbelief on King Vegeta's face was not pretend, Frisia smiled and threw out his detector. King Vegeta looked into his eyes, and his heart moved. On the video, some familiar Saiyans are plotting the Kainya field team, and for this trump team under Frisia, King Vegeta is naturally clear, and everyone's combat effectiveness is only higher than his own. But these 5 strong men were actually killed by the stomach of that young Saiyan. Especially when Guth's detector showed 1 million combat power, King Vegeta was even more shocked. How is that possible? Who is he? King Vegeta really couldn't remember who this Saiyan was. But when the picture in the video turned around and a beautiful female Saiyan appeared, King Vegeta's body froze. It's Leona. Leona left planet Vegeta with her daughter and Raditz. So how is it possible that the young Saiyan next to Leona now turns out to be the guy from Raditz? Half a month ago, King Vegeta was sure that Ye Chen's battle was only 500, and now it has reached 1 million, which is simply funny. Seeing King Vegeta's expression constantly changing, Frisia guessed that King Vegeta must know Ye Chen. But it doesn't matter, 1 million combat power, just kill. A cold smile appeared on Frisia's face. This should be your legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia asked. King Vegeta's heart trembled, thinking of the Broly who he had killed before and had a combat power of 10,000 after birth. That terrifying guy, now Raditz's combat power has reached 1 million, it is simply sensational. I don't know, but the legendary Super Saiyan should be blonde hair. King Vegeta whispered. Just go check it out, and you guys will go see your legendary Super Saiyan together. Frieza laughed and flew back into his spaceship in his chair. King Vegeta's face was a little ugly, but he also nodded, allowing his subordinates to open one spaceship after another, blending into Frisia's spaceship. Ye Chen did not intend to change history, but history still changed because of the butterfly effect. The planet Vegeta, which should have been destroyed today, was retained because Ye Chen's explosive combat power aroused Frisia's interest. If Ye Chen knew it, he would definitely feel that he was making people. However, Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, finally set off for the planet Adraith. Ye Chen, where is he now? Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 056. More than 10 days passed, and Ye Chen's spaceship hovered outside the atmosphere of an earthy yellow-colored planet. Standing on the spaceship, Ye Chen looked at the planet below through the glass, and his face was a little ugly. The planet is like a Death Star, without any breath of life or vegetation, and in the bare plains, a huge black altar stands out. What's that? It feels a little strange, but you can't back down. Boom! Ye Chen's manipulator spaceship landed on the plain. Stepping out of the spaceship, the dry air, the frenzied wind swept up the wind and sand. Ye Chen swept out a breath, directly resisted the violent wind and sand, and flew towards the altar. This planet is not big, just half an hour. Ye Chen came to the front of the altar. Everything that entered the purpose made Ye Chen's eyes widen. On the black circular altar that covers hundreds of areas, and in the middle, two figures are entangled together. How is that possible? Ye Chen frowned. He obviously didn't feel any breath of life. How could such a strange scene suddenly appear? Cautiously walked forward, stepped on the altar depicted with fantasy patterns, and came to the middle of the altar. In the eye, a super scion and a strangely shaped monster are entangled together. If it was alive, it would definitely make Ye Chen startled. But both are dead. The palm of the super scion reached into the monster's moon mouth, and on the hand was a red heart. And the monster's claws also inserted into the super scion Moon Hun's mouth. The two fought each other to death. Ye Chen looked around, and the look of horror on his face became even more obvious. Because this is obviously a corpse that has been dead for a long time, but now it is still full of blood, and when it is closer, you can feel that the fierce and incomparable power in the bodies of the two is still circulating in the body like a sea amoy. How can it be? Ye Chen frowned. What was the situation? Ye Chen looked around. Out of this altar and the two corpses above the altar, there was nothing strange on the entire planet. Then, and the face of this dead scion is the scion in the video, and he really died here. Only, what about the essence blood it says? After searching for a long time, I thought that Suanji must be on this altar and two corpses. Alas, although I am a traverser, after all, my current body is also a scion, and I don't know if your scion clan has the custom of entering the earth for safety, but I still follow my own methods. Ye Chen lowered his head and said. Afterwards, Ye Chen asked the live broadcast room, "Everyone, you are well informed, does anyone know this monster? I don't think I've seen Dragon Pearl's manga at all." Hearing Ye Chen's words, the audience who were originally shocked by this scene launched a barrage. Anchor, I haven't seen it either, but looking at this dead super scion, I feel that his strength should be even stronger than Frisia. After all, you see that his muscles are swollen, and he has reached the second state of Super Scion 1, and the muscle swelling power skyrockets, which should be much more powerful than Frisia, but he still died here. The three morphological explanations of Super Scion 1 here. The first form is the state that Sun Wukong has just transformed into a Super Scion 100 times. The second form is the state of muscle bulging swelling created by Vegeta and his son Tenunx, but still can't beat Chiru, and the speed is not enough, 120 times. The third form is that at the end, Sun Wukong and his son transform the Super Saiyan state to a normal state, and the load has reached the lowest level in various states, but the combat power is bursting, 150 times. But that muscle state is wrong, it turns out to be wrong. Would the previous Super Saions also make such low-level mistakes? There is no right or wrong in pursuing strength. Alas, the anchor, hurry up and find the essence blood, just quickly transform into a Super Saiyan and slaughter Frisia, these monsters, or something, don't care if it's good or not. Ye Chen also felt that these guys couldn't give him any hints, so he planned to give the Scions a place to settle down, and then look for essence blood. But when Ye Chen's palm just touched the body of this dead Super Scion, he was shocked. What's the situation? In an instant, Ye Chen felt a suction force, which came out from that body, sucking Ye Chen's soul directly into that body. Ye Chen's eyes darkened, and he suddenly lost his intuition. Outside, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly saw Ye Chen's body fall to the ground, and they were shocked. What's wrong with the anchor? Why did he faint all of a sudden? Could it be that this is actually a conspiracy and there is no essence blood at all? I don't know, I feel a little confused. Hurry up, the anchor, wake up, what's wrong with you? There was a commotion in the live broadcast room, and Ye Chen, who was in a coma, came slowly. Or it should not be said that it was Ye Chen who was in a coma, but Ye Chen's soul and regained consciousness. When he saw the surrounding scene clearly, Ye Chen's pupils soared. In the black void, two powerful auras were fighting. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 057. Ye Chen's mouth grew in surprise, because in front of Ye Chen, a Super Saiyan was fighting a monster. And this was not the most shocking thing for Ye Chen. The most shocking thing was that this Super Saiyan and monster were exactly the same as the two corpses he had just seen. How is it possible? Boom! The fierce aura on the Super Saiyan seems to be able to shock everyone, and every move reveals the power of a mountain. And that monster should not be underestimated, with a pale grey body, tens of meters long. The four claws are sharp, the tail is thick strong, and the most strange thing is that his head is densely covered with hideous fangs. The hideous face turned out to be something like the summoned divine dragon seen in Ye Chen's comics. Ye Chen felt that his worldview was subverted. The two fought fiercely, and even if this terrifying battle was just the chi waves that escaped, Ye Chen was extremely unacceptable. Such a terrifying strength is simply difficult to resist. Fright, millions of years have passed, although our bodies have long died, our souls are still imprisoned in the flesh body. Aren't you tired after fighting for so long? The monster and the Super Saiyan separated their bodies, and the monster actually opened his mouth to speak, which surprised Ye Chen a little. And the Saiyans also stopped, glanced at the monster and said, "You Dragon Clan, designed a pit to kill the strongest of our Saiyan clan, only to win the victory of the Fourth Age. That era originally belonged to us Saiyans." The Super Saiyan roared angrily. "The winner is king, the loser is the Kuber. Your Saiyan clan has declined since the day your three ancestors died, but you proud Saiyans don't admit it." The monster smiled coldly and pouted disdainfully. After speaking, the monster's eyes looked at Ye Chen, and a light crossed his eyes. "It's actually a Saiyan," the monster said with some surprise. The Saiyan known as Fright was taken aback when he heard this, looked at Ye Chen, and nodded when he saw Ye Chen's golden tail. "Sure enough, it's us Saiyan." As soon as the words fell, the figure appeared beside Ye Chen. This action startled Ye Chen, and it was also even more shocking to the other party's strength. Because Ye Chen clearly felt that the other party did not use skills similar to teleportation, but flew directly over. In other words, the speed of the other party has reached such a terrifying speed. The Fourth Age should have passed, and now that it has reached the Fifth Age, what is the situation of the Saiyans now? "And why are you so weak?" Fright said with a frown. When Ye Chen heard this, 10,000 grass mud horses rushed past in his heart. Is labor and management weak? Before crossing over by himself, the most powerful of the entire Saiyan clan was only about 10,000 combat power. I have 1,000,000 combat strength, and you even call me weak. Alas, the civilian bloodline is like this, and it is not bad to reach 1,000,000 combat effectiveness. Fright suddenly thought of something and sighed softly. You came for that drop of essence blood, after waiting for you for millions of years, you finally came. Fright suddenly looked at Ye Chen and said with a smile. Ye Chen was unable to complain in his heart, "You are lost and laughing, something neurotic over the years? Where am I now?" Ye Chen asked this first. "You are now in the soul space of me and this monster. We died together in the final battle, and the result was that the soul space fused together, and each other's souls were entangled and fought here, both wanting to kill each other, but then we found that we have become one to some extent, no matter whose soul disappears, the other one will also die. So all these years I have not killed him, but left his life." Fright said lightly. But his words made the monster very unhappy. "Humph, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when I say big things." Fright smiled lightly when he heard this, and did not argue. "I didn't think I could really wait for a Saiyan myself. Do you know the difference between a Saiyan warrior and a civilian?" Fright asked. Ye Chen shook his head when he heard Fright's question. "That is the true warrior of the Saiyan, born with great strength. After birth, the strength of 1,000,000 is a high-level warrior, 500,000 is a middle-level warrior, and 10,000 is a low-level warrior. And civilians, the limit of combat effectiveness is generally 10,000 to more than a million. After Ye Chen listened, he really felt like a dog in his heart. According to what you said, the current combat effectiveness of labor and management is only the same as the so-called high-level soldier infant state? That's probably too powerful. Ye Chen was shocked in his heart, but Fright's words were not finished. Moreover, the true Scion warriors, even if they do not cultivate, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket over time, which is the reason why the Scions dominated the universe back then. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately remembered Broly. Broly reached 10,000 combat power as soon as he was born, and his combat power continued to increase, that is, he was the legendary Scion warrior. This is an atavistic phenomenon. Even the parents of Scion civilians may give birth to Scion warriors, but the chances are relatively low. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 058. Ye Chen sighed silently. His original bloodline turned out to be just a civilian bloodline, which was really sad. Ye Chen lowered his head and sighed, looked at Fright and said, "What about the essence blood?" Ye Chen is very busy. Frisia will soon arrive on the planet of Adrit. If he can't rush back in advance, there will definitely be an accident. So, there is no time to understand this. Seeing Ye Chen's urgent look, Fright laughed. Sure enough, even civilians still have a strong heart, and we Scion people really won't disappear into the universe so easily. That drop of essence blood, you can get it later, just eat it directly when the time comes. Fright smiled faintly, and then, his figure suddenly skyrocketed. Let me show you the real legendary Super Scion. You can't control this power when you save it. After speaking, a golden energy burst out instantly, and the originally muscular body became even more burly. The whites of the eyes disappeared, and the long golden hair turned out to be strangely revealing a grass green. The most terrifying thing is that above his body, he carries the electric light of the Dao. This is the overflowing energy is too powerful, the electric light that appears after the collision. Seeing this scene, a clear look crossed Ye Chen's eyes. Super Scion 2. Sure enough, Broly is the real Super Scion. Fright in this state is hundreds of times stronger in combat power than the Super Scion just now. Seeing this scene, the monster's face showed a murderous look. You have hidden your strength for so many years. The monster shouted in horror. Fright's face showed an indifferent smile. Yes, for so many years. If it weren't for waiting for the arrival of the Scions, I would have killed you a long time ago, but it's a pity. If I comprehended this state when I was alive, perhaps, the whole battle would be different. It's too late, haha, you lost the battle back then. The monster laughed. Ye Chen frowned and looked at the system and asked, can you measure combat effectiveness? Fright, combat power, 100. 00. 00. Ye Chen looked at the long list of zeros that appeared in front of him, a little dazzled. A million. 100 trillion, billions, 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 trillions. How is this possible? Ye Chen shouted in horror. Super Scion 2, even the legendary Super Scion state can't reach such a terrifying combat power. System, free to give you a popularization of common sense, the Super Scion state does not have a fixed combat effectiveness, but a multiple of its own strength. When your strength is infinitely high, your combat effectiveness will also be infinitely high, and Fright's combat power, even if it is an ordinary unchanging state, can also hang you now become a Super Scion 100, of course, if there is a Super Scion 100. The system's words made Ye Chen fall into deep thought. Sure enough, the Super Scion state is just a strengthening. When you are strong enough, even if you are in an ordinary state, you can beat other people's Super 3 Super 4. That's how it is. Ye Chen knew it in his heart while looking ahead. It really has to be strong in itself. And right now, the battle is nearing its end. My enemy, because of your company all these years, my time waiting for the air is not lonely. In order to repay you, I will kill you." Fright stepped on the monster's body with one foot, so that the monster could not move in the slightest, and then slowly stretched out a palm. "You are really strong, but you failed in the fourth era, and now it is the fifth age, you scions, there is no chance." The monster did not fear death and shouted equally. Fright smiled lightly. "Who can see the future? Those so-called gods? I have slaughtered a lot of the lowest level gods of destruction, and as for the gods who are higher than them, they are too deeply hidden, too afraid of death. Otherwise, my Scion clan would have slaughtered those guys who survived a long time ago, and there would give them the opportunity to hide behind the scenes and watch the play." Fright said a little lonely. But the meaning in the words made Ye Chen shudder. Slaughtered a lot of destruction gods. This is a joke. It was not unreasonable for Ye Chen to be stunned. It was self-evident what level of existence the god of destruction was. But in Fright's words, the so-called god of destruction is just like a chicken and a dog, which is a little too much. "Go and die," Fright said softly. A not very bright air wave came out of the outstretched right hand. But the surrounding void was strangely shattered because of the appearance of this chi wave. Ye Chen looked at that pacing and trembled in his heart. What a terrible power this is! Brush! The monster's soul dissipated the moment it touched the chi wave. As the monster's soul disappeared, the entire space became unstable. Fright's smile loomed among the fragments of the void. "I'm going to die. The future of the Scions is left to you. There are too many enemies in our clan, we failed in the fourth age, and the 3 ancestors died. You in the fifth age, without the protection of the ancestors, can you light the sacred flame of my Scion clan and make the whole universe tremble under the prestige of our Scions? Remember, you are a Scion warrior, fight the sky." The voice echoed faintly, and I don't know when, Ye Chen had already left that space. The 2 corpses in front of him slowly dissipated, from the legs of the feet, the belly, from the bottom up. Little by little, the smoke dissipated. "This is that drop of essence blood, please use him." Fright's body moved, and a drop of golden blood automatically floated out of his eyebrows, flying in front of Ye Chen. "Goodbye." Finally, the smoke dissipated, and only a drop of golden blood remained here. P.S. Flower reward. I feel the same as a single machine recently, and my heart is so tired. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 059. Ye Chen looked at the drop of essence blood in front of him and was silent. He is just a crosser, he has no big ambitions, he can eat and drink well and have fun, who cares about the glory of your Scion family? But Ye Chen thought of the hope hidden in Fright's indifferent gaze in the end. Fright thought that seeing Ye Chen was seeing hope. "However, I really..." Alas! Ye Chen sighed and stretched out his hand to hold the drop of essence blood. The moment the essence blood just touched Ye Chen's finger, Ye Chen was like being struck by lightning. What horrible blood this is! Just a simple drop of blood, the terrifying power inside, made Ye Chen feel unfathomable. Especially, eating it won't burst labor and management. Ye Chen said with a frown. However, wealth was in danger, so although Ye Chen was a little worried, he still firmly swallowed his drop of essence blood. The live broadcast room did not see everything that happened in the depths of the soul, but when the unconscious Ye Chen woke up strangely, they saw the corpse move and were startled. However, the corpse disappeared along with the monster's corpse, leaving only a drop of golden essence blood. SHHH. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining Scion Essence Blood. Reward 10,000 pretending value. Please put it down and eat it, this time you will protect your body, free of charge. The system's words made Ye Chen smile slightly. Goo! Ye Chen directly swallowed the essence blood. Lying groove, this is too fierce. Ye Chen shouted, because inside his stomach, it seemed that countless explosives were rushing and sprinting, extremely violent. Then, a burst of sensational power seemed to shatter Ye Chen's entire body. Endless energy was mixed in the blood of that place, constantly integrating into Ye Chen's body, and then Ye Chen felt that something was awakening in his blood. As a result, the green tendons on Ye Chen's hands continued to explode, and the strong pain hit Ye Chen's mind, making Ye Chen sweat profusely. This medicinal effect is really fierce. Ye Chen roared angrily. Looking at Ye Chen's appearance, the melon-eating masses in the live broadcast room looked at each other. It doesn't seem that simple to become stronger. Aren't you talking nonsense? If it is so easy to become strong, anyone can be strong. I feel sorry for my anchor, don't say anything, a plane is offered. I feel sorry for my anchor, a search for rockets to offer. Anchor, come on, become a strong man and flip Frisia. Ye Chen's thinking was extremely chaotic under the pain, and a long time passed. Ye Chen slowly regained his senses. Is this done? Ye Chen felt that there was a power of Pang Bo in his body. System, look at the properties panel. Ye Chen. Combat effectiveness, 5 million, now it's a good life, keep up the good work, the tumultuous year. Bloodline, the Super Scion bloodline of the lower level legend, also known as the Lower Scion Warrior bloodline. Martial arts techniques, Sun Fist, Realm King Fist, Dancing Void Art, Magic Light Killing Cannon, Teleportation. It's already 5 million, but the most important thing I haven't learned is Super Scion. Although the basic combat power is strong enough, there is no need for Super Scion transformation at all. But the enemy he is about to face is too powerful, and if he does not have a Super Scion state, he is definitely not an opponent. System, why can't I transform into a Super Scion? Ye Chen asked the system. The system was silent for a long time and replied, you who have the legendary Super Scion bloodline, in fact, you don't need the so-called transformation, you just need to dig out the powerful power in the bloodline, you can do it. Now the power in your body is only less than 1% of the bloodline power, work hard, young man. Ye Chen nodded silently when he heard this. Yes, in his bloodline, there is an incomparably powerful force, but he can't control that powerful force. How to dig? Attentive. As soon as the system's answer was heard in Ye Chen's ears, Ye Chen wanted to scold. But then Ye Chen reacted. Careful. Ye Chen lowered his head, and a light crossed his eyes. Go back and continue to ride the spaceship, on top of this, discover my true power. Ye Chen lowered his head and looked at himself on the mirror of the spaceship, and was taken aback. My own hair, I don't know when, has turned golden color. This is... Suddenly, Ye Chen remembered Broly's hair color. Sure enough, the biggest difference between Scion warriors and Scion civilians is the difference in hair color. Black hair, just civilians. Forget it, it doesn't matter, and the blonde hair looks handsome, doesn't it? Ye Chen could actually use teleportation to go back, because Ye Chen, whose strength had skyrocketed, could already sense Leona and Afria's chi from a long distance. But Ye Chen still didn't go back. Cultivate, after cultivation, he can go back. Ye Chen got on the spaceship, and the spacecraft directly left the deserted Chakra planet and flew towards the planet Yadraith. That's my choice, Frisia, you're dead. Ye Chen looked at the bright starry sky through the glass window and said to himself. P.S. Flower tips try to come off, tomorrow if the flowers can rush to 4,000, add more 1, if the tip can reach 10,000, also add a chapter, I really wrote carefully, thank you for your support. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 060. Time passed slowly, and Ye Chen sat quietly in the spaceship and flew towards the planet Adraith. He sat cross-kneeled on the ground, and his long advance hit the ground directly. It seems that the power has been discovered. I don't know how long it took. Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, two essences shot out from Ye Chen's eyes. This is not an ordinary gaze, but because the qi in the body is too powerful, with the moment you open your eyes, it overflows uncontrollably. Brush! The two rays of essence directly penetrated the spaceship made of stainless steel and flew into the depths of the endless universe. Ye Chen looked at the wound of the spaceship on the ground and frowned slightly. Forget it, it's time to go. Ye Chen thought with his eyes closed. Scions are powerful, but they cannot survive in the universe and need air. This made Ye Chen a little puzzled. Scions only pursue strength, the stronger the better, but they do not have an eternal lifespan. There will also be birth, old age, illness, and death, and above the flesh body, it is not the most powerful existence. Scions are actually a race with obvious shortcomings. Alas, that fright spoke vaguely at that time. What dragon clan? Could it be that the divine dragon summoned by the dragon pearl killed the scions at that time? No kidding, even the scum of the Vic Great Demon King with a combat power of several hundred was able to kill the divine dragon summoned by the Earth Dragon Ball. It seems that the divine dragon of the Nemesis is more powerful, but it does not seem to be powerful. Could it be the super dragon god summoned by the Wishing Ball? It's kind of scary. You must know that the super dragon appeared in the comics, but it almost scared people to death. Under his wings, countless galaxies are covered, his head is more beaten than a dozen galaxies, and his body is even more terrifying. Anyway, when the super divine dragon appeared, Ye Chen was frightened. Could it be that the super divine dragon killed the former scion warrior? Not able to understand? Ye Chen guessed various possibilities in his heart, looked at the spacecraft with less and less air, and shook his head helplessly. Time to go back. Thinking about it, Ye Chen stretched out a hand and put it on his eyebrows. Brush brush. Disappeared. In the empty universe, only a broken spaceship remained, flying faintly. Mom, brother Ye Chen won't have an accident, right? Afja looked at Leona with a worried look and said. The perfect body is exquisite and fit, and the firm beauty meat makes people look at it and give birth to a mouthful of saliva. Afia can be said to be more blue than blue, and she looks like a sister flower with her mother. Mother Leona still looked like an iceberg goddess, but the severe coldness had already melted with Ye Chen's 30 years of cultivation. Don't worry, Xiaoa, since Ye Chen decided to go by himself, he should be sure, we can wait for him. Leona took Afja into her arms and said. However, but today is the 29th day, and brother Ye Chen still hasn't returned, are we really leaving? Afia still said in a mixed voice. Listening to Afria's words, Leona was also a little irritable. Forget it, let's wait, let's go tomorrow. Leona said with a smile. Well, wait a minute, brother Ye Chen. Afia was also happy. But at this moment, a brain collapse bounced directly onto Afia's smooth forehead. Hiss! It hurts, who hit me? Afja suddenly became unhappy and looked around. When he saw a blond young man behind him, looking at him with doting on his face, the unhappiness on his face dissipated. Brother Ye Chen, you will come back a lot, why didn't I see you? Afia happily threw herself into Ye Chen's arms. Ye Chen felt the waves in his arms, and couldn't help but sigh, the little lowly back then has really grown up. Ye Chen stroked Afia's hair and said with disgust, Afia, didn't my brother let you leave on the 29th day, why are you disobedient? Hearing Ye Chen's rebuke, Afia spat out her tongue cutely. Head, and then immediately said, Mom also agreed, is it so good? After Afia finished speaking, she broke free and Ye Chen hurriedly flew out and said, I'll go find something to eat, you and your mother chat. After that, Afia ran away. Seeing this scene, Leona's hair is full of black lines. As her own daughter, it is really enough to dump the pot to herself like this. Sister Leona, do you still care about me? Ye Chen smiled and leaned in front of Leona. Of course, although Leona's attitude towards Ye Chen slowly changed, she was always the goddess of the iceberg in front of Ye Chen. But Ye Chen just likes this tune, so all kinds of offenders are posted, chatting with Leona, and the jokes are endless. Looking at Leona's cute look with a blush on her face, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Hey, it's almost there. Ye Chen suddenly felt that several chi was rushing towards here from the distant space. Finally arrived, it seems that there is a familiar chi around him. Isn't King Vegeta dead? It's really fun. Ye Chen whispered, and a meaningful smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Leona's eyes showed a curious look. Ye Chen, what did you just say? Ye Chen smiled lightly, took Leona's jade hand and said, it's nothing, the enemy is about to arrive, let's prepare to go out to greet it. Leona looked at Ye Chen's thief hand and gave Ye Chen a blank look, but did not refuse, but walked towards the front with Ye Chen. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 061. You're back. When the third elder saw Ye Chen, a look of surprise crossed his eyes. Ye Chen smiled, stood in front of the Hall of Elders, and looked up at the sky. One by one, black dots appeared in the field of vision. What? The three elders looked at this scene and screamed. Take your people to hide, I'll solve the rest of the matter. Ye Chen was beside Leona and Afria, and said lightly. The third elder immediately nodded when he heard this. No matter whether Frisia's combat power is 530,000 or how many thousands, it is not something he can resist. Immediately, the three elders began to prepare to evacuate the crowd. The black dot slowly approached, and finally saw the whole picture. It was a densely packed spaceship. It's finally here. Ye Chen did not stop it, and countless spaceships landed on the ground. This planet is really interesting, King Vegeta, don't you say? Frisia remained in his chair and floated out of the spaceship. By his side, followed by King Vegeta. Once the first head, so dignified, will never be picked up again. King Vegeta lowered his head and did not speak. Frisia raised his head and looked ahead. In front of the Elder Hall, Ye Chen also raised his head and looked in the direction where the other party was. The invisible gaze has been entangled together, and it is terrifying. That's you, do you already know I'm coming? Frisia smiled faintly, led countless subordinates, and walked to the front. And the scions this time, under the order of King Vegeta, also went out. Why did we come to this planet? Bardock stepped out of the spaceship and said with a frown. The scion beside him was also a little curious, but it seemed that he had a little insider and whispered, it seems to be related to the legendary Super Scion. What, the legendary Super Scion? Bardock smiled disdainfully when he heard this. This is just a legend, you actually believe it? Who knows? The companion also felt that this was not true, and smiled coldly. And above the distant planet Vegeta, the planet that should have been empty, inside the cosmic garbage, in a golden light mask, a child and an adult are in it. The child's hair, like Ye Chen, was also golden. All the scions have left, just right, father, let's go too. In a few years, we will come back for revenge. The young man said softly, then carried his seriously injured father, found a spaceship, chose a planet at random, and left. Everything has changed. Broly, who was supposed to leave after the destruction of planet Vegeta, is now gone. Everything is moving in an uncontrollable direction. You're powerful. Ye Chen was still standing in front of the elder Hall-1, his golden hair extra dazzling. How did it turn golden, and it's obviously black in the video? Seeing Ye Chen's appearance at the moment, Frisia frowned. Because beware of the blonde-haired scions, this is something handed down from the ancestors. So that is, really come true? Check the opponent's combat effectiveness. Frisia took a new type of detector directly. Brush 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 brush. The combat effectiveness index continues to soar. 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Every time the value soared, Frisia's face became ugly. How is it possible to return like this? 5 million combat power? Frisia stared at Ye Chen in front of him with an extremely cold face. And King Vegeta also opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it. 5 million combat power? How so? This terrifying combat power has exceeded his imagination. You must know that as the king of the Scions, his combat power is only more than 10,000. King Vegeta looked at Ye Chen's face and was silent, not knowing what to say. Frisia suddenly smiled, and the look on his face seemed to disappear without a trace. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Not bad. Frisia spoke softly, causing King Vegeta to fall into an ice cellar. How is that possible? King Vegeta said in a lost voice. Frisia's combat power is only 530,000, which is shown by the detector, but Frisia's Scion who has reached 5 million does not panic. Why? Is there any hole card that Frisia can't make? King Vegeta was distraught and looked at the two women beside Ye Chen. Leona was naturally very familiar, but the combat power value detected on the probe made King Vegeta extremely surprised in his heart. 2 million. King Vegeta was already powerless to be surprised. Why did Leona, who was still 9,000 combat power not long ago, soar by leaps and bounds? And Ye Chen and Afia, who were originally still children, suddenly turned into young people. You must know that they still have 2 or 3 years to become adults. What the hell is going on here? What exactly is going on? King Vegeta's heart was messy chaotic, and Bardock's heart was even more terrifying. Is that their own waste son? Ye Chen had already surprised himself in the battle with Leona, and now his combat effectiveness had reached a level that he could not imagine. What the hell is going on here? Author PS, it's quite embarrassing. I just woke up after sleeping, and when I saw a scolding in the book review area, my heart hurt. So many scolding, it is indeed proof that I wrote poorly. No way, but I wrote it all. I can't always pat my brain and say that what I wrote is not a rewriting, right? So sorry, there is no way to change it. Friends who really can't stand it, just remove this book from the shelves. It should be on the shelves tomorrow. I hope to support friends who still have hope for this book. Thank you. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 062. Finally, Ye Chen still met Frisia. Hello, Mr. Raditz. Frisia was always so polite and said softly to Ye Chen. Ye Chen also smiled after seeing Frisia. You came here to destroy me. Ye Chen looked at Frisia and said. Frisia's eyebrows twitched moved, I'm here to meet the legendary Super Saiyan. So how do I feel after reading it? Ye Chen said with a chuckle. Super Saiyan, worthy of the name, 5 million combat power, it is really amazing. Frisia said unabashedly. When Frisia said that Ye Chen had 5 million combat power, his men and a group of Scions were shocked. How is it possible? There are 5 million combat power. A group of people did not believe it at all and immediately took out their own detectors. These detectors are old and new, but most of them have a detection index of around 100,000. Click. Click. The sound of the detector popping is endless. It turned out to be really 5 million combat power. The crowd in the live broadcast room was very excited when they saw Frisia, but some people also poured cold water. Anchor, I don't know why you pretended to be forced. Why didn't you run away just now? You are not Frisia's opponent at all. Yes, Anchor, you have the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, and the speed of strength growth has increased rapidly, and you can cultivate for a while and then find trouble with Frisia. I feel sorry for my Anchor, and I was broken through my mind by the powerful strength suddenly obtained. Poor Angkor. The live broadcast room has developed a pessimistic psychology about the upcoming battle. Ye Chen, on the other hand, looked at Frisia lightly and said, "You have already seen me, do you still want to fight with me?" Frisia nodded when he heard this and said, "Yes, not only to fight with you, I also want to kill you. Super Saiyan is a little scary, you in the video with 1 million combat power, in just 1 month, reached 5 million combat power, if you are allowed to grow, I may not be your opponent." Frisia was scared. Ye Chen's talent was really terrifying. Frisia is not afraid of Ye Chen's 5 million combat power, but is afraid of Ye Chen's growth talent. If Ye Chen's combat strength has been rising by leaps and bounds, he will definitely overwhelm him one day. And Frisia, as the Emperor of the Universe, cannot tolerate this day coming. So, Ye Chen, you go and die. A hint of murderous intent crossed Frisia's eyes. I thought you were going to say that you came to kill me to avenge Team Kinnett. Ye Chen said with a smile. Dying means that they are useless, revenge or something, the most boring thing. Frisia's ruthlessness stands out. Okay, then come on. The two only talked for a few short words, and all of them had been made clear. This battle is inevitable. It is said that our frozen demon ancestors interstellar pirate Zild also met your Super Saiyan. At that time, our ancestor was not an opponent, and fled to the 6th universe, and I don't know if we are still alive now. Frisia said with a soft smile. Saying that, he slowly raised his fingertips. It's just a simple action, and all the faces are changed. Black energy streams instantly wrapped around Frisia's fingertips and appeared on Frisia's hand. The surrounding void instantly became unstable as the black energy streams converged. Hell Rocket Launcher. Frisia whispered the name of the move. One after another. Dark energy formed a black energy ball without hurry. The energy was extremely stable, but as soon as everyone saw the energy ball, their hearts shuddered. If the terrifying energy in it exploded, I am afraid that no one present would be able to resist it. Of course, except for one person who was unexpected, that was Ye Chen. Frisia smiled faintly, and his eyes locked on Ye Chen. This is my appetizer for you. Frisia looked at Ye Chen and warmly invited. Gee. Ye Chen looked at the black energy ball, and a smile crossed the corner of his mouth. With Frisia's gentle wave of his finger, the black energy ball instantly slid up, streaking through the void, unexpectedly revealing a strange black hole, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, King Vegeta clearly realized the gap between himself and Frisia. I even thought about assassinating Frisia before, I really don't know how thick the sky is. I'm afraid that if I can't even catch Frisia's casual blow, I will die. It's really... King Vegeta fell into despair, and then looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who has 5 million combat strength, has crushed Frisia, who has only 530,000 combat power. In terms of combat strength, so can Ye Chen kill Frisia? Ye Chen watched as the speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a black line, straight towards the Hell rocket launcher that rushed towards him. You two leave first. Ye Chen didn't have any worries, but said to Afia and Leona behind him. The two nodded and directly held hands and left. At this moment, the Hell rocket artillery rushed in front of Ye Chen. The Hell rocket launcher that quickly restarted, ordinary people could not dodge at all, but Ye Chen only turned slightly sideways, and the lower rocket launcher was grazed over Ye Chen's body and flew towards the rear. Ye Chen looked at Frisia and smiled, and Frisia's eyes were also full of smiles. Ye Chen, be careful! Afia shouted. Because the Hell rocket launcher that passed by turned around and rushed towards Ye Chen again. Go and die! Frisia said softly. It seems that you can't avoid it anymore? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and stretched out a hand. To defend against such a terrifying energy attack with your hands? Everyone watched in surprise. The Hell rocket cannon was getting closer and closer to Ye Chen's palm. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 063. Under everyone's gaze, the Hell rocket cannon was getting closer and closer to Ye Chen's palm. Destroy it. Ye Chen spoke gently. A majestic chi filled Ye Chen's palm. And the black Hell rocket cannon, after rushing to Ye Chen's palm, immediately disappeared without a trace, without any waves. There was a look of shock in everyone's eyes. Frisia's blow was actually cracked by Ye Chen with such a heavy lift. Even Frisia's face was extremely ugly. Although he had long guessed that this move would not cause any harm to Ye Chen, it was still unpleasant to crack it so easily. Ye Chen withdrew his palm, looked at Frisia and smiled and said, "It's not polite to come and go." As soon as the words fell, the whole person instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. What? In an instant, Frisia's entire body became alert, looking around, but did not see Ye Chen's figure at all. How is it possible? How is it possible so fast? A trace of fear crossed Frisia's heart, and he immediately wanted to transform. But it was too late, and a sad voice sounded. "Frisia, you're a bit weak." Frisia was shocked in his heart, but before he could turn around, a terrifying attack had already smashed on his back. The armor on the back made an overwhelmed sound, and it cracked in an instant, and the entire body flew out uncontrollably at this moment. And the throne that had been sitting under him, the throne made of steel, also instantly turned into pieces. It turned out that Ye Chen didn't know when, and he had already appeared behind Frisia. Frisia was directly punched by Ye Chen, cut through a grey arc, and finally directly entered the mountain thousands of meters away. The mountain was instantly collapsed, and the rumbling noise was endless. "It's terrifying." Ye Chen stood where Frisia was, looked at the figure in the distance, and smiled faintly. The people around were stunned. What just happened? King Frisia, who was invincible in his heart, was actually directly shot away by this blonde guy? King Frisia must have been careless, it must be. One of Frisia's men shouted loudly, but her sweaty head showed his nervousness. Ye Chen glanced at him, and his majestic eyes made him unable to bear it at all, and he knelt down directly, unable to speak. And King Vegeta originally stood by Frisia's side, but at this moment Frisia's flew away, and Ye Chen stood here. "You? Are you Raditz?" King Vegeta said in a trembling voice. He is the king of the Sion. Even in the face of Frisia, he can lower his noble head, but he will never let himself be so panicked in front of others. But now, he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. "King Vegeta? So you're here?" Ye Chen seemed to have seen King Vegeta at this moment. This tone made King Vegeta feel deeply humiliated, but he did not dare to have any opinion. Ye Chen smiled. Just a month and a half ago, King Vegeta could still carry his proud head and use his fighting power to coerce and bully himself. Now, even if he despised the other party so much, King Vegeta did not dare to say a word. "What about Vegeta?" Ye Chen looked at King Vegeta and spoke faintly. "Vegeta is behind." King Vegeta said without daring to disobey. "Very good, the Sion clan has 3 geniuses in this life. One is Kakarot, he was thrown to the earth. But it seems that Kakarot's talent is too low. If it is not to the earth, I am afraid that he will not become a strong person. This will not be mentioned. The other one is your son, he is more powerful than your talent, you can be proud." Hearing Ye Chen praise his son Vegeta, King Vegeta's heart gave birth to a sense of pride. Of course, compared to Broly, Monkey King and Vegeta are scum. Ye Chen finally said softly. "Yes, if it weren't for Sun Wukong's protagonist aura, I'm afraid that Vegeta would have directly destroyed all the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth." Hearing Ye Chen mention Broly, King Vegeta's face immediately turned grey as dead grey. How could it be? When he killed Broly and his father, he was absolutely alone until, how could Raditz know about this now? King Vegeta didn't know what Ye Chen's attitude was towards this matter, and his heart was extremely apprehensive. Ye Chen looked at King Vegeta, who was flustered in his heart, and smiled, "Don't worry, I have nothing to do with Broly, but it must be you who is unlucky, because Broly is not dead." Ye Chen's words made King Vegeta feel like he was struck by lightning. "What? Broly isn't dead?" Broly reached 10,000 combat power as soon as he was born, such a terrifying talent. If he grows up, no one in the entire planet Vegeta is an opponent. And if Broly hadn't died, he would have come looking for his murderer. When the time comes. King Vegeta couldn't imagine it anymore. Ye Chen also smiled when he looked at King Vegeta's regretful look. "I guess, your heart must not regret making a move on Broly, but regret why you didn't check it after killing Broly's father and son, am I right?" King Vegeta fell into an ice cellar in an instant, and Ye Chen seemed to be able to see through what he was thinking. Ye Chen was too lazy to take care of this guy. "Take all the scions and leave, this battle between me and Frieza has not yet begun, this planet may be destroyed." Ye Chen said softly. "What, haven't started yet?" King Vegeta was shocked. Couldn't Ye Chen have already won now? Just thinking so, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from a distance. "Scion, I'm angry." The eerie voice, as if it resounded throughout the universe, made everyone shudder. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 064. "You pizzed me off, Scion." Frieza's angry voice sounded, leaving everyone a little overwhelmed. Especially Frieza's subordinates, who had never seen Frieza's look so angry, and in their hearts, Frieza was always a polite gentleman. This is because they do not know that Frieza is always polite to people who are not a threat. But those who threaten themselves need to be killed. After the dust of the collapse of the mountain in the distance had cleared, Frieza stood in mid-air. "Let you see my transformation." Frieza roared, and the originally small body actually began to tremble violently and stretch. And the breath on his body also began to become stronger as his body stretched. When King Vegeta saw this scene, his face turned even more grey. Frieza just now, it turned out to be not the most powerful, it was simply sensational. Frieza's body soared wildly, and finally he was 3 times taller, the same height as a normal person. It's just that his appearance has become more hideous. "Ye Chen, I want you to die," Frieza said with scarlet eyes. Ye Chen looked at his first change and shook his head noncommittally. Others don't know about Frieza's transformation, but they know it themselves. After Frieza's first change, his combat power was only more than 1 million. This is not their own opponent at all. "Then transform, or you will be beaten by me again." Ye Chen stood majestically in the air and said indifferently. "You dare to look down on me so much?" Frieza was furious. "I say it again, keep transforming." Ye Chen said impatiently. "You die." As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza had never been looked down upon so much, and suddenly rushed to Ye Chen in an instant of anger. "It's fast, it's just fast to the extreme. This is an advanced version of the dance technique, extremely fast sprint. It's just that Frieza is fast enough, but Ye Chen is faster." When Frieza rushed in, a fist was smashed out fiercely. The fist covered with endless energy smashed out fiercely, as if it was about to smash into the air. But at this moment, Frieza's face had already rushed to Ye Chen's fist. Everyone looked at this scene, it was messy chaotic. Because from their point of view, it was clear that Frieza directly rushed to Ye Chen's fist and was beaten. Frieza's heart was even more depressed, he rushed to Ye Chen's front and just planned to attack. Ye Chen's punch had already reached his face, not giving himself a chance to dodge at all, as if he had calculated all his speed. Touch! Another rumbling sound. This time, Frieza flew even farther upside down, flying directly out hundreds of thousands of meters before stopping in mid-air. And Ye Chen was still standing in place, as if he hadn't done anything just now, just hit a fly. Everyone was stunned to watch this scene, and their hearts were extremely surprised. King Frisia, he just transformed, and he can't even beat this scion. Scions are horrible. Look at his blonde hair, definitely not an ordinary scion. This should be the legendary super scion, it's terrible. Otherwise, let's run away. It seems that King Frisia is not an opponent. Frisia's men are warriors in the entire universe, and they are not necessarily very loyal to Frisia. So at this moment, there is already a retreat. But at this moment, an even more majestic force rushed out. You will pay the price for your underestimation of the enemy. Stupid stuffed tooth fever. Frisia roared, and the body that had just become huge actually shrunk again, but the shoulders, which were not wide, were strangely stretched to the sides. Frisia in the second stage? Ye Chen looked at this scene before revealing a trace of fighting intent. The second form of Frisia, whose combat power has reached 5 million, can finally draw with himself. Now you are my enemy. Ye Chen smiled. Frisia flew into the air again, and everyone looked at Frisia's appearance at this moment, and they all exclaimed. Frisia has become an extremely ugly monster at this moment, although it was not good looking before, but now it looks the ugly. Of course, beauty and ugliness are not important, the most important thing is Frisia's fierce fighting power. Everyone thought Frisia was powerful, but no one had ever guessed that Frisia was so powerful. After 2 transformations, the combat effectiveness has directly increased from 530,000 combat power to 5 million combat effectiveness, which is simply sensational. Most importantly, is Frisia's transformation the last time? In everyone's hearts, there was endless panic. And King Vegeta's heart is the situation after the disaster. Fortunately, he bowed his head at that time, otherwise, the entire planet Vegeta would have been destroyed by King Frisia. Looking at the ugly Frisia second form in front of him, Ye Chen frowned. It's really ugly, or the third form is smooth and Frisia is good looking. However, it seems that if he does not defeat this form of Frisia, he will not transform. For the sake of purifying my eyes, I will torture you fiercely and make you turn into the third form. Ye Chen smiled. It should be on the shelves soon, I hope you support me, thank you, I will try my best to write a good story for everyone to see. Dragon Boat reading discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 065. Go and die. Frisia was already irritable, and instantly his body rose up and rushed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's face also became serious, and he also rushed towards Frisia. This was the first time Ye Chen took the initiative to attack, and everyone was staring at it with full attention. Touch. The two people, whose speed had reached extreme speed, touched together in the air, and everyone's fist could directly sink a mountain. The fists and feet of the two intersected, bringing up an endless fierce wind, which made the space warriors under Frisia's seat unbearable. Some of the slightly lower combat effectiveness were directly swept up by the fierce wind brought up by the battle between the two. Everyone had serious faces and retreated towards the rear. Ye Chen and Frisia were in mid-air, fists and feet combined, and they used all their strength in every move. Ye Chen suddenly disappeared in place, causing Frisia to punch the air. At this moment, Ye Chen appeared behind Frisia and punched out fiercely. Touch. Frisia was directly reached by Ye Chen under the beating, and a deep hole appeared where Frisia fell. Even if you have the same combat strength, you are not my opponent. Ye Chen stood in the air and looked at the ground and pouted. But at this moment, Ye Chen felt the sound of the wind behind him. What? Before Ye Chen could react, a punch had already hit Ye Chen's back. This powerful blow sent Ye Chen flying directly, and there seemed to be a burning pain behind his back that passed in his mind. Directly flown thousands of meters, Ye Chen stabilized his figure in the air, and when he turned around, Frisia was standing in his original place with a gloomy face. "Still underestimating you," Ye Chen said with a smile, without any nervousness. Frisia's face was extremely unhappy. "It's an unforgivable sin that a little scion actually made me so embarrassed one after another," Frisia said gloomily, stretching out a finger. Ye Chen felt the danger. "Earth rift," Frisia said softly. Above the fingertips of his fingers, a violent aura suddenly appeared on the tips of Ye Chen's fingers, splashing a beam of light, shooting straight towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's face turned pale, and he instantly dodged to the side, and the beam of light passed by, bringing up a few of Ye Chen's yellow-colored hair. "Is that the only trick?" Ye Chen said with a cold smile. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth, and the finger that shot the beam suddenly swiped, and the beam did not disappear, but swept straight towards Ye Chen like a huge energy lightsaber. "Damn it!" Ye Chen took a sip lightly, and directly dodged the sweep again, and then stretched out two hands to stroke on his forehead. Brush brush! Ye Chen disappeared in place, and Frisia frowned for a while, but then, the fierce attack behind him made Frisia terrified, until Ye Chen had come behind him. However, it was too late. The furious attack hit his head, smashing himself into dizziness. Frisia's body shot into the distance like a cannonball, but Ye Chen did not let go of the other party's intention in the slightest, and as soon as his figure moved, he rushed out again. Oh bang! Ye Chen hit after blow, one hand grabbed the sharp corner above Frisia's head, and the other hand was viciously punching on Frisia's moon mouth. Ye Chen's fist with endless power beat Frisia to the point that he rolled his eyes. But this is not over. Ye Chen struck again, slammed Frisia to the ground, and then stepped on Frisia's forehead with one foot. "It seems that you still can't beat me in your second transformation." Ye Chen smiled, the light on his hand flashed, and pressed towards Frisia's moon mouth. "Magic light killing cannon!" Ye Chen chanted softly, because one foot stepped on Frisia, so that Frisia's could not escape at all, so Frisia could only feel the terrifying fluctuations on Ye Chen's hand flickering. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia was humiliated, not just a threat to life and death at this moment. As the Emperor of the Universe, it was simply unforgivable that he was bullied by Ye Chen like this. "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you!" Frisia roared furiously. Ye Chen didn't care, the light on his hand flickered more and more, making people look extremely shocked in their hearts. "Alas, Frisia, I gave you the opportunity to transform, but you have to be arrogant and only transform into the second stage, so you are seeking your own death, you can't blame me," Ye Chen said softly, unable to see joy and sorrow. And the extremely dangerous aura that was condensing in Ye Chen's hand became more and more manic. Ye Chen's strength is already so strong, and the skills that still need to be charged at this moment must be extremely dangerous. So Frisia's face was full of horror at the moment. "Damn it! Damn it!" Frisia struggled frantically, but could not escape from Ye Chen's feet at all. "I gave you a chance, but you don't want it, so, go and die." A burst of light flashed on Ye Chen's outstretched right hand, and the golden beam of light wrapped around the red aura, rushing directly towards Frisia's moon mouth. At this moment, Frisia's body erupted with an incomparable qi. This qi was so violent that it even directly repelled Ye Chen. The magic light-killing cannon in Ye Chen's hand also shot directly into the empty place because of this accident. The light of the magic light-killing cannon shot directly into the distant mountain range, turning the entire mountain range into flying ash. Alas, what a pity! Ye Chen frowned and looked at Frisia, who slowly stood up and said. Frisia's gloomy face and hideous second form looked even more terrifying. "Scion, you must die." Fang Cai's humiliation of being trampled under Ye Chen's feet made the arrogant Frisia unable to accept it at all, and roared angrily. "It's finally about to transform." Ye Chen looked at the furious Frisia and suddenly smiled. "Come on, let me see your transformation," Ye Chen said loudly. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 066. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. The words between the two made everyone feel creepy in their hearts. Frisia hadn't even reached his limit. The combat power of 500,000 has become 5 million combat power, and it has not even reached the limit. What a terrible race! You'll regret it, Scion. Frisia roared, and a fierce chi instantly burst out. The entire planet seemed to tremble under this fierce chi. The earth cracked, and the clouds in the sky were instantly scattered. The monstrous momentum rushed straight into the sky, and the atmosphere seemed to be about to be broken through by the fierce aura breath brought by Frisia's transformation. Everyone was shocked by the increasingly manic aura on Frisia. On Frisia's body, the originally hideous armor fell piece by piece, and under the falling armor was the skin of incomparable brilliance. And King Vegeta, who was watching this scene, the value on the detector above his eyes jumped violently. 5 million%. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. Click. The detector on King Vegeta's eyes exploded directly. This phenomenon stunned Queen Mother Vegeta. What kind of joke? His own detector is the latest type of detector, and he can't detect Frisia's combat power at the moment, that is to say, Frisia's combat power has exceeded 10 million. That's a little scary. Hee, Scion, you shouldn't have given me the chance to transform. After the dust of the transformation was scattered, a brand new Frisia appeared in front of everyone. Some are short, but the skin looks smooth and white throughout, only the top of the head and shoulders are faintly purple. This is the perfect form. Ye Chen looked at Frisia and said with a smile, 12 million combat power, 10% combat power, is not enough. Hurry up and increase your combat effectiveness by 100%. Unlike the surprise of the people around him, Ye Chen still had a light breeze. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Frisia's face was a little gloomy. Transforming into this kind of thing is for the sake of pressure, and his body cannot withstand too strong combat power for the time being, so he sealed it. This is the secret of the Frisia frozen demons. Only the closest subordinates know the secret of transformation. But these subordinates definitely don't know how many times they transformed. And Ye Chen, as if everything was clear in the moon, gave birth to a trace of haze. Why does he know? Why do you know so much? Frisia suppressed the killing intent in his heart and looked at Ye Chen and asked. Ye Chen smiled. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and improve your strength, 12 million combat strength, it's better to increase it to 100% combat power at one time, otherwise, I won't give you another chance to transform. Ye Chen said slowly. It's too arrogant, but 5 million scions with combat power dare to say such a big thing, it's really arrogant. Frisia was furious, and his petite body disappeared directly into the air. Then, in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ye Chen. Arrogant scion, you can't even keep up with my speed now, what else is there to say? Ye Chen looked around, and behind Ye Chen, Frisia's voice suddenly came out. Then, a sharp pain directly knocked Ye Chen flying. Bang bang! Bang! The extremely fast attack wave instantly emanated from Frisia's hand and struck towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen directly swung out a huge gas bomb with one hand, swallowing all these gas waves and rushing towards Frisia. Insect tricks! Frisia smiled coldly. He stood in place, not even needing to block. Ye Chen's air bomb directly hit his body. The monstrous wave of qi instantly burst out, and a glimmer of hope crossed everyone's eyes. But to everyone's disappointment, when the aura dispersed, Frisia stood intact in place, not even a trace of dust on his body. Arrogant scion, is this your limit? If that's the case, you die. Ask for flowers. Frisia's cold eyes stared at Ye Chen's body tightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Ye Chen stood in mid-air, stabilized his figure, and looked at Frisia fixedly. "Arrogant scion, do you still think I'm not your opponent?" Frisia said proudly to Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled when he heard this. "In fact, in those years in the time cabin, I couldn't improve my combat effectiveness because of system limitations, so I wondered if I could use this to break through to the Super Saiyan level." Frisia seemed not to be Ye Chen's enemy, but Ye Chen's friend. Ye Chen just stood and said, regardless of whether Frisia could understand or not. 0. Limiting the combat effectiveness, it seems to be the best opportunity to break through, but it may be because there is not enough sense of crisis, so I have not been able to break through to the level of a normal Super Saiyan. Ye Chen still said slowly. Frisia's face changed when he heard this. "How is it possible? Aren't you still the legendary Super Saiyan?" Ye Chen smiled. "Of course not. If I am a Super Saiyan now, then the legendary Super Saiyan is inevitably too weak. In short, in my years in the Time Cottage, I have been trying my best to break through, but I just couldn't break through to the Super Saiyan, and finally because I was anxious, I broke through to a strange state again due to chance." Ye Chen still said slowly. "This should be a mimicry Super Saiyan state. The same golden energy, the same soaring chi. But one thing is different, that is, when I first entered this state, my mind disappeared directly, and I became crazy and wanted to kill. I almost killed Leona and Afria, and if I hadn't woken up at the last minute, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. In that state, my combat power can probably skyrocket by about 20 times, but I have been losing my mind, which makes me afraid of hurting my own people, so I have never tried again." Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 067. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Until I got some opportunities a few days ago, not only did my strength skyrocket, but even my soul was much stronger, so now I feel that I can control that state. Today, I'll let you see the Super Saiyan who is not in the state of a Super Saiyan. Ye Chen's original smiling face slowly became serious. Invisible ripples seemed to change from around Ye Chen's body. The void around Ye Chen's body was even more like the surface of the water after rain, rippling, making people unable to see it. A golden aura began to rise from Ye Chen's body. The terrifying deterrent power directly overwhelmed everyone around. Frisia's originally proud face suddenly dissipated, and all that remained was vigilance. The energy on Ye Chen's 650 was too powerful. 5 million. 10 million. 80 million. Click. The detector on Frisia's face also shattered, and there was no longer a single detector in the entire field. Because of Ye Chen's chi, he had already burst all the detectors. Ye Chen stood quietly in the void, and his whole body was wrapped in a faint golden aura. The breath on Ye Chen's body was also different from the past. Ye Chen in the weekdays, even if he was fighting, seemed to be relaxed and kind. But now Ye Chen made both Afria and Leona feel a strangeness. A cold aura spread in Ye Chen's heart. "Hey, Frisia!" Ye Chen's sudden voice startled Frisia. "Although I restrained this weakness of losing my mind, my heart is still cold. I now feel that no one cannot be killed, even if those people I like very much, if they block in front of me now, I will kill them. This feeling, it's really unpleasant." Ye Chen's terrifying aura shocked the audience. Inside the live broadcast room, seeing Ye Chen's appearance, his heart suddenly trembled. Ye Chen's current state, isn't he a Super Saiyan? It seems that something is wrong. Normal Super Saiyans will not lose their sanity and feelings, but although the anchor has not lost his sanity now, but looking at the expression, there are no feelings. I see, this is a mimicry Super Saiyan. A person's barrage floated, making everyone stop, intending to watch this guy's next barrage. The Monkey King in the theatrical version was cornered when fighting with Shrag, so he burst into potential, at which point Monkey King's pupils disappeared, briefly lost consciousness, and his head. The whole body burned with golden-colored chi, and the combat power was 20 times that of normal. And not 50 times the normal Super Saiyan 1. Wrong, sorry, the normal increase in Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times. And Broly also transformed in Burn It, Hot War, Super Fierce War to improve his combat effectiveness in one breath, and his whole body burned with golden chi. What these two times have in common is that the form is immediately lifted after regaining consciousness. The anchor should have also entered, but overcame the drawbacks of losing consciousness and still lost feelings. This guy's explanation made everyone nod. So that's it. Ye Chen, who was full of golden chi, stood quietly in the air, looked at Frisia and said, "My heart is now full of killing intent, I feel that if I don't kill, I will explode, so you go and die." Ye Chen said slowly, his voice was neither happy nor sad, as if he didn't have any feelings. This made Frisia angry in her heart. "I am the Emperor of the universe, the strongest warrior. A scion who dares to look down on me so much, I want you to die." Frisia roared angrily, and the petite body in the third form rushed directly in front of Ye Chen. The speed is so fast that people can't see Frisia's movements at all. Touch! Frisia smashed a fist directly on Ye Chen's stomach. "Humph, Super Saiyan, but that's it," Frisia said coldly. But soon his face changed. Because as if he was not injured, his attack did not cause any damage to Ye Chen at all. "While losing my feelings, I don't feel pain in this state," Ye Chen said slowly, as if it was not himself who was hit by Frisia's powerful punch. Frisia immediately retreated until something was wrong. But it was already late. Ye Chen's palm directly grabbed Frisia's head. In the third stage, Frisia's head was not as big as Ye Chen's palm, and at this moment, it was directly wrapped by Ye Chen's palm, which made Frisia's heart tremble. "Do you think I can pinch you to death?" Ye Chen said with murderous intent. These words made Frisia's heart instantly chill. "Pinch me to death?" Ye Chen's words were really too domineering, and Frisia seemed to be just a small chicken in Ye Chen's hand, and he could be pinched to death at will. "It's so arrogant, it's so arrogant!" Frisia roared angrily, and a super aura erupted all over his body. His tail flicked directly at Ye Chen's face. However, Ye Chen stretched out his other hand and directly grabbed his tail. The hand holding Frisia's head began to exert force. Crunch! The tooth-sour voice sounded directly. Frisia looked pained in Ye Chen's palm. "It's really hard. Mimicry Super 1.4 Subhuman Ye Chen, pinched for a long time, but he couldn't crush Frisia's head, and said with some disappointment. Frisia was even more angry, shivering with anger. But with only 10% of his combat strength, in Ye Chen's hands, he didn't even have the strength to resist. "Go and die." Since he couldn't crush Frisia's head, Ye Chen directly grabbed Frisia's tail and began to sweep up. Mountains were smashed and collapsed. One by one, the big drink was cut off by Ye Chen directly holding Frisia. Frisia was under Ye Chen's hands and was powerless to resist at all. "Wow! Scion, I'm going to kill you." Frisia, who was powerless to resist, directly stretched out and cut off his tail. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 068. CT Sangtak.tk. Brush. A smooth break emerged from above Frisia's tail. Frisia was really ruthless, seeing that he couldn't break free from Ye Chen's attack, he actually cut off his tail directly. Phew! Frisia flicked off his tail, and his body instantly rushed forward, leaving Ye Chen's surroundings. Everyone was stunned to see this scene, which was also terrifying. Frisia's tail was actually broken. Ye Chen, who was dressed in a golden aura, saw the remaining half-cut tail on his hand, pouted disdainfully, and threw his hand to the ground. Seeing that his tail was directly thrown away by Ye Chen, Frisia roared angrily. Scions deserve to die!" It roared, and its furious aura soared violently, as if it wanted to shock the entire heaven and earth in an instant. His originally petite body seemed to be inflated at this moment, instantly swelling, and the traces of muscle knots on his arms and legs were shocking. The most surprising thing about 23 was that the terrifying aura on Frisia's body rushed straight into the sky and shocked the heavens and the earth. 10%. 50%. 80%. 100%. This time, Frisia did not stay much longer, and directly burst out his 100% powerful strength. That terrifying flesh body made everyone around shocked. "Scion, you're dead." Frisia looked at Ye Chen with a gloomy voice. Ye Chen was in the state of mimicking a super scion, and he had no feelings at all, so he just glanced at Frisia coldly and rushed straight up. "Find death!" Frisia roared and rushed towards Ye Chen. Bang bang zero bang. The two attacked each other wildly, setting off endless monstrous waves in mid-air. The terrifying aura rolled up, making everyone feel afraid, and they all retreated to the rear, afraid that they would be involved in the battle between the two. Qigong wave. Ye Chen waved his hand and threw out a Qigong wave, but hitting Frisia's body only paused slightly, and then rushed towards Ye Chen again. The earth cracks. Hell rocket launcher. Frisia's combat power at this moment has reached 100 million taels, and the combat power of Ye Chen under the imitation has only reached 100 million, and there is energy that bursts out of the opponent's chi. The world of Dragon Ball is a world of chi, and whoever is strong in chi is powerful. And the flesh body, although it is not weak, but compared to the chi thing, it is very weak. Therefore, Ye Chen did not dare to use his flesh body to resist the attack of his own chi at the moment. "Scion, aren't you arrogant?" Frisia roared angrily. "It's a great shame to have my tail broken." No one could stop Frisia's determination to kill Ye Chen. Ye Chen's face was expressionless after hearing this, and he just raised his hands in front of his forehead. When the others saw this scene, they thought that Ye Chen was going to perform some powerful trick. But King Vegeta, Leona and the others had seen Ye Chen perform this trick, and suddenly closed their eyes. The rest of the people who did not close their eyes seemed to have exploded directly in front of them. With Ye Chen's strength, the sun fist he unleashed was extremely terrifying. It was as if there was a moment when the sun was in front of everyone's eyes. Even an inhuman race like Frisia was in a trance in front of them, and they instantly felt that they were in great pain. "Frisia, go die!" Frisia's eyes were in a trance under the strong light, and Ye Chen's emotionless voice came from behind. "Damn it!" Frisia didn't hit the trick until he was hit, but it was already late, and Ye Chen had already punched himself hard. His own body could not resist such a powerful force at all, so he was directly shot away. Of course, Ye Chen would not let go of such a good opportunity, and he clung to it tightly, constantly beating Frisia. Bang bang bang! Ye Chen's fists and feet were combined, constantly smashing hard. Frisia's heart tightened, angrily shook his fist, and a white chi violently erupted, shaking Ye Chen away. "Scion, you can die!" Frisia sneered and directly threw out a Qigong wave. Strangely, this Qigong wave was not thrown towards Ye Chen, but towards Leona and Afria. "I see if you can save it." Frisia had an eerie smile on her face. At this moment, Frisia's combat power has reached 120 million, and the Qigong waves released casually are not something that Leona and others can resist. However, Ye Chen's heart did not change at all. At this moment, Ye Chen's heart was extremely cold. He only wanted to kill. As for whether others died or not, it really had nothing to do with himself. Thinking of this, Ye Chen planned to rush directly to Frisia. But at this moment, Ye Chen heard a "650 yuz" exclamation. In his plain and cold heart, a ripple rippled. What's going on? Ye Chen turned around. Afia and Leona themselves can escape, but Frisia's move is too powerful, and the deterrent power is extraordinary, so that the two cannot leave under this coercion. Leona's face was frosty, and she didn't make a sound. Afria, on the other hand, first exclaimed, and then understood why her mother did not speak. Afraid of disturbing Ye Chen, this kind of battle between life and death, whoever is distracted will die. Therefore, Leona was reluctant to speak out and did not want to disturb Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at this scene with some confusion, and suddenly, endless feelings arose in his heart. They can't die, the two of them can't die, they two are the women I like. The disappeared feelings returned, and Ye Chen suddenly realized. But with Ye Chen's sanity and feelings restored, the golden aura on his body instantly dissipated. The golden energy also instantly shrunk back into Ye Chen's body and hidden. Ye Chen's originally powerful aura instantly dissipated. The mimicry super scion state disappeared without a trace as Ye Chen recovered his emotions. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 069. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Damn it! Seeing Leona and Afuia's panicked looks, Ye Chen, who had recovered his feelings, immediately cursed. Then the body flickered, and it came to the middle between Leona and Afuia. Ye Chen stretched out his hand and put his hand on the shoulders of the two, and instantly cast teleportation again. The 3 disappeared directly before the imminent chi wave, and then appeared next to King Vegeta. Ye Chen, how are you? The golden energy on Ye Chen's body disappeared, and his combat power plummeted, making Leona feel a pang of worry. It's okay. I just realized that the so-called mimic super scion is a wrong path. Ye Chen said with a light smile, not at all frustrated that his combat power had fallen back to 5 million combat power. Ye Chen's words made Leona and Afuia extremely puzzled. Ye Chen looked at Leona and Afuia and said, "You don't understand, I will explain it to you in the future. Now, let me kill Frisia first." After speaking, Ye Chen flashed and rushed in front of Frisia again. "Your combat effectiveness has dropped a lot." A cruel smile appeared on Frisia's face, taking advantage of Ye Chen's illness and asking Ye Chen to kill 655 million combat strength, at the level of his own 120 million combat power, is not even scum. Ye Chen didn't argue, just looked at Frisia and said, "Is your brother Gula powerful?" Ye Chen's words made Frisia frown. Why does Ye Chen know everything? Gula is his older brother, who is also very powerful, reigning in another position in the 6th universe. The family affection of the Frozen Demon clan is very thin, so after Frisia was born, he did not see his brother Gula several times. Even his closest subordinate Kinnit team didn't know about this, and Ye Chen actually knew. "Boy, why do you know so much?" Frisia said gloomily. Ye Chen smiled lightly, "That's because I don't want to tell you." Frisia originally listened carefully, and when he heard Ye Chen's next sentence, he immediately understood that he had been tricked and was furious. "Boy, in a moment, I will break your bones inch by inch, make you expensive in front of me, and say everything as it is." Frisia roared and was about to rush forward. But a cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and he said with a sneer, "Yes, breaking my bones depends on whether you have this ability." Ye Chen's sneering voice made Frisia even more angry, although I don't know why Ye Chen's combat power suddenly plummeted, but one thing is undeniable, that is, Ye Chen's current strength is definitely inferior to himself. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him is the safest thing to do. "Boy, you go die!" Frisia roared, just about to attack Ye Chen. But at this moment, Ye Chen's mouth had a weird smile. "I've touched the path that a true Super Saiyan is going to take. So, it's better for you to die." Ye Chen roared, and his anger soared. The golden flame directly swallowed Ye Chen's body, surging wildly. Compared to the mimic Super Saiyan just now, the chi on Ye Chen's body became even more terrifying. "What?" A look of horror appeared on Frisia's face. Because of the terrifying aura on Ye Chen's body, it became even more terrifying. 10 million, 20 million. Boom! The earth cracked, and the planet of Adrath shook violently under Ye Chen's terrifying aura. "How is that possible?" Frisia was dumbfounded. Ye Chen's current combat effectiveness, CDB, has surpassed the previous loading, and it has not stopped, and it is still soaring terribly. 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, 250 million. Until this moment, Ye Chen's soaring combat power slowly stopped. In Frisia's heart, there was no more fighting intent at the moment. Because under Ye Chen's terrifying aura, her body began to tremble unnaturally. How is that possible? How could you possibly be so powerful? Frisia yelled unwillingly. Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen at this moment did not lose his will and feelings. This is the real Super Saiyan state. Ye Chen, who was wrapped in golden energy, looked at Frisia in front of him and smiled faintly. This is the Super Saiyan you have been afraid of course, this is not the legendary Super Saiyan, those are two states, I don't know how to break through to that state for the time being, so I can only wrong you. But there is nothing, the ordinary Super Saiyan state is enough to crush you. So, you go and die. Go to hell. Frisia's eyebrows twitched, and no thoughts of resistance arose in his heart. Now Ye Chen is really too powerful. Run away. In Frisia's mind, such an idea popped up. But just as he was about to turn around, Ye Chen's cold voice was already ringing in his ears. Frisia, you can't run. After speaking, he waved his big hand, clasped his hands together, and slammed Frisia to the ground. Frisia was instantly shot by Ye Chen like a cannonball, and sank directly below the surface. Ye Chen showed no mercy, and one after another gas bombs were instantly emitted from his hands and bombarded the ground. After half a minute, Ye Chen stopped. The entire planet was trembling because of Ye Chen's bombardment of the ground, and everyone present believed that if the planet Adrit was destroyed, then it must be Ye Chen's pot. Ye Chen said that he was very innocent. After a long time, Frisia flew up from the ground in embarrassment. Scion, your strength is beyond my imagination. Frisia said softly. Strangely, Frisia no longer had his original fear. It is that the broken tail looks extremely embarrassing, making people unable to associate the identity of the other party's universe emperor at all. There is only one word that can describe Frisia now. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 070. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Frisia straightened up with one hand, and a grey energy gathered in his hand. You are indeed very powerful, so powerful that I can't believe it. However, you Scions can't survive in the universe, while I can. Frisia yelled. Ye Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong for a while, but it was already nightly. So, you all die. Sure enough, Frisia roared, and the energy ball in his hand instantly skyrocketed. Planet Fall Bomb! Frisia roared loudly. At this moment, Ye Chen only felt a burst of threat. Unexpectedly, Frisia was so determined, as soon as he saw that he was not Ye Chen's opponent, he was going to destroy the planet of Adraith. However, this is also the best choice for Frisia's 650. If the planet Adraith is not destroyed, he will definitely be killed by Ye Chen. So, it's better to destroy. At this point, it's a bit of a twilight to do anything. Ye Chen looked at the rampant Frisia, and a surging killing intent crossed his eyes. But Ye Chen couldn't kill Frisia at the moment. Brush! Ye Chen instantly rushed towards Leona and came to the side of the two. Let's go! Ye Chen grabbed Leona and Afria's bodies and rushed directly towards the spaceship in the distance. The annihilation ball above the tip of Frisia's finger has skyrocketed again, reaching its limit. Let's all die! Ha ha ha! Frisia laughed maniacally. Ye Chen's face was cold, and he had already rushed into the spaceship. Both Afia and Leona knew that time was running out and immediately went to start the spaceship. Ye Chen, on the other hand, looked at Frisia through the window. Frisia was the same, looking at Ye Chen's gaze full of killing intent. I will definitely kill you. Ye Chen's eyes were cold and said. Frisia, on the other hand, had a sneer across the corner of his mouth. The planetary catastrophe bomb in his hand instantly smashed towards the ground. Everyone present, whether Mana or Scion, as well as Frisia's men, were terrified. Frisia wants to kill everyone and destroy the planet. The three elders looked at Ye with pleading eyes. At this kind of life and death situation, Ye Chen can only take care of himself. However, at this moment, King Vegeta actually shouted, Raditz, please, take Vegeta with you. Now King Vegeta has seen that only Ye Chen and Afuya and others are left on the planet of Yadrit. King Vegeta himself can die, but he cannot tolerate Vegeta dying here. The tiger poisons and does not eat his son, and King Vegeta has done all the bad things, in fact, it is all for his son. Alas! Ye Chen thought about it and flew out of the spaceship again. Leona and Afuya saw this scene and immediately shouted, Ye Chen, what are you going to do? Come back quickly. Ye Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, I'll teleport again, no problem, you guys go quickly, I'll be there soon. After that, Ye Chen flew out of the spaceship without hesitation. Afuya looked at Ye Chen's back and stopped the movement of her hand. Leona instantly rushed over to continue manipulating the spaceship, and the spacecraft started instantly. Mom, Ye Chen is still outside. The spaceship soared into the air, and Afuya shouted loudly. Leona shook her head, staying is hurting Ye Chen, don't stay, let's go, he has teleportation and can teleport directly to the spaceship. After that, the spacecraft rushed directly towards outer space. And Ye Chen came to King Vegeta in an instant, holding Vegeta in one hand. How could Vegeta not know the moment of life and death at this moment, but how could he, who was naturally arrogant, watch his father die in this? I'm not leaving, you put me down. Vegeta fluttered violently on Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen was not used to him, and directly slapped Vegeta. Ye Chen didn't keep his hand, and Vegeta was instantly stunned on Ye Chen's hand. Bardock, let's go. The planetary catastrophe bomb in Frisia's hand has smashed straight down towards the planet Adraith, accompanied by Frisia's rampant voice. You all give me death! Frisia yelled. Damn it! Ye Chen knew that he only had 5 seconds left in his time, and came directly to Bardock's side and supported Bardock with one hand. Raditz! Seeing Ye Chen come to him, Bardock showed a surprised look on his face. Ye Chen has no feelings for Bardock, but in his heart, he still has some guilt for occupying Raditz's body. After all, although that guy has a bad heart, he is also a living person, and he snatched Raditz's life and saved Raditz's father, which can be regarded as a compensation. The huge planetary catastrophe bomb has hit the surface of the planet Yadraith. Ye Chen looked up, and King Vegeta was looking at himself with gratitude and satisfaction. Ye Chen looked at Vegeta, and saving Vegeta was not because of King Vegeta's thanks, but because the Scions had many mysteries that had not yet been solved. The fact that the mission of his own Scion mystery has not been completed is the best explanation. So it's still useful for Vegeta, the Scion Prince, to stay. Frisia, when we see you again, we will kill you. Ye Chen raised his head to look at Frisia and said coldly. Frisia's cold eyes stared at Ye 1.4 viciously like a snake, you can't run. The moment the planet fall bomb touched the ground, it exploded instantly. The manic airflow swept the entire planet of Adraith in an instant. Ye Chen looked at this scene lightly, and instantly disappeared in place with Bardock and Vegeta beside him. Frisia saw the scene of Ye Chen's instant disappearance, and a look of surprise crossed her eyes. Unexpectedly, escaped? Damn it, Ye Chen, I'll kill you anyway after that. The planet's fall bomb was prepared for Ye Chen, and Ye Chen actually fled. However, the aftermath of the planet's fall bomb had begun to sweep through, and the entire planet of Adraith, at this moment, began to tremble violently. Shake up! Subsequently, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, Recommendations. Chapter 071. CT Sangtak.tk. Yechen took Bardock and Vegeta and disappeared on the planet Adrit. Among the spaceships that had flown out of the atmosphere of the planet Idrit, Aphia and Leona looked at the exploding planet Adrath with a worried expression. At this moment, the planet of Adrit was trembling violently, turning into a firework, which was extremely gorgeous. Everyone on the planet Adrath, whether Mana or Sion or Frisia's men, was dead. No, there is one person alive, and that is Frisia. The planetary bomb is a big killing weapon, but at the moment he is also on the planet, that is, killing 1,000 enemies and self-destructing 800. Frisia was scorched black at the moment, not lightly injured, and the broken tail looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it, Sion, I'll definitely kill you. Frisia's angry roar resounded throughout the universe. However, the broken tail on his back, as if to laugh at him, came pain. At the last moment of the explosion of the planet Adrath, Yechen cast a teleportation and brought Bardock and Vegeta to the spaceship. Seeing Yechen appear here strangely, Aphia and Leona were not surprised and excited. Aphia threw herself directly into Yechen's arms and shouted excitedly. Leona, on the other hand, also revealed a reassuring look in her slender eyes, obviously extremely worried about Yechen. However, when she saw the two people Yechen brought, she frowned slightly, but then relieved. Frisia destroyed the planet Adrit. Until now, Vegeta and Bardock are still watching this scene in amazement. Yechen was too lazy to talk to the two of them, and directly pulled Aphia and Leona towards the inside. Brother Yechen, where are we going now? Aphja asked Yechen and said. Looking at Aphia's stunning face, Yechen remembered what he had promised the Great Elder to protect the Mana clan once. However, now the Mana tribe has completely disappeared with the planet Adrath. It's really a day, dog. Yechen frowned, since he had promised the Great Elder, then he had to do this. Now that things have happened, it must be remedied. Go search for Dragon Ball. Yechen thought about it and said. It seems that there is only one way. Yechen thought about where to go. After all, Longzhu was very good. First of all, there are dragon beads on the planet Namek. But this idea was vetoed by Yechen as soon as it entered Yechen's mind. The Namek's Dragon Ball simply can't be everyone. Although the Namek's Dragon Pearl can make 3 wishes, it cannot resurrect many people at once, only one. This restriction suddenly ruled out what Yechen needed. Next is the Wishing Ball. This thing belongs to the existence that can be encountered but cannot be sought. There is no way to force it. There are only 7 in the 2 universes of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. The search is too difficult and feels wasteful. Most importantly, Yechen felt that the disappearance of the Scions was related to the super dragon summoned by the Wishing Ball. Regardless of whether this speculation was true or not, Yechen was not willing to take risks when he was not strong enough. Therefore, there is only one possibility left, that is, to go to the earth and find the Dragon Pearl of the earth. According to common sense, there should be 2 sets of dragon beads on the earth. One is the Red Star Dragon Pearl, which is the one used by Sun Wukong. The other set is Black Stars, which is said to be a hardcover version made when the Tenjin and Vic Great Demon had not yet separated. But this thing is a little terrifying. The earth will be destroyed after use. Yechen estimates that he can't beat 7 evil dragons. So let's rest, wait until it's strong later. Then only the Red Star Dragon Pearl remains. Yechen had already decided to go to Earth, resurrect everyone who died on the planet Adrath, and fulfill his promise to the elders. As for Frisia, he had to die. However, Frisia is now in a cosmic vacuum, and he can't fight in the vacuum, so he can only let him go. Let's go to Earth. Yechen said to Aphia. Aphia was a little strange about Yechen's decision, but did not ask anything, and directly began to set the coordinates of the spacecraft. And Bardock showed a shocked face when he heard the word Earth. Earth, isn't that where Kakarot fell to Earth? And Vegeta no longer had a stinky face. His father died and the planet exploded, leaving Vegeta deeply lost. Ye Chen looked at Vegeta, who was only 4 years old, and there was nothing to pity. Ye Chen also has no obligation to raise Vegeta. When the time comes to Earth, directly throw him next to Sun Wukong, and let Sun Wukong's grandfather Sun Wuhan have a headache. I never understood why Sun Wukong gave his son his grandfather's name, Japanese custom. Ye Chen said 2 words to Bardock and Vegeta, let the two find a place to rest by themselves. Fortunately, there are many rooms here, and the 2 of them have to rest because of too many things happening today. But looking at Ye Chen's gaze, he revealed a look of awe. Ye Chen was so powerful that he was able to force Frisia into that crazy situation. If it weren't for Frisia's last dog jumping off the wall, Ye Chen could definitely kill Frisia. And more than a month ago, Ye Chen was still a scum with a combat power of 500. The most unacceptable is actually Vegetaili. He had always thought that he was the proud son of heaven, but he was surpassed by an inferior scion and defeated Frisia, the most powerful in his heart. This made the young Vegeta unable to accept such a fact. Coupled with the death of King Vegeta, Vegeta climbed directly into the house to sleep. At this moment, only Ye Chen, Leona, and the others were left outside the room. Ye Chen, what is your state today? Leona thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask. Ye Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and did not hide it. He knew how strong Leona was and how much she wanted to be strong. Therefore, he told Leona the original version of his understanding. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 072. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Ye Chen actually had a bit of a headache about how to deal with Vegeta and Bardock. After all, although the combat effectiveness of the 2 cannot be compared with their own, if they are brought to the earth, they are definitely top-notch existences. According to the scion-killing character, it will definitely bring disaster to the earth. Forget it, take it all to the earth, and then it depends on the situation. Ye Chen didn't care. The main thing is that the earth of the 7 Dragon Pearl world is different from the earth in the real world, and for Ye Chen, there is no feeling. Go to Sun Gohan first, throw Vegeta there, and let Bardock guard his son. Since it has been decided, then naturally there is nothing to say. It takes about 2 months for the spacecraft to fly to Earth, which gives Ye Chen a bit of a 650 headache, but it doesn't matter. Cultivate. Ye Chen has advanced to the Super Saiyan state, but this is not Ye Chen's pursuit. Scions with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan can transform again at the level of the Super Saiyan and reach the legendary Super Saiyan state. However, this state Ye Chen is still a little uncertain, and he can only try it for the time being. Finally, it's the system. Ye Chen completed the task plus the 1,000 accumulated ones, a total of 11,000 pretended to be worth it. Although there is still no way to exchange Ye Chen Chu the long salivating holy body, the Kangtian overlord body and other things, it is also good to exchange a martial arts move that is not weak. I just don't know if the martial arts moves in other novels can be played normally through Qi. System, I want to exchange martial arts moves. Ye Chen said directly to the system. SHHH. 9 secrets, those who are about to fight are all arrayed forward. Fight, evolve the great technique of 10,000 laws. All aspects that are beneficial to themselves are improved 10 times, created by Emperor Venerable. Line, speed increase, can travel between the void, affect time. Created by Xiao Aotian Zun. Previous, use the extreme, predict the future. Soldier, detention weapons, practice to the extreme, receivable imperial weapons. Person, restore the divine skill, run once and reshape the flesh body can be reborn as long as there is a drop of blood, formation great technique, created by Ling Baotian Zun. Column, mental state cultivation, solid as a rock, Yuan God is strong. Pro, cultivate flesh body, practice to the peak, fist power to smash the void. Exchange value, 10 million forced value. Ties hang forgetfulness, the avenue is ruthless, the people are merciless, and the Tu Shang is ruthless. Cultivate to the greatest, the body is like ties hang, every move carries the avenue of heaven and earth, and the combat power is invincible. System tip, cultivation is risky, and a new self will be transformed in the body, but is that new self still the real self? Exchange value, 1 million pretending value. 8-phase world. Ye Chen looked at these things for a while, his head twitched moved, and roared angrily, "System, can you just show the labor and management what I can exchange, and let these out to play?" Ye Chen said that he was really angry. The system seemed to know Ye Chen's anger, and the picture suddenly changed. Dragon Grappler, condense the qi in your body and form a huge hand to grab all enemy objects. Cultivate to Dachan and directly capture the planet. Exchange value, 5,000 packing. Heaven Destroying Hand, an advanced version of the Dragon Grappler, without any time, condenses the qi in the body, condenses a huge golden handprint above the enemy, and attacks towards the enemy, with infinite power. Cultivate to Dachan, you can directly smash a galaxy with one palm, of course, matching combat power is essential. Exchange value, 10,000 forced value. There are also a bunch of things in the back, all good. However, after Ye Chen saw the heaven-destroying hand, he couldn't take his eyes off. How can something so perfect be given up? Ye Chen let go of the panel when choosing these, and also let the audience see it. The audience in the live broadcast room just intuitively saw the explosion of the planet, and they were all shouting addiction. And now, the various martial arts exchanged in front of Ye Chen made these audiences' blood swell. Anchor, there must be 9 secrets, and those who are fighting are all arrayed forward. Invincible. It's not a rip-off, how can the anchor have so much money? I feel sorry for my anchor, when I reach the first sister, I am still a dick, and I have no money. The heaven-destroying hand is also very powerful, and the use of Jinan in the divine tomb is also very powerful. You must destroy the heavens, and the next time I see Frisia, I will slap that Wang 8 calf to death. Ye Chen smiled indifferently and said directly to the system, exchange the heaven-destroying hand. The exchange of the heaven-destroying hand is successful, the technique has been transmitted to the host's storage space, please pay attention to check. The system responds quickly. After Ye Chen closed the exchange panel, he opened the storage space. I saw that a practice book emitting golden light was quietly placed inside. Take it out, the 3 big characters of the heaven-destroying hand are extremely domineering. Heaven-destroying hand, G, I feel very powerful when I listen to the name, don't say anything, study. Ye Chen opened the secret code, and the secret code instantly turned into a golden light and appeared in Ye Chen's mind. Ye Chen thought for a moment and opened his properties panel. Ye Chen. Combat effectiveness, 5 million. Bloodline, Super Scion bloodline from lower legends. Martial arts, Heaven-destroying hand, Sun Fist, Weak chicken version King Fist, Magic light killing cannon, Dancing void art. Ye Chen looked at his combat strength, and there was no increase because he learned to destroy 1.4 hands. But his own strength has definitely increased. The combat effectiveness only depends on the strength of the flesh body and the qi in the body. And gas accounts for the majority. But in real combat, this is not the case. Looking at the spacecraft, Ye Chen was not stupid to test his new moves here, so he sat down directly cross-kneeled, chatted with the live broadcast audience, and asked what new things had happened on the original Earth recently. In the middle of this, Ye Chen also explained to Leona and Afia about his transformation into a Super Scion. All of them have been said, without reservation, but female Scions don't seem to be able to transform into Super Scions, and I don't know if it's true. Looking at Leona's excited look, Ye Chen did not hit the other party. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 073. CT Sangtakviet.tk. In a flash, God is about to reach the Earth. At this moment, the outline of the Earth has been clearly seen, and it will be possible to reach the Earth in another hour. And the spacecraft had just wiped the moon at this moment, and when Ye Chen saw the moon, he suddenly remembered his identity as a scion. As soon as the scion reaches the full moon, as long as it is illuminated by the moonlight, it will transform into a giant ape. The great ape form loses his mind, although it means that if he can control his mind, he will become extremely powerful. But what a lot of willpower it takes. Anyway, Ye Chen is unwilling. Just destroy the moon. Just try the heaven-destroying hand that you just exchanged. Ye Chen looked at the moon and smiled faintly. Ye Chen's right hand was raised high, heaven-destroying hand. This loud shout sounded like thunder in the spacecraft, which made everyone feel a burst of surprise in their hearts, looking at Ye Chen's raised right hand. But Ye Chen's right hand was bland and unremarkable, which made the rest of the people a little curious. But a purple light suddenly burst out from the outside world, attracting everyone's attention. What is it? A huge purple gold palm print suddenly appeared thousands of meters ahead. This giant palm has a radius of thousands of meters, and the most terrifying place lies in the terrifying aura. The mighty terrifying fluctuations made the spacecraft begin to stumble. A terrifying energy storm rolled up the cosmic wind. Fall. Ye Chen spoke faintly, and his palm fell. The purple gold palm of light immediately fell fiercely towards the moon. The people around them opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, not knowing what to say. It's also terrifying. Ye Chen actually wanted to attack the moon. And inside the live broadcast room, it was also shocked. Police, someone has damaged official duties, come here. The anchor 666, he actually wants to take the moon, and I don't know if I can kill the moon. It seems unlikely, after all, the moon is also a planet, although it cannot be compared with the mass of the Earth, but it cannot be destroyed at will, right? Ripping the calf is not, the waist of the turtle immortal can destroy the moon, how is it impossible for the anchor? Come on, anchor! The live broadcast room was also shocked to see this scene. A faint smile crossed the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, and the giant palm instantly fell, imprinted on the moon. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. The crowd on the back of the Earth is dark, and the moon is about to admire the moon on the night of the full moon, but suddenly, the moon disappears? Why is the moon gone? Didn't you say there was a lunar eclipse today? And the speed of this lunar eclipse is inevitable. People living on Earth thought that a lunar eclipse had occurred. But the next scene made them come out of the possibility of a lunar eclipse. Because where the moon originally existed, a brilliant firework bloomed. This is... The moon exploded. The crowd on Earth has gone crazy. And Ye Chen sat on the spaceship, watching the fireworks brood after the destruction of the moon, and the spacecraft constantly stumbled forward in this energy storm, which was terrifying. Leona kicked Ye Chen with some annoyance. Ye Chen said that he was very innocent or not, and looked at Leona depressedly. Leona rose and said, "How can you do this? Our spaceship is on the side, you are not afraid of being affected by the moon explosion, then we will all die." Ye Chen shook his head helplessly, he really hadn't thought about this just now. Alas! Seeing Leona's anger still unsubsided, the moon before the double. The peak swelled with the fierce anger, and that magnificent angle made Ye Chen can't help it. Hey, hey! Ye Chen immediately jumped up and startled Leona. Okay, Sister Leona, don't be angry. Ye Chen pretended to be very stunned, and actually threw himself directly into Leona's arms, enjoying Leona's waves. Leona didn't expect Ye Chen to come to this move, and her body suddenly stiffened. Leona had never been so close to a man in all these years, and at this moment she was shocked by the masculine aura on Ye Chen's body, and her body was extremely stiff. Ye Chen secretly smiled, as he thought about this trick for a long time. Anyway, Ye Chen didn't care, enjoying the softness of Leona's body. And Bardock watched from a distance, with some bitterness on his face. The goddess in his heart was actually strengthened by his own son. It was really, how to say this feeling? Egg pain. Bardock expressed helplessness. And Vegeta is still a child, there are no ideas. At the moment Vegeta's heart only wants to become stronger. Be sure to defeat Frisia and avenge your father. It has to get stronger. And how to become stronger? Thinking of this, Vegeta secretly looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's strength shocked Vegeta. Whether it was Ye Chen fighting with Frisia before, beating Frisia to the north, or Ye Chen's golden aura, as if he was a godlike state. These made Vegeta understand that Ye Chen was an out-and-out strongman. If he can become Ye Chen's disciple, then he can definitely become stronger. I can't tolerate being so weak. But the arrogant Vegeta couldn't imagine himself whispering to Ye Chen to accept him as a disciple. So Vegeta looked at Ye Chen very entangled. In his heart, Xi, Wang Li's, actually hoped that Ye Chen would take him as an apprentice, and then he reluctantly agreed. Is this a normal routine? But I am a Scion Prince, so I should enjoy the benefits of this treatment. But this must have been a dream in Vegeta's heart. Ye Chen was too lazy to take care of this kid. Vegeta was expecting it, waiting for Ye Chen to take him as an apprentice. The spaceship was already close to the Earth, and a faint smile crossed Ye Chen's eyes. Earth? Where the world of Dragon Ball began, I finally came. However, the current Monkey King is still a child, Bulma has not yet grown up, Kiki is enough to choke and be born, it seems that he has nothing else to do except find Dragon Pearl. It's a bit tangled. Ye Chen frowned, thinking about what he should do then. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 074. The spacecraft landed in a deserted area. Ye Chen, Afuya, and the others stepped down from the spaceship and looked around. The gravity here is so light. Afuya jumped casually, one was tens of meters high. Ye Chen nodded, then looked at Vegeta and Bardock and asked, do you have a place you want to go? Both shook their heads. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, Raditz, can you teach me cultivation? Hearing Vegeta's words, Ye Chen smiled lightly. It is really not easy for Vegeta, who was born to be proud, to say the words of asking for a teacher. However, he didn't have the heart to teach his apprentices, so he shook his head directly and said, no. Seeing Ye Chen reject himself, Vegeta's heart was full of humiliation. He finally plucked up the courage to worship Ye Chen, but Ye Chen actually rejected himself. Ye Chen smiled lightly and said, I will find you a master, although he is not very strong, but if you can learn the perfect control of Qi with him, you will definitely become a strong person in the future. Ye Chen's words made Vegeta excited. Who is it? Vegeta asked suddenly, impatiently. Ye Chen smiled and said, Turtle Immortal. Turtle Immortals? What a strange name. Vegeta was a little curious in his heart, but stopped talking. A strong person like Ye Chen thought that he could teach his own words, then it was definitely not ordinary. Ye Chen smiled. The Turtle Immortal is the most foggy figure on the earth, and there are many things like what directly blows up the moon. But in the comics, the Turtle Immortals only have more than 100 combat power, even if their combat effectiveness decreases due to aging, it is impossible to break the moon. Then, there must be something hidden that you have not discovered to cause such a thing to happen. Ye Chen expressed that he was very curious about the guy of the Turtle Immortal, and decided to throw Vegeta directly to the Turtle Immortal. Now Son Gohan and the Bull Demon King are both disciples of the Turtle Immortals, and it is not bad to add another Vegeta. As for Bardock, Ye Chen didn't know how to arrange the other party. I'll go cultivate too. Bardock volunteered. Bardock's combat effectiveness is not even as good as Vegeta, so he must also cultivate. Ye Chen nodded. The Earthling's mastery of Qi was actually far beyond these Scions, although the Scions were stronger, but the foundation was not solid. The reason why Yuchen Vegeta has been suppressed by Sun Wukong's combat power is on the one hand because Sun Wukong is the protagonist and has great luck. On the other hand, it is because of the basic relationship. It's good to experiment, maybe in the future, Vegeta has been crushing the Monkey King. Ye Chen thought with a grin, unfolded his chi, and probed around. For a long time, I felt a powerful aura on a small island. Oh, that's not right. Ye Chen frowned. This powerful aura is definitely not a turtle immortal, because this aura is actually several million in size. How so? On the Earth in this period, it should be that the turtle immortals are the strongest on the entire Earth. Ye Chen frowned. After arriving in the Dragon Pearl world, Ye Chen found many strange places that did not appear in the comics, such as this chi. Millions of combat power, let alone the Earth, as long as it is not the Frisia family, the whole universe can claim dominance. Of course, the Realm King gods don't count. But that's too strange, why? Ye Chen couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart, but felt that this should not be simple, so he decided to go to the residence of the Turtle Immortal first and host Vegeta and the others there. And Ye Chen has always wanted to know why the Turtle Immortals can live to be more than 300 years old. This is what Ye Chen has always been curious about. Is it caused by summoning the Divine Dragon? But that should be forever young, not an old Turtle Immortal. Ye Chen wanted to see what was the difference between the real Turtle Immortal and the old man in the comics. Ye Chen avoided that breath, continued to feel it around, and finally felt a breath of more than 100 fast 200. This should be the Turtle Immortal. It's not too far from here, tens of thousands of kilometers. If you fly at full speed, it will only take half an hour to arrive. Let's go, let's find a master for you first. Ye Chen said loudly, and his body rose directly from the ground and flew towards the direction where the Turtle Immortal was. Afja and Leona followed by Bardock and Vegeta. Ye Chen deliberately slowed down and did not rush. After all, Bardock and Vegeta did not fly fast. Fly through the mountains and over small rivers. Finally, everyone flew to a small island. There was only one hut on the island, somewhat ragged, and an old man with no hair and a shiny brain case was sleeping leisurely in a chair, feeling the sea breeze. Ye Chen's ear power was amazing, although the distance was still a little far, but he clearly heard the drooling of the Turtle Immortal in his sleep and the continuous voice of "so big, so soft. This product should not be a spring dream." Ye Chen looked at the Turtle Immortal below with a black line. And the least acceptable is Vegeta. This old man is the master you want to introduce me? Vegeta said with a depressed look. Ye Chen nodded reasonably, of course, this is your master, and I will be filial in the future. He's so weak that he can't even take a punch from me. Vegeta looked at Ye Chen angrily, thinking that Ye Chen did not want to teach himself, so he casually recruited people to perfunctory himself. Ye Chen saw Vegeta's unhappy look, not used to this guy at all, slapped down. Vegeta was directly hit by Ye Chen down the sky, planted green onions upside down into the beach. Poof! The sleeping Turtle Immortal was suddenly awakened by the sudden sound, looked at his side in surprise, and when he found that only a pair of small legs were exposed to Vegeta outside the beach, his face showed a solemn look. The Turtle Immortal looked up at the sky, saw Leona and Afria, and suddenly spewed out 2 nosebleeds. Chapter 075. Lying Groove. I was stunned when I saw those 2 nosebleed leaves. This old man should not be special. See the beauty like this. Fortunately, the Turtle Immortal's next reaction made Ye Chen endure himself and did not go down to beat the Turtle Immortal. How can such a powerful chi suddenly appear on the earth? Damn it, this powerful chi makes me bleed from my nose. You are definitely not Earthlings. The Turtle Immortal looked at Ye Chen and the others in a stern manner. Ye Chen smiled lightly. Nonsense, definitely not Earthlings. Can't you see that we all have tails? The moon was destroyed, and you people appeared. Tell me what your intentions are when you come to Earth, and if you don't tell me, I will kill you. Although the turtle immortal usually looks like a confused old man, when it comes to the critical moment, it is extremely righteous. Although you can feel that Ye Chen and the others are very powerful, because Ye Chen and the others did not burst into qi, the turtle immortals did not feel much. Poof, poof. Vegeta suddenly rose from the sand, finally turned over, angrily spitting the sand in his mouth, and sat down and glared at Ye Chen. And the turtle immortal only discovered at this moment that there were 4-year-old imps here. Damn, you aliens, tell me what you're here for. The turtle immortal said angrily. Humph, bad old man, what qualifications do you have to ask me? Losing face after being slapped into the sand by Ye Chen, Vegeta was very upset, but he didn't have the guts to lose his temper with Ye Chen, and could only look at the turtle immortal angrily. The turtle immortal was angry and glared, heck, an alien child dares not to take himself seriously, it's really excessive. He is a martial arts teacher, he is the strongest person on the earth, and he is the existence of the god of martial arts by the world. These rampant aliens only let a small child provoke themselves, and they really look down on themselves. Little one, watch out for grandpa beating your ass, hurry back. The turtle immortals simply can't look at Vegeta, a little guy, a 4 or 5-year-old alien, what is so powerful? The words he took for granted made Vegeta completely angry. What a joke, I'm a Scion Prince, my combat power has reached 5,000 combat power, stronger than those adult warriors in the clan, you dare to look down on me. Eat me a punch, stinky old man. Vegeta punched the turtle immortal directly in the face. Seeing that Vegeta wants to beat himself, the turtle immortals don't care, they are turtle immortals, the defense is strong, if even one. Forehead. Poof. The turtle immortal was directly punched by Vegeta and flew dozens of meters. Ye Chen looked at it and frowned, will Vegeta, who has 4,000 combat power, directly kill the turtle immortal? But the next thing made Ye Chen relaxed. I saw the turtle immortal holding the big turtle shell with a painful look, lifted up from the sea, and then slowly walked towards the turtle island, stepping on the water, without the slightest appearance of sinking. And looking at his appearance, it's just that his face hurts, a little swollen, and there are no other injuries at all. This. Not scientific? Although the strength of the other party was not put in Ye Chen's eyes, it was too unscientific. Vegeta just didn't have any strength, 4,000 combat power leaked out personally. And the turtle immortal, as a scumbag with less than 200 combat strength, was punched and nothing? Sure enough, the turtle immortal is not like in the comics, just a dying incompetent old man, there must be something hidden in it. The turtle immortal returned to the island and ran to Vegeta again. The little doll is really violent, although the chi is not very good, but the power is really not small, really, you aliens don't know to respect the old and love the young. The turtle immortal said with a depressed expression. Vegeta's face was a little hung up, and his all-out blow only made the turtle fairy's face swollen, which was also too humiliating. Ah, go and die. Vegeta has been ruthless since he was a child, and directly rushed towards the turtle immortal again, wanting to beat the turtle immortal to death. Ye Chen squinted his eyes and did not stop it, but looked carefully. But to Ye Chen's disappointment, the chi on the body of the turtle immortal was still extremely weak, and there was no sign of erupting at all. Is his guess wrong? Are the turtle immortals just strong defenses? Ye Chen frowned, and inside the live broadcast room, there was a commotion. Anchor, stop it, without the turtle immortals, Sun Wukong would not have grown up to the way he was later. Yes, Anchor, hurry up and clean up this kid Vegeta, my heart is too cruel, I didn't like this guy before. It's okay, Vegeta is not pleasing in the early stage, but it is still good in the later stage. Cut. In short, the Anchor, the turtle immortal teacher must not die, this is my ransom money for the turtle immortal teacher. Swoosh, I gave a rocket to Teemo on the king. The turtle immortals are still very popular in the Dragon Pearl world, so a group of people shouted for Ye Chen to save the turtle immortals. Ye Chen had this idea in his heart, but it didn't feel right. Ye Chen decided that if the turtle immortal was really going to be killed by Vegeta, Ye Chen would definitely stop it. But now, Ye Chen still wanted to know what secrets the turtle immortals had. "Haha, old fellow, you're dead!" Vegeta shouted, punching the turtle fairy in the face. At this moment, the body of the turtle immortal suddenly disappeared. Yes, it disappeared into place, and then suddenly appeared behind Vegeta. Then, the turtle immortal stretched out a palm and directly pinched Vegeta's small leg, lifting Vegeta upside down. How is that possible? Ye Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Because even Ye Chen didn't see how the turtle immortal changed his body position just now. Could it be said that the turtle immortals were even stronger than Ye Chen? Isn't that weird? A smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, and he felt more and more that in the world of 7 dragon pearls, many things were not simple.